India's message to the world. The following notes were discovered among Swami Vivekananda's papers. He intended to write a book and jotted down 42 points as a syllabus for the work, but only a few points were dealt with as an introduction by him and the work was left unfinished. We give the manuscript as found. Syllabus. 1. Bold has been my message to the people of the West. Bolder to those at home. 2. 4 years of residence in the marvelous West has made India only the better understood. The shades are deeper and the lights brighter. 3. The survey. It is not true that the Indians have degenerated. 4. The problem here has been, as it has been everywhere else, the assimilation of various races, but nowhere has it been so vast as here. 5. Community of language, government and, above all, religion has been the power of fusion. 6. In other lands this has been attempted by force, that is, the enforcement of the culture of one race only over the rest. The result being the production of a short-lived vigorous national life, then, dissolution. 7. In India, on the other hand, the attempts have been as gentle as the problem vast, and from the earliest times, the customs, and especially the religions, of the different elements tolerated. 8. Where it was a small problem and force was sufficient to form a unity, the effect really was the nipping in the bud of various healthy types in the germ of all the elements except the dominant one. It was only one set of brains using the vast majority for its own good, thus losing the major portion of the possible amount of development, and thus when the dominant type had spent itself, the apparently impregnable building tottered to its ruins, example Greece, Rome, the Norman. 9. A common language would be a great desideratum, but the same criticism applies to it, the destruction of the vitality of the various existing ones. 10. The only solution to be reached was the finding of a great sacred language of which all the others would be considered as manifestations, and that was found in the Sanskrit. 11. The Dravidian languages may or may not have been originally Sanskritic, but for practical purposes they are so now, and every day we see them approaching the ideal more and more, yet keeping their distinctive vital peculiarities. 12. A racial background was found, the Aryas. 13. The speculation whether there was a distinct, separate race called the Aryas living in Central Asia to the Baltic. 14. The so-called types. Races were always mixed. 15. The blonde and the brunette. 16. Coming to practical common sense from so-called historical imagination. The Aryas in their oldest records were in the land between Turkestan and the Punjab and NW Tibet. 17. This leads to the attempt at fusion between races and tribes of various degrees of culture. 18. Just as Sanskrit has been the linguistic solution, so the Arya the racial solution. So the Brahmanhood is the solution of the varying degrees of progress and culture as well as that of all social and political problems. 19. The great ideal of India, Brahmanhood. 20. Propertyless, selfless, subject to no laws, no king except the moral. 21. Brahmanhood by descent. Various races have claimed and acquired the right in the past as well as in the present. 22. No claim is made by the doer of great deeds, only by lazy worthless fools. 23. Degradation of Brahmanhood and Kshatriyahood. The Puranas said there will be only non-Brahmins in the Kali Yuga, and that is true, becoming truer every day. Yet a few Brahmins remain, and in India alone. 24. Kshatriyahood. We must pass through that to become a Brahmin. Some may have passed through in the past, but the present must show that. 25. But the disclosure of the whole plan is to be found in religion. 26. The different tribes of the same race worship similar gods, under a generic name as the Baals of the Babylonians, the Molochs of the Hebrews. 27. The attempt in Babylonia of making all the Baals merge in Baal Merdach. The attempt of the Israelites to merge all the Molochs in the Moloch Yahweh or Yahu. 28. The Babylonians destroyed by the Persians, and the Hebrews who took the Babylonian mythology and adapted it to their own needs, succeeded in producing a strict monotheistic religion. 29. Monotheism, like absolute monarchy, is quick in executing orders, and a great centralization of force, but it grows no farther, and its worst feature is its cruelty and persecution. All nations coming within its influence perish very soon after a flaring up of a few years. 30 In India the same problem presented itself, the solution found. This is the keynote to everything which has succeeded, and the keystone of the arch. 31 The result is that wonderful toleration of the Vedantist. 32 The great problem therefore is to harmonize and unify without destroying the individuality of these various elements. 33 No form of religion which depends upon persons, either of this earth or even of heaven, is able to do that. 34 Here is the glory of the Advaita system, preaching a principle, not a person, yet allowing persons, both human and divine, to have their full play. 35 This has been going on all the time. In this sense we have been always progressing. The prophets during the Mohammedan rule. 36 It was fully conscious and vigorous in old days, and less so of late. In this sense alone we have degenerated. 37 This is going to be in the future. If the manifestation of the power of one tribe utilizing the labors of the rest produced wonderful results at least for a certain length of time, here is going to be the accumulation and the concentration of all the races that have been slowly and inevitably getting mixed up in blood and ideas, and in my mind's eye, I see the future giants slowly maturing. The future of India, the youngest and the most glorious of the nations of earth as well as the oldest. 38 The way we will have to work. Social customs as barriers, some as founded upon the Smritis. But none from the Shrutis. The Smritis must change with time. This is the admitted law. 39 The principles of the Vedanta not only should be preached everywhere in India, but also outside. Our thought must enter into the makeup of the minds of every nation, not through writings, but through persons. 40 Gift is the only karma in Kali Yuga. None attaining knowledge until purified by karma. 41 Gift of spiritual and secular knowledge. 42 Renunciation renouncers the national call. Introduction. Bold has been my message to the people of the West, bolder is my message to you, my beloved countrymen. The message of ancient India to new Western nations I have tried my best to voice. Ill done or well done the future is sure to show, but the mighty voice of the same future is already sending forward soft but distinct murmurs, gaining strength as the days go by, the message of India that is to be to India as she is at present. Many wonderful institutions and customs, and many wonderful manifestations of strength and power it has been my good fortune to study in the midst of the various races I have seen, but the most wonderful of all was to find that beneath all these apparent variations of manners and customs, of culture and power, beats the same mighty human heart under the impulsion of the same joys and sorrows, of the same weakness and strength. Good and evil are everywhere and the balance is wondrously even, but, above all, is the glorious soul of man everywhere which never fails to understand anyone who knows how to speak its own language. Men and women are to be found in every race whose lives are blessings to humanity, verifying the words of the divine Emperor Asoka, in every land dwell Brahmins and Shrimanas. I am grateful to the lands of the West for the many warm hearts that received me with all the love that pure and disinterested souls alone could give, but my life's allegiance is to this my motherland, and if I had 1,000 lives, every moment of the whole series would be consecrated to your service, my countrymen, my friends. For to this land I owe whatever I possess, physical, mental, and spiritual, and if I have been successful in anything, the glory is yours, not mine. Mine alone are my weaknesses and failures, as they come through my inability of profiting by the mighty lessons with which this land surrounds one, even from his very birth. And what a land! Whosoever stands on this sacred land, whether alien or a child of the soil, feels himself surrounded unless his soul is degraded to the level of brute animals by the living thoughts of the earth's best and purest sons, who have been working to raise the animal to the divine through centuries, whose beginning history fails to trace. The very air is full of the pulsations of spirituality. This land is sacred to philosophy, to ethics and spirituality, to all that tends to give a respite to man in his incessant struggle for the preservation of the animal, to all training that makes man throw off the garment of brutality and stand revealed as the spirit immortal, the birthless, the deathless, the ever-blessed, the land where the cup of pleasure was full, and fuller has been the cup of misery, until here, first of all, man found out that it was all vanity. here, first of all in the prime of youth, in the lap of luxury, in the height of glory and plenitude of power, he broke through the fetters of delusion. Here, in this ocean of humanity, amidst the sharp interaction of strong currents of pleasure and pain, of strength and weakness, of wealth and poverty, of joy and sorrow, of smile and tear, of life and death, in the melting rhythm of eternal peace and calmness, arose the throne of renunciation. Here in this land, the great problems of life and death, of the thirst for life, and the vain mad struggles to preserve it only resulting in the accumulation of woes were first grappled with and solved as they never were before and never will be hereafter, for here and here alone was discovered that even life itself is an evil, the shadow only of something which alone is real. This is the land where alone religion was practical and real, and here alone men and women plunged boldly in to realize the goal, just as in other lands they madly plunge in to realize the pleasures of life by robbing their weaker brethren. Here and here alone the human heart expanded till it included not only the human, but birds, beasts, and plants, from the highest gods to grains of sand, the highest and the lowest, all find a place in the heart of man, grown great, infinite. And here alone, the human soul studied the universe as one unbroken unity whose every pulse was his own pulse. We all hear so much about the degradation of India. There was a time when I also believed in it. But today, standing on the vantage ground of experience, with eyes cleared of obstructive predispositions and above all, of the highly colored pictures of other countries toned down to their proper shade and light by actual contact, I confess in all humility that I was wrong. Thou blessed land of the Aryas, thou wast never degraded. Scepters have been broken and thrown away, the ball of power has passed from hand to hand, but in India, courts and kings always touched only a few, the vast mass of the people, from the highest to the lowest, has been left to pursue its own inevitable course, the current of national life flowing at times slow and half-conscious, at others, strong and awakened. I stand in awe before the unbroken procession of scores of shining centuries, with here and there a dim link in the chain, only to flare up with added brilliance in the next, and there she is walking with her own majestic steps my motherland to fulfill her glorious destiny, which no power on earth or in heaven can check, the regeneration of man the brute into man the God. A glorious destiny, my brethren, for as far back as the days of the Upanishads we have thrown the challenge to the world, not by progeny, not by wealth, but by renunciation alone immortality is reached. Race after race has taken the challenge up and tried their utmost to solve the world riddle on the plane of desires. They have all failed in the past. The old ones have become extinct under the weight of wickedness and misery, which lust for power and gold brings in its train, and the new ones are tottering to their fall. The question has yet to be decided whether peace will survive or war, whether patience will survive or non-forbearance, whether goodness will survive or wickedness, whether muscle will survive or brain, whether worldliness will survive or spirituality. We have solved our problem ages ago, and held on to it through good or evil fortune, and mean to hold on to it till the end of time. Our solution is unworldliness renunciation. This is the theme of Indian life work, the burden of her eternal songs, the backbone of her existence, the foundation of her being, the raison d'être of her very existence, the spiritualization of the human race. In this her life course she has never deviated, whether the Tartar ruled or the Turk, whether the Mughal ruled or the English. And I challenge anybody to show one single period of her national life when India was lacking in spiritual giants capable of moving the world. But her work is spiritual, and that cannot be done with blasts of war trumpets or the march of cohorts. Her influence has always fallen upon the world like that of the gentle dew, unheard and scarcely marked, yet bringing into bloom the fairest flowers of the earth. This influence, being in its nature gentle, would have to wait for a fortunate combination of circumstances, to go out of the country into other lands, though it never ceased to work within the limits of its native land. As such, every educated person knows that whenever the empire-building Tartar or Persian or Greek or Arab brought this land in contact with the outside world, a mass of spiritual influence immediately flooded the world from here. The very same circumstances have presented themselves once more before us. The English high roads over land and sea and the wonderful power manifested by the inhabitants of that little island have once more brought India in contact with the rest of the world, and the same work has already begun. Mark my words, this is but the small beginning, big things are to follow. What the result of the present work outside India will be I cannot exactly state, but this I know for certain, that millions, I say deliberately, millions in every civilized land are waiting for the message that will save them from the hideous abyss of materialism into which modern money worship is driving them headlong, and many of the leaders of the new social movements have already discovered that Vedanta in its highest form can alone spiritualize their social aspirations. I shall have to return to this towards the end. I take up therefore the other great subject, the work within the country. The problem assumes a twofold aspect, not only spiritualization but assimilation of the various elements of which the nation is composed. The assimilation of different races into one has been the common task in the life of every nation. Stray remarks on Theosophy. Found among Swami Vivekananda's papers. The Theosophists are having a jubilee time of it this year, and several press notices are before us of their goings and doings for the last 25 years. Nobody has a right now to say that the Hindus are not liberal to a fault. A coterie of young Hindus has been found to welcome even this graft of American spiritualism, with its panoply of taps and raps and hitting back and forth with Mahatmic pellets. The Theosophists claim to possess the original divine knowledge of the universe. We are glad to learn of it, and gladder still that they mean to keep it rigorously a secret. Woe unto us, poor mortals, and Hindus at that, if all this is at once let out on us. Modern Theosophy is Mrs. Besant. Blavatskism and Alkadism seem to have taken a backseat. Mrs. Besant means well at least, and nobody can deny her perseverance and zeal. There are, of course, carping critics. We on our part see nothing but good in Theosophy, good in what is directly beneficial, good in what is pernicious, as they say, indirectly good as we say the intimate geographical knowledge of various heavens, and other places, and the denizens thereof, and the dexterous finger work on the visible plane accompanying ghostly communications to live Theosophists all told. For Theosophy is the best serum we know of, whose injection never fails to develop the queer moths finding lodgment in some brains attempting to pass muster as sound. We have no wish to disparage the good work of the Theosophical or any other society. Yet exaggeration has been in the past the bane of our race, and if the several articles on the work of the Theosophical Society that appeared in the Advocate of Lucknow be taken as the temperamental gauge of Lucknow, we are sorry for those it represents. To say the least, foolish depreciation is surely vicious, but fulsome praise is equally loathsome. This Indian grafting of American spiritualism with only a few Sanskrit words taking the place of spiritualistic jargon, Mahatma missiles taking the place of ghostly raps and taps, and Mahatmic inspiration that of obsession by ghosts. We cannot attribute a knowledge of all this to the writer of the articles in the Advocate, but he must not confound himself and his Theosophists with the great Hindu nation, the majority of whom have clearly seen through the Theosophical phenomena from the start and, following the great Swami Dayananda Sarasvati who took away his patronage from Blavatskism the moment he found it out, have held themselves aloof. Again, whatever be the predilection of the writer in question, the Hindus have enough of religious teaching and teachers amidst themselves even in this Kali Yuga, and they do not stand in need of dead ghosts of Russians and Americans. The articles in question are libels on the Hindus and their religion. We Hindus, let the writer, like that of the articles referred to, know once for all, have no need nor desire to import religion from the West. Sufficient has been the degradation of importing almost everything else. The importation in the case of religion should be mostly on the side of the West, we are sure, and our work has been all along in that line. The only help the religion of the Hindus got from the Theosophists in the West was not a ready field, but years of uphill work, necessitated by theosophical sleight-of-hand methods. The writer ought to have known that the Theosophists wanted to crawl into the heart of Western society, catching onto the skirts of scholars like Max Muller and poets like Edwin Arnold, all the same denouncing these very men and posing as the only receptacles of universal wisdom. and one heaves a sigh of relief that this wonderful wisdom is kept a secret. Indian thought, charlatanry, and mango-growing fakirism had all become identified in the minds of educated people in the West, and this was all the help rendered to Hindu religion by the Theosophists. The great immediate visible good effect of Theosophy in every country, so far as we can see, is to separate, like Professor Koch's injections into the lungs of consumptives, the healthy, spiritual, active, and patriotic from the charlatans, the morbids, and the degenerates posing as spiritual beings. Chronology. Addressee. Reply to the address of the Maharaja of Khetri. India, the land of religion. During the residence of the Swamiji in America, the following address from the Maharaja of Khetri, Rajputana, dated March 4, 1895, was received by him. My dear Swamiji, as the head of this Durbar, a formal stately assemblage, held today for this special purpose, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, in my own name and that of my subjects, the heartfelt thanks of the state for your worthy representation of Hinduism at the Parliament of Religions, held at Chicago, in America. I do not think the general principles of Hinduism could be expressed more accurately and clearly in English than what you have done, with all the restrictions imposed by the very natural shortcomings of language itself. The influence of your speech and behavior in foreign lands has not only spread admiration among men of different countries and different religions, but has also served to familiarize you with them, to help in the furtherance of your unselfish cause. This is very highly and inexpressibly appreciated by us all, and we should feel to be failing in our duty, were I not to write to you formally at least these few lines, expressing our sincere gratitude for all the trouble you have taken in going to foreign countries, and to expound in the American Parliament of Religions the truths of our ancient religion which we ever hold so dear. It is certainly applicable to the pride of India that it has been fortunate in possessing the privilege of having secured so able a representative as yourself. Thanks are also due to those noble souls whose efforts succeeded in organizing the Parliament of Religions, and who accorded to you a very enthusiastic reception. As you were quite a foreigner in that continent, their kind treatment of you is due to their love of the several qualifications you possess, and this speaks highly of their noble nature. I herewith enclose 20 printed copies of this letter and have to request that, keeping this one with yourself, you will kindly distribute the other copies among your friends. With best regards, I remain, yours very sincerely, Raja Ajit Singh Bahadur of Khetri. The Swamiji sent the following reply. Whenever virtue subsides, and wickedness raises its head, I manifest myself to restore the glory of religion are the words, O noble Prince, of the Eternal One in the Holy Gita, striking the keynote of the pulsating ebb and flow of the spiritual energy in the universe. These changes are manifesting themselves again and again in rhythms peculiar to themselves, and like every other tremendous change, though affecting, more or less, every particle within their sphere of action, they show their effects more intensely upon those particles which are naturally susceptible to their power. As in a universal sense, the primal state is a state of sameness of the qualitative forces, a disturbance of this equilibrium and all succeeding struggles to regain it, composing what we call the manifestation of nature, this universe, which state of things remains as long as the primitive sameness is not reached, so, in a restricted sense on our own earth, differentiation and its inevitable counterpart, this struggle towards homogeneity, must remain as long as the human race shall remain as such, creating strongly marked peculiarities between ethnic divisions, sub-races, and even down to individuals in all parts of the world. In this world of impartial division and balance, therefore, each nation represents, as it were, a wonderful dynamo for the storage and distribution of a particular species of energy, and amidst all other possessions that particular property shines forth as the special characteristic of that race. And as any upheaval in any particular part of human nature, though affecting others more or less, stirs to its very depth that nation of which it is a special characteristic, and from which as a center it generally starts, so any commotion in the religious world is sure to produce momentous changes in India, that land which again and again has had to furnish the center of the widespread religious upheavals, for, above all, India is the land of religion. Each man calls that alone real which helps him to realize his ideal. To the worldly minded, everything that can be converted into money is real, that which cannot be so converted is unreal. To the man of a domineering spirit, anything that will conduce to his ambition of ruling over his fellow men is real, the rest is naught, and man finds nothing in that which does not echo back the heartbeats of his special love in life. Those whose only aim is to barter the energies of life for gold, or name, or any other enjoyment, those to whom the tramp of embattled cohorts is the only manifestation of power, those to whom the enjoyments of the senses are the only bliss that life can give, to these, India will ever appear as an immense desert whose every blast is deadly to the development of life, as it is known by them. But to those whose thirst for life has been quenched forever by drinking from the stream of immortality that flows from far away beyond the world of the senses, whose souls have cast away as a serpent its slough the threefold bandages of lust, gold, and fame, who, from their height of calmness, look with love and compassion upon the petty quarrels and jealousies and fights for little gilded puff balls, filled with dust, called enjoyment by those under a sense bondage, to those whose accumulated force of past good deeds has caused the scales of ignorance to fall off from their eyes, making them see through the vanity of name and form, to such wheresoever they be, India, the motherland and eternal mine of spirituality, stands transfigured, a beacon of hope to everyone in search of Him who is the only real existence in a universe of vanishing shadows. The majority of mankind can only understand power when it is presented to them in a concrete form, fitted to their perceptions. To them, the rush and excitement of war, with its power and spell, is something very tangible, and any manifestation of life that does not come like a whirlwind, bearing down everything before it, is to them as death. And India, for centuries at the feet of foreign conquerors, without any idea or hope of resistance, without the least solidarity among its masses, without the least idea of patriotism, must needs appear to such, as a land of rotten bones, a lifeless putrescent mass. It is said the fittest alone survive. How is it, then, that this most unfit of all races, according to commonly accepted ideas, could bear the most awful misfortunes that ever befall a race, and yet not show the least signs of decay? How is it that, while the multiplying powers of the so-called vigorous and active races are dwindling every day, the immoral Hindu shows a power of increase beyond them all? Great laurels are due, no doubt, to those who can deluge the world with blood at a moment's notice. Great indeed is the glory of those who, to keep up a population of a few millions in plenty, have to starve half the population of the earth, but is no credit due to those who can keep hundreds of millions in peace and plenty, without snatching the bread from the mouth of anyone else? Is there no power displayed in bringing up and guiding the destinies of countless millions of human beings, through hundreds of centuries, without the least violence to others? The mythologists of all ancient races supply us with fables of heroes whose life was concentrated in a certain small portion of their bodies, and until that was touched they remained invulnerable. It seems as if each nation also has such a peculiar center of life, and so long as that remains untouched, no amount of misery and misfortune can destroy it. In religion lies the vitality of India, and so long as the Hindu race do not forget the great inheritance of their forefathers, there is no power on earth to destroy them. Nowadays everybody blames those who constantly look back to their past. It is said that so much looking back to the past is the cause of all India's woes. To me, on the contrary, it seems that the opposite is true. So long as they forgot the past, the Hindu nation remained in a state of stupor, and as soon as they have begun to look into their past, there is on every side a fresh manifestation of life. It is out of this past that the future has to be molded. This past will become the future. The more, therefore, the Hindus study the past, the more glorious will be their future, and whoever tries to bring the past to the door of everyone, is a great benefactor to his nation. The degeneration of India came not because the laws and customs of the ancients were bad, but because they were not allowed to be carried to their legitimate conclusions. Every critical student knows that the social laws of India have always been subject to great periodic changes. At their inception, These laws were the embodiment of a gigantic plan, which was to unfold itself slowly through time. The great seers of ancient India saw so far ahead of their time that the world has to wait centuries yet to appreciate their wisdom, and it is this very inability on the part of their own descendants to appreciate the full scope of this wonderful plan that is the one and only cause of the degeneration of India. Ancient India had for centuries been the battlefield for the ambitious projects of two of her foremost classes, the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas. On the one hand, the priesthood stood between the lawless social tyranny of the princes over the masses whom the Kshatriyas declared to be their legal food. On the other hand, the Kshatriya power was the one potent force which struggled with any success against the spiritual tyranny of the priesthood and the ever-increasing chain of ceremonials which they were forging to bind down the people with. The tug of war began in the earliest periods of the history of our race, and throughout the Shrutis it can be distinctly traced. A momentary lull came when Sri Krishna, leading the faction of Kshatriya power and of Jnana, showed the way to reconciliation. The result was the teachings of the Gita, the essence of philosophy, of liberality, of religion. Yet the causes were there, and the effect must follow. The ambition of these two classes to be the masters of the poor and ignorant was there, and the strife once more became fierce. The meager literature that has come down to us from that period brings to us but faint echoes of that mighty past strife, but at last it broke out as a victory for the Kshatriyas, a victory for Jnana, for liberty, and ceremonial had to go down, much of it forever. This upheaval was what is known as the Buddhistic Reformation. On the religious side, it represented freedom from ceremonial; on the political side, overthrow of the priesthood by the Kshatriyas. It is a significant fact that the two greatest men ancient India produced, were both Kshatriyas, Krishna and Buddha, and still more significant is the fact that both of these god-men threw open the door of knowledge to everyone, irrespective of birth or sex. In spite of its wonderful moral strength, Buddhism was extremely iconoclastic, and much of its force being spent in merely negative attempts, it had to die out in the land of its birth, and what remained of it became full of superstitions and ceremonials, 100 times cruder than those it was intended to suppress. Although it partially succeeded in putting down the animal sacrifices of the Vedas, it filled the land with temples, images, symbols, and bones of saints. Above all, in the medley of Aryans, Mongols, and Aborigines which it created, it unconsciously led the way to some of the hideous Vimacharas. This was especially the reason why this travesty of the teaching of the great master had to be driven out of India by Sri Shankara and his band of sannyasins. Thus even the current of life, set in motion by the greatest soul that ever wore a human form, the Bhagwan Buddha himself, became a miasmatic pool, and India had to wait for centuries until Shankara arose, followed in quick succession by Ramanuj and Madhva. By this time, an entirely new chapter had opened in the history of India. The ancient Kshatriyas and the Brahmins had disappeared. The land between the Himalayas and the Vindhyas, the home of the Aryas, the land which gave birth to Krishna and Buddha, the cradle of great Rajarshis and Brahmarshis, became silent, and from the very farther end of the Indian peninsula, from races alien in speech and form, from families claiming descent from the ancient Brahmins, came the reaction against the corrupted Buddhism. What had become of the Brahmins and Kshatriyas of Aryavarta? They had entirely disappeared, except here and there a few mongrel clans claiming to be Brahmins and Kshatriyas, and in spite of their inflated, self-laudatory assertions that the whole world ought to learn from, they had to sit in sackcloth and ashes, in all humility, to learn at the feet of the Southerners. The result was the bringing back of the Vedas to India, a revival of Vedanta, such as India never before had seen. Even the householders began to study the Aranyakas. In the Buddhistic movement, the Kshatriyas were the real leaders, and whole masses of them became Buddhists. In the zeal of reform and conversion, the popular dialects had been almost exclusively cultivated to the neglect of Sanskrit, and the larger portion of Kshatriyas had become disjointed from the Vedic literature and Sanskrit learning. Thus this wave of reform, which came from the south, benefited to a certain extent the priesthood, and the priests only. For the rest of India's millions, it forged more chains than they had ever known before. The Kshatriyas had always been the backbone of India, so also they had been the supporters of science and liberty, and their voices had rung out again and again to clear the land from superstitions, and throughout the history of India they ever formed the invulnerable barrier to aggressive priestly tyranny. When the greater part of their number sank into ignorance, and another portion mixed their blood with savages from Central Asia and lent their swords to establish the rules of priests in India, her cup became full to the brim, and down sank the land of Bharata, not to rise again, until the Kshatriya rouses himself, and making himself free, strikes the chains from the feet of the rest. Priestcraft is the bane of India. Can man degrade his brother, and himself escape degradation? No, Rajaji, the greatest of all truths, discovered by your ancestors, is that the universe is one. Can one injure anyone without injuring himself? The mass of Brahmin and Kshatriya tyranny has recoiled upon their own heads with compound interest, and 1,000 years of slavery and degradation is what the inexorable law of karma is visiting upon them. This is what one of your ancestors said: even in this life, they have conquered relativity whose mind is fixed in sameness, one who is believed to be God incarnate. We all believe it. Are his words then vain and without meaning? If not, and we know they are not, any attempt against this perfect equality of all creation, irrespective of birth, sex, or even qualification, is a terrible mistake, and no one can be saved until he has attained to this idea of sameness. Follow, therefore, noble prince, the teachings of the Vedanta, not as explained by this or that commentator, but as the Lord within you understands them. Above all, follow this great doctrine of sameness in all things, through all beings, seeing the same God in all. This is the way to freedom, inequality, the way to bondage. No man and no nation can attempt to gain physical freedom without physical equality, nor mental freedom without mental equality. Ignorance, inequality, and desire are the three causes of human misery, and each follows the other in inevitable union. Why should a man think himself above any other man, or even an animal? It is the same throughout. Thou art the man, thou the woman, thou art the young man, thou the young woman. Many will say, that is all right for the sannyasins, but we are householders. No doubt, a householder having many other duties to perform, cannot as fully attain to the sameness, yet this should be also their ideal, for it is the ideal of all societies, of all mankind, all animals, and all nature, to attain to the sameness. But alas! They think inequality is the way to attain equality, as if they could come to right by doing wrong. This is the bane of human nature, the curse upon mankind, the root of all misery, this inequality. This is the source of all bondage, physical, mental, and spiritual. Since seeing the Lord equally existent everywhere, he injures not self by self, and so goes to the highest goal. Gita 13:28. This one saying contains, in a few words, the universal way to salvation. You, Rajputs, have been the glories of ancient India. With your degradation came national decay, and India can only be raised if the descendants of the Kshatriyas cooperate with the descendants of the Brahmins, not to share the spoils of pelf and power, but to help the weak to enlighten the ignorant, and to restore the lost glory of the holy land of their forefathers. And who can say but that the time is propitious? Once more the wheel is turning up, once more vibrations have been set in motion from India, which are destined at no distant day to reach the farthest limits of the earth. One voice has spoken, whose echoes are rolling on and gathering strength every day, a voice even mightier than those which have preceded it, for it is the summation of them all. Once more the voice that spoke to the sages on the banks of the Sarasvati, the voice whose echoes reverberated from peak to peak of the Father of Mountains, and descended upon the plains through Krishna Buddha, and Chaitanya in all carrying floods, has spoken again. Once more the doors have opened. Enter yet into the realms of light, the gates have been opened wide once more. And you, my beloved prince, you the scion of a race who are the living pillars upon which rests the religion eternal, its sworn defenders and helpers, the descendants of Rama and Krishna, will you remain outside? I know, this cannot be. Yours, I am sure, will be the first hand that will be stretched forth to help religion once more. And when I think of you, Raja Ajit Singh, one in whom the well-known scientific attainments of your house have been joined to a purity of character of which a saint ought to be proud, to an unbounded love for humanity, I cannot help believing in the glorious renaissance of the religion eternal, when such hands are willing to rebuild it again. May the blessings of Ramakrishna be on you and yours forever and ever, and that you may live long for the good of many, and for the spread of truth is the constant prayer of Vivekananda. Reply to the Madras Address. When the success of the Swami in America became well known in India, several meetings were held and addresses of thanks and congratulations were forwarded to him. The first reply which he wrote was that to the address of the Hindus of Madras. Friends, fellow countrymen, and co-religionists of Madras. It is most gratifying to me to find that my insignificant service to the cause of our religion has been acceptable to you, not because it is as a personal appreciation of me and my work in a foreign and distant land, but as a sure sign that, though whirlwind after whirlwind of foreign invasion has passed over the devoted head of India, though centuries of neglect on our part and contempt on the part of our conquerors have visibly dimmed the glories of ancient Aryavarta, though many a stately column on which it rested, many a beautiful arch, and many a marvelous corner have been washed away by the inundations that deluged the land for centuries, the center is all sound, the keystone is unimpaired. The spiritual foundation upon which the marvelous monument of glory to God and charity to all beings has been reared stands unshaken, strong as ever. Your generous appreciation of him whose message to India and to the whole world, I, the most unworthy of his servants, had the privilege to bear shows your innate spiritual instinct which saw in him and his message the first murmurs of that tidal wave of spirituality which is destined at no distant future to break upon India in all its irresistible powers, carrying away in its omnipotent flood all that is weak and defective, and raising the Hindu race to the platform it is destined to occupy in the providence of God, crowned with more glory than it ever had even in the past, the reward of centuries of silent suffering, and fulfilling its mission amongst the races of the world, the evolution of spiritual humanity. The people of northern India are especially grateful to you of the south, as the great source to which most of the impulses that are working in India today can be traced. The great Bhashyakaras, epoch-making Acharyas, Shankara, Ramanuj, and Madhva were born in southern India. Great Shankara, to whom every Advaitavadan in the world owes allegiance, great Ramanuj, whose heavenly touch converted the downtrodden pariahs into alwars, great Madhva, whose leadership was recognized even by the followers of the only northern prophet whose power has been felt all over the length and breadth of India, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Even at the present day it is the south that carries the palm in the glories of Varanasi. Your renunciation controls the sacred shrines on the farthest peaks of the Himalayas, and what wonder that with the blood of prophets running in your veins, with your lives blessed by such acharyas, you are the first and foremost to appreciate and hold on to the message of Bhagwan Sri Ramakrishna. The South had been the repository of Vedic learning, and you will understand me when I state that, in spite of the reiterated assertions of aggressive ignorance, it is the Shruti still that is the backbone of all the different divisions of the Hindu religion. However great may be the merits of the Samhita and the Brahmana portions of the Vedas to the ethnologists or the philologists, however desirable may be the results that the one or two or three in conjunction with the different Vedas, altars, and sacrifices and libations produce, it was all in the way of bhaga, and no one ever contended that it could produce moksha. As such, the Jainanakanda, the Aranyakas, the Shrutis par excellence which teach the way to spirituality, the Moksha Marga, have always ruled and will always rule in India. Lost in the mazes and divisions of the religion eternal, by prepossession and prejudice unable to grasp the meaning of the only religion whose universal adaptation is the exact shadow of the, smaller than the smallest, greater than the greatest, Katha, 220, God it preaches, groping in the dark with a standard of spiritual truth borrowed second-hand from nations who never knew anything but rank materialism, the modern young Hindu struggles in vain to understand the religion of his forefathers, and gives up the quest altogether, and becomes a hopeless wreck of an agnostic, or else, unable to vegetate on account of the promptings of his innate religious nature, drinks carelessly of some of those different decoctions of Western materialism with an Eastern flavor, and thus fulfills the prophecy of the Shruti. Fools go staggering to and fro, like blind men led by the blind. They alone escape whose spiritual nature has been touched and vivified by the life-giving touch of the Sadguru, the good teacher. Well has it been said by Bhagwan Bhashyakara. These three are difficult to obtain in this world, and depend on the mercy of the gods: the human birth, the desire for salvation, and the company of the great souled ones. Either in the sharp analysis of the Vaisheshikas, resulting in the wonderful theories about the Paramanas, Dvyanas, and Trisarinas, atoms, entities composed of 2 atoms, entities composed of 3 atoms, or the still more wonderful analysis displayed in the discussions of the Jati, Dravya, Guna, Samavaya, genus, substance, quality, inhesion, or inseparability, and to the various categories of the Nayikas, rising to the solemn march of the thought of the Sankhyas, the fathers of the theories of evolution, ending with the ripe fruit, the result of all these researches, the sutras of Vyasa. The one background to all these different analyses and syntheses of the human mind is still the Shrutis. Even in the philosophical writings of the Buddhists or Jains, the help of Shrutis is never rejected, and at least in some of the Buddhistic schools and in the majority of the Jain writings, the authority of the Shrutis is fully admitted, excepting what they call the Himsaka Shrutis, which they hold to be interpolations of the Brahmins. In recent times, such a view has been held by the late great Swami Dayananda Sarasvati. If one be asked to point out the system of thought towards which as a center all the ancient and modern Indian thoughts have converged, if one wants to see the real backbone of Hinduism in all its various manifestations, the sutras of Vyasa will unquestionably be pointed out as constituting all that. Either one hears the Advaita Keshari roaring in peals of thunder: the Asti, Bhati, and Priya, exists, Sat, shines, Chit, is beloved, Ananda, the 3 indicatives of Brahman, amidst the heart-stopping solemnities of the Himalayan forests, mixing with the solemn cadence of the river of heaven, or listens to the cooing of the Paya, Pitam in the beautiful bowers of the grove of Vrinda, whether one mingles with the sedate meditations of the monasteries of Varanasi or the ecstatic dances of the followers of the prophet of Nadia, whether one sits at the feet of the teacher of the Vishishtadvaita system with its Vedakale, Tenkale, the 2 divisions of the Ramanuj section, and all the other subdivisions, or listens with reverence to the Acharyas of the Madhva school, whether one hears the martial Wa Guru Ki Fatha, victory to the Guru, of the secular Sikhs, or the sermons on the Granthas Sahib of the Udasis and Nirmalas. Whether he salutes the Sannyasin disciples of Kabir with Sat Sahib and listens with joy to the Sikhis, bhajans, whether he pores upon the wonderful lore of that reformer of Rajputana, Dadu, or the works of his royal disciple, Sundaradasa, down to the great Nishkaladasa, the celebrated author of Visharasagara, which book has more influence in India than any that has been written in any language within the last 3 centuries, if even one asks the Bainji Murtar of northern India to sit down and give an account of the teachings of his Lalguru, one will find that all these various teachers and schools have as their basis that system whose authority is the Shruti, Gita its divine commentary, the Sharirika Sutras its organized system, and all the different sects in India, from the Paramahansa Parivrajakaryas to the poor despised Murtar disciples of Lalguru, are different manifestations. The 3 prasthanas, courses, viz., the Upanishad, Shruti, the Gita, and the Sharirika Sutras, then, in their different explanations as Dvaita, Vishishtadvaita, or Advaita, with a few minor recensions, form the authorities of the Hindu religion. The Puranas, the modern representations of the ancient Narasamsi, anecdote portion of the Vedas, supply the mythology, and the Tantras, the modern representations of the Brahmanas, ritual and explanatory portion of the Vedas, supply the ritual. Thus the 3 prasthanas, as authorities, are common to all the sects, but as to the Puranas and Tantras, each sect has its own. The Tantras, as we have said, represent the Vedic rituals in a modified form, and before anyone jumps into the most absurd conclusions about them, I will advise him to read the Tantras in conjunction with the Brahmanas, especially the Advarya portion. and most of the mantras, used in the tantras, will be found taken verbatim from their brahmanas. As to their influence, apart from the Shraddha and Smarta rituals, all the forms of the rituals in vogue from the Himalayas to the Komaran have been taken from the tantras, and they direct the worship of the Shakta, or Shiva, or Vaishnava, and all the others alike. Of course, I do not pretend that all the Hindus are thoroughly acquainted with these sources of their religion. Many, especially in Lower Bengal, have not heard of the names of these sects and these great systems, but consciously or unconsciously, it is the plan laid down in the three prasthanas that they are all working out. Wherever, on the other hand, the Hindi language is spoken, even the lowest classes have more knowledge of the Vedantic religion than many of the highest in Lower Bengal. And why so? Transported from the soil of Mithila to Navadvipa, nurtured and developed by the fostering genius of Shromani, Gadadhar, Jagdisha, and a host of other great names, an analysis of the laws of reasoning, in some points superior to every other system in the whole world, expressed in a wonderful and precise mosaic of language, stands the Naya of Bengal, respected and studied throughout the length and breadth of Hindustan. But, alas, the Vedic study was sadly neglected, and until within the last few years, scarcely anyone could be found in Bengal to teach the Mahabhashya of Patanjali. Once only a mighty genius rose above the never-ending Avachchinas and Avachchahidakas, in Naya, determined, and determining attribute. Bhagwan Sri Krishna Chaitanya. For once the religious lethargy of Bengal was shaken, and for a time it entered into a communion with the religious life of other parts of India. It is curious to note that though Sri Chaitanya obtained his sannyasa from a Bharti, and as such was a Bharti himself, it was through Madhavendra Puri that his religious genius was first awakened. The Puris seem to have a peculiar mission in rousing the spirituality of Bengal. Bhagwan Sri Ramakrishna got his sannyasashrama from Totapuri. The commentary that Sri Chaitanya wrote on the Vyasasutras has either been lost or not found yet. His disciples joined themselves to the Madhvas of the south, and gradually the mantles of such giants as Rupa and Sanatana and Jiva Goswami fell on the shoulders of Babajis, and the great movement of Sri Chaitanya was decaying fast, till of late years there is a sign of revival. Hope that it will regain its lost splendor. The influence of Sri Chaitanya is all over India. Wherever the Bhaktimarga is known, there he is appreciated, studied, and worshipped. I have every reason to believe that the whole of the Vallabhacharya recension is only a branch of the sect founded by Sri Chaitanya. But most of his so-called disciples in Bengal do not know how his power is still working all over India, and how can they? The disciples have become Gadayans, heads of monasteries, while he was preaching barefooted from door to door in India, begging akandalas, all down to the lowest, to love God. The curious and unorthodox custom of hereditary gurus that prevails in Bengal, and for the most part in Bengal alone, is another cause of its being cut off from the religious life of the rest of India. The greatest cause of all is that the life of Bengal never received an influx from that of the great brotherhood of sannyasins who are the representatives and repositories of the highest Indian spiritual culture even at the present day. Tyaga, renunciation, is never liked by the higher classes of Bengal. Their tendency is for bhaga, enjoyment. How can they get a deep insight into spiritual things? By renunciation alone immortality was reached. How can it be otherwise? On the other hand, throughout the Hindi-speaking world, a succession of brilliant Tyagi teachers of far-reaching influence has brought the doctrines of the Vedanta to every door. Especially the impetus given to Tyaga during the reign of Ranjit Singh of the Punjab has made the highest teachings of the Vedantic philosophy available for the very lowest of the low. With true pride, the Punjabi peasant girl says that even her spinning wheel repeats, Saham, Saham. And I have seen Murtartyagis in the forest of Rishikesh wearing the garb of the sannyasin, studying the Vedanta. And many a proud high-class man would be glad to sit at their feet and learn. And why not? Supreme knowledge can be learnt, even from the man of low birth. Thus it is that the Northwest and the Punjab have a religious education which is far ahead of that of Bengal, Bombay, or Madras. The ever-traveling Tyagis of the various orders, Dashinamis, or Vairages or Panthis bring religion to everybody's door, and the cost is only a bit of bread. And how noble and disinterested most of them are. There is one sannyasin belonging to the Kuchu Panthis or Independents, who do not identify themselves with any sect, who has been instrumental in the establishing of hundreds of schools and charitable asylums all over Rajputana. He has opened hospitals in forests, and thrown iron bridges over the gorges in the Himalayas, and this man never touches a coin with his hands, has no earthly possession except a blanket, which has given him the nickname of the Blanket Swami, and begs his bread from door to door. I have never known him taking a whole dinner from one house, lest it should be a tax on the householder. And he is only one amongst many. Do you think that so long as these gods on earth live in India and protect the religion eternal with the impenetrable rampart of such godly characters, the old religion will die? In this country, United States of America, the clergymen sometimes receive as high salaries as rupees 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, even 90,000 a year, for preaching 2 hours on Sunday only, and that only 6 months in a year. Look at the millions upon millions they spend for the support of their religion, and young Bengal has been taught that these godlike, absolutely unselfish men like Kambali Swami are idle vagabonds. Those who are devoted to my worshippers are regarded as the best of devotees. Take even an extreme case, that of an extremely ignorant Vairagi. Even he, when he goes into a village, tries his best to impart to the villagers whatever he knows, from Tulasidasa, or Chaitanya Charitamrita or the Alwars in southern India. Is that not doing some good? And all this for only a bit of bread and a rag of cloth. Before unmercifully criticizing them, think how much you do, my brother, for your poor fellow countrymen, at whose expense you have got your education, and by grinding whose face you maintain your position and pay your teachers for teaching you that the Babajis are only vagabonds. A few of your fellow countrymen in Bengal have criticized what they call a new development of Hinduism. And well they may. For Hinduism is only just now penetrating into Bengal, where so long the whole idea of religion was a bundle of deshacharas, local customs, as to eating and drinking and marriage. This short paper has not space for the discussion of such a big subject as to whether the view of Hinduism, which the disciples of Ramakrishna have been preaching all over India, was according to the Sad Shastras or not. But I will give a few hints to our critics, which may help them in understanding our position better. In the first place, I never contended that a correct idea of Hinduism can be gathered from the writings of Kashidasa or Krittivasa, though their words are Amrita Samana, like nectar, and those that hear them are Punyavans, virtuous. But we must go to Vedic and Darshanika authorities, and to the great Acharyas and their disciples all over India. If, brethren, you begin with the sutras of Gautama, and read his theories about the aptas, inspired, in the light of the commentaries of Vatsyayana, and go up to the Mimamsakas with Shabara and other commentators, and find out what they say about the supersensuous realization, and who are aptas, and whether every being can become an apta or not, and that the proof of the Vedas is in there being the words of such aptas. If you have time to look into the introduction of Mahidhara to the Yajurveda, you will find a still more lucid discussion as to the Vedas being laws of the inner life of man, and as such they are eternal. As to the eternity of creation, this doctrine is the cornerstone not only of the Hindu religion, but of the Buddhists and Jains also. Now all the sects in India can be grouped roughly as following the Jainanamarga or the Bhaktimarga. If you will kindly look into the introduction to the Shariraka of Sri Shankaracharya, you will find there the Nirapekshata, transcendence, of Jainana is thoroughly discussed, and the conclusion is that realization of Brahman or the attainment of moksha do not depend upon ceremonial, creed, caste, color, or doctrine. It will come to any being who has the four sadhanas, which are the most perfect moral culture. As to the bhaktas, even Bengali critics know very well that some of their authorities even declared that caste or nationality or sex, or, as to that, even the human birth, was never necessary to moksha. Bhakti is the one and only thing necessary. Both Jnana and Bhakti are everywhere preached to be unconditioned, and as such there is not one authority who lays down the conditions of caste or creed or nationality in attaining moksha. See the discussion on the Sutra of Vyasa 4 by Shankara, Ramanuj, and Madhva. Go through all the Upanishads, and even in the Samhitas, nowhere you will find the limited ideas of moksha which every other religion has. As to toleration, it is everywhere, even in the Samhita of the Advarya Veda, in the 3rd or 4th verse of the 40th chapter, if my memory does not fail, it begins with 5. This is running through everywhere. Was anybody persecuted in India for choosing his Ishta Devata, or becoming an atheist or agnostic even, so long as he obeyed the social regulations? Society may punish anybody by its disapprobation for breaking any of its regulations, but no man, the lowest patita, fallen, is ever shut out from moksha. You must not mix up the two together. As to that, in Malabar a Chandala is not allowed to pass through the same street as a high caste man, but let him become a Mohammedan or Christian, he will be immediately allowed to go anywhere, and this rule has prevailed in the dominion of a Hindu sovereign for centuries. It may be queer, but it shows the idea of toleration for other religions even in the most untoward circumstances. The one idea the Hindu religions differ in from every other in the world, the one idea to express which the sages almost exhaust the vocabulary of the Sanskrit language, is that man must realize God even in this life. And the Advaita texts very logically add, to know God is to become God. And here comes as a necessary consequence the broadest and most glorious idea of inspiration, not only as asserted and declared by the rishis of the Vedas, not only by Vijara and Dharmavyadha and a number of others, but even the other Danaskaladesa, a Tyagi of the Datapanthi sect, boldly declared in his Visharasagara, he who has known Brahman has become Brahman. His words are Vedas, and they will dispel the darkness of ignorance, either expressed in Sanskrit or any popular dialect. Thus to realize God, the Brahman, as the Dvaitins say, or to become Brahman, as the Advaitins say, is the aim and end of the whole teaching of the Vedas, and every other teaching, therein contained, represents a stage in the course of our progress thereto. And the great glory of Bhagwan Bhashyakara Shankaracharya is that it was his genius that gave the most wonderful expression to the ideas of Vyasa. As absolute, Brahman alone is true; as relative truth, all the different sects, standing upon different manifestations of the same Brahman, either in India or elsewhere, are true. Only some are higher than others. Suppose a man starts straight towards the sun. At every step of his journey he will see newer and newer visions of the sun. The size, the view, and light will every moment be new, until he reaches the real sun. He saw the sun at first like a big ball, and then it began to increase in size. The sun was never small like the ball he saw, nor was it ever like all the succession of suns he saw in his journey. Still, is it not true that our traveler always saw the sun, and nothing but the sun? Similarly, all these various sects are true, some nearer, some farther off from the real sun, which is our one without a second. And as the Vedas are the only scriptures which teach this real absolute God, of which all other ideas of God are but minimized and limited visions, as the well-wisher to all the world, Shruti takes the devotee gently by the hand, and leads him from one stage to another, through all the stages that are necessary for him to travel to reach the absolute. And as all other religions represent one or other of these stages in an unprogressive and crystallized form, all the other religions of the world are included in the nameless, limitless, eternal Vedic religion. Work hundreds of lives out, search every corner of your mind for ages, and still you will not find one noble religious idea that is not already embedded in that infinite mine of spirituality. As to the so-called Hindu idolatry, first go and learn the forms they are going through, and where it is that the worshippers are really worshipping, whether in the temple, in the image, or in the temple of their own bodies. First know for certain what they are doing, which more than 90% of the revilers are thoroughly ignorant of, and then it will explain itself in the light of the Vedantic philosophy. Still, these karmas are not compulsory. On the other hand, open your Manu and see where it orders every old man to embrace the fourth ashrama, and whether he embraces it or not, he must give up all karma. It is reiterated everywhere that all these karmas finally end in Jnana. As to the matter of that, a Hindu peasant has more religious education than many a gentleman in other countries. A friend criticized the use of European terms of philosophy and religion in my addresses. I would have been very glad to use Sanskrit terms, it would have been much more easy, as being the only perfect vehicle of religious thought. But the friend forgot that I was addressing an audience of Western people, and although a certain Indian missionary declared that the Hindus had forgotten the meaning of their Sanskrit books, and that it was the missionaries who unearthed the meaning, I could not find one in that large concourse of missionaries who could understand a line in Sanskrit, and yet some of them read learned papers criticizing the Vedas, and all the sacred sources of the Hindu religion. It is not true that I am against any religion. It is equally untrue that I am hostile to the Christian missionaries in India. But I protest against certain of their methods of raising money in America. What is meant by those pictures in the school books for children where the Hindu mother is painted as throwing her children to the crocodiles in the Ganga? The mother is black, but the baby is painted white, to arouse more sympathy, and get more money. What is meant by those pictures which paint a man burning his wife at a stake with his own hands, so that she may become a ghost and torment the husband's enemy? What is meant by the pictures of huge cars crushing over human beings? The other day a book was published for children in this country, where one of these gentlemen tells a narrative of his visit to Calcutta. He says he saw a car running over fanatics in the streets of Calcutta. I have heard one of these gentlemen preach in Memphis that in every village of India there is a pond full of the bones of little babies. What have the Hindus done to these disciples of Christ that every Christian child is taught to call the Hindus vile, and wretches, and the most horrible devils on earth? Part of the Sunday school education for children here consists in teaching them to hate everybody who is not a Christian, and the Hindus especially, so that, from their very childhood they may subscribe their pennies to the missions. If not for truth's sake, for the sake of the morality of their own children, the Christian missionaries ought not to allow such things going on. Is it any wonder that such children grow up to be ruthless and cruel men and women? The greater a preacher can paint the tortures of eternal hell, the fire that is burning there, the brimstone, the higher is his position among the orthodox. A servant girl in the employ of a friend of mine had to be sent to a lunatic asylum as a result of her attending what they call here the revivalist preaching. The dose of hellfire and brimstone was too much for her. Look again at the books published in Madras against the Hindu religion. If a Hindu writes one such line against the Christian religion, the missionaries will cry fire and vengeance. My countrymen, I have been more than a year in this country. I have seen almost every corner of the society, and, after comparing notes, let me tell you that neither are we devils, as the missionaries tell the world we are, nor are they angels, as they claim to be. The less the missionaries talk of immorality, infanticide, and the evils of the Hindu marriage system, the better for them. There may be actual pictures of some countries before which all the imaginary missionary pictures of the Hindu society will fade away into light. But my mission in life is not to be a paid reviler. I will be the last man to claim perfection for the Hindu society. No man is more conscious of the defects that are therein, or the evils that have grown up under centuries of misfortunes. If, foreign friends, you come with genuine sympathy to help and not to destroy, Godspeed to you. But if by abuses, incessantly hurled against the head of a prostrate race in season and out of season, you mean only the triumphant assertion of the moral superiority of your own nation, let me tell you plainly, if such a comparison be instituted with any amount of justice, the Hindu will be found head and shoulders above all other nations in the world as a moral race. In India religion was never shackled. No man was ever challenged in the selection of his Ishtadevata, or his sect, or his preceptor, and religion grew, as it grew nowhere else. On the other hand, a fixed point was necessary to allow this infinite variation to religion, and society was chosen as that point in India. As a result, society became rigid and almost immovable. For liberty is the only condition of growth. On the other hand, in the West, the field of variation was society, and the constant point was religion. Conformity was the watchword, and even now is the watchword of European religion, and each new departure had to gain the least advantage only by wading through a river of blood. The result is a splendid social organization, with a religion that never rose beyond the grossest materialistic conceptions. Today the West is awakening to its wants, and the true self of man and spirit is the watchword of the advanced school of Western theologians. The student of Sanskrit philosophy knows where the wind is blowing from, but it matters not whence the power comes so long as it brings new life. In India, new circumstances at the same time are persistently demanding a new adjustment of social organizations. For the last 3/4 of a century, India has been bubbling over with reform societies and reformers. But, alas, every one of them has proved a failure. They did not know the secret. They had not learned the great lesson to be learnt. In their haste, they laid all the evils in our society at the door of religion, and like the man in the story, wanting to kill the mosquito that sat on a friend's forehead, they were trying to deal such heavy blows as would have killed man and mosquito together. But in this case, fortunately, they only dashed themselves against immovable rocks and were crushed out of existence in the shock of recoil. Glory unto those noble and unselfish souls who have struggled and failed in their misdirected attempts. Those galvanic shocks of reformatory zeal were necessary to rouse the sleeping Leviathan. But they were entirely destructive, and not constructive, and as such they were mortal, and therefore died. Let us bless them and profit by their experience. They had not learned the lesson that all is a growth from inside out, that all evolution is only a manifestation of a preceding involution. They did not know that the seed can only assimilate the surrounding elements, but grows a tree in its own nature. Until all the Hindu race becomes extinct, and a new race takes possession of the land, such a thing can never be East or West. India can never be Europe until she dies. And will she die, this old mother of all that is noble or moral or spiritual, the land which the sages trod, the land in which godlike men still live and breathe? I will borrow the lantern of the Athenian sage and follow you, my brother, through the cities and villages, plains and forests, of this broad world. Show me such men in other lands if you can. Truly have they said, the tree is known by its fruits. Go under every mango tree in India, pick up bushels of the worm-eaten, unripe, fallen ones from the ground, and write hundreds of the most learned volumes on each one of them. Still you have not described a single mango. Pluck a luscious, full-grown, juicy one from the tree, and now you have known all that the mango is. Similarly, these man-gods show what the Hindu religion is. They show the character, the power, and the possibilities of that racial tree which counts culture by centuries, and has borne the buffets of 1,000 years of hurricane, and still stands with the unimpaired vigor of eternal youth. Shall India die? Then from the world all spirituality will be extinct, all moral perfection will be extinct, all sweet-souled sympathy for religion will be extinct, all ideality will be extinct, and in its place will reign the duality of lust and luxury as the male and female deities, with money as its priest, fraud, force and competition its ceremonies, and the human soul its sacrifice. Such a thing can never be. The power of suffering is infinitely greater than the power of doing, the power of love is infinitely of greater potency than the power of hatred. Those that think that the present revival of Hinduism is only a manifestation of patriotic impulse are deluded. First, let us study the quaint phenomenon. Is it not curious that, whilst under the terrific onset of modern scientific research, all the old forts of Western dogmatic religions are crumbling into dust, whilst the sledgehammer blows of modern science are pulverizing the porcelain mass of systems whose foundation is either in faith or in belief or in the majority of votes of church synods, whilst Western theology is at its wits' end to accommodate itself to the ever-rising tide of aggressive modern thought, whilst in all other sacred books the texts have been stretched to their utmost tension under the ever-increasing pressure of modern thought, and the majority of them are broken and have been stored away in lumber rooms, whilst the vast majority of thoughtful Western humanity have broken asunder all their ties with the Church and are drifting about in a sea of unrest, the religions which have drunk the water of life at that fountain of light, the Vedas, Hinduism and Buddhism alone are reviving? The restless Western atheist or agnostic finds in the Gita or in the Dhammapada the only place where his soul can anchor. The tables have been turned, and the Hindu, who saw through tears of despair his ancient homestead covered with incendiary fire, ignited by unfriendly hands, now sees, when the searchlight of modern thought has dispersed the smoke, that his home is the one that is standing in all its strength, and all the rest have either vanished or are building their houses anew after the Hindu plan. He has wiped away his tears, and has found that the axe that tried to cut down to the roots the Gita, 15:1, has proved the merciful knife of the surgeon. He has found that he has neither to torture texts nor commit any other form of intellectual dishonesty to save his religion. Nay, he may call all that is weak in his scriptures, weak, because they were meant to be so by the ancient sages, to help the weak, under the theory of six. Thanks to the ancient sages who have discovered such an all-pervading, ever-expanding system of religion that can accommodate all that has been discovered in the realm of matter, and all that is to be known, he has begun to appreciate them anew, and discover anew, that those discoveries which have proved so disastrous to every limited little scheme of religion are but rediscoveries, in the plane of intellect and sense consciousness, of truths which his ancestors discovered ages ago in the higher plane of intuition and superconsciousness. He has not, therefore, to give up anything, nor go about seeking for anything anywhere, but it will be enough for him if he can utilize only a little from the infinite store he has inherited and apply it to his needs. And that he has begun to do and will do more and more. Is this not the real cause of this revival? Young men of Bengal, to you I especially appeal. Brethren, we know to our shame that most of the real evils for which the foreign races abuse the Hindu nation are only owing to us. We have been the cause of bringing many undeserved calumnies on the head of the other races in India. But glory unto God, we have been fully awakened to it, and with His blessings, we will not only cleanse ourselves, but help the whole of India to attain the ideals preached in the religion eternal. Let us wipe off first that mark which nature always puts on the forehead of a slave, the stain of jealousy. Be jealous of none. Be ready to lend a hand to every worker of good. Send a good thought for every being in the three worlds. Let us take our stand on the one central truth in our religion, the common heritage of the Hindus, the Buddhists, and Jains alike, the spirit of man, the Atman of man, the immortal, birthless, all-pervading, eternal soul of man, whose glories the Vedas cannot themselves express, before whose majesty the universe with its galaxy upon galaxy of suns and stars and nebulae is as a drop. Every man or woman, nay, from the highest devas to the worm that crawls under our feet, is such a spirit, evolute or involuted. The difference is not in kind, but in degree. This infinite power of the spirit, brought to bear upon matter, evolves material development, made to act upon thought evolves intellectuality, and made to act upon itself makes of man a god. First, let us be gods, and then help others to be gods. Be and make. Let this be our motto. Say not man is a sinner. Tell him that he is a god. Even if there were a devil, it would be our duty to remember God always, and not the devil. If the room is dark, the constant feeling and repeating of darkness will not take it away, but bring in the light. Let us know that all that is negative, all that is destructive, all that is mere criticism, is bound to pass away. It is the positive, the affirmative, the constructive that is immortal, that will remain forever. Let us say, we are and God is and we are God, Shivoham, Shivoham, and march on. Not matter but spirit. All that has name and form is subject to all that has none. This is the eternal truth the Shrutis preach. Bring in the light, the darkness will vanish of itself. Let the lion of Vedanta roar, the foxes will fly to their holes. Throw the ideas broadcast, and let the result take care of itself. Let us put the chemicals together, the crystallization will take its own course. Bring forth the power of the Spirit, and pour it over the length and breadth of India, and all that is necessary will come by itself. Manifest the divinity within you, and everything will be harmoniously arranged around it. Remember the illustration of Indra and Virochana in the Vedas, both were taught their divinity. But the Asura, Virochana, took his body for his god. Indra, being a deva, understood that the Atman was meant. You are the children of India. You are the descendants of the devas. Matter can never be your god, body can never be your god. India will be raised, not with the power of the flesh, but with the power of the spirit, not with the flag of destruction, but with the flag of peace and love, the garb of the sannyasin, not by the power of wealth, but by the power of the begging bowl. Say not that you are weak. The spirit is omnipotent. Look at that handful of young men called into existence by the divine touch of Ramankrishna's feet. They have preached the message from Assam to Sindh, from the Himalayas to Cape Comorin. They have crossed the Himalayas at a height of 20,000 feet, over snow and ice on foot, and penetrated into the mysteries of Tibet. They have begged their bread, covered themselves with rags, they have been persecuted, followed by the police, kept in prison, and at last set free when the government was convinced of their innocence. They are now 20. Make them 2,000 tomorrow. Young men of Bengal, your country requires it. The world requires it. Call up the divinity within you, which will enable you to bear hunger and thirst, heat and cold. Sitting in luxurious homes, surrounded with all the comforts of life, and doling out a little amateur religion may be good for other lands, but India has a truer instinct. It intuitively detects the mask. You must give up. Be great. No great work can be done without sacrifice. The Purusha himself sacrificed himself to create this world. Lay down your comforts, your pleasures, your names, fame or position, nay even your lives, and make a bridge of human chains over which millions will cross this ocean of life. Bring all the forces of good together. Do not care under what banner you march. Do not care what be your color, green, blue, or red, but mix up all the colors and produce that intense glow of white, the color of love. Ours is to work. The results will take care of themselves. If any social institution stands in your way of becoming God, it will give way before the power of spirit. I do not see into the future, nor do I care to see. But one vision I see dear as life before me, that the ancient mother has awakened once more, sitting on her throne rejuvenated, more glorious than ever. Proclaim her to all the world with the voice of peace and benediction. Yours ever in love and labor, Vivekananda. A message of sympathy to a friend. Written from Bombay on May 23, 1893 to Dr. Balaji Rao, who just had a severe domestic affliction. Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave and the Lord hath taken away, blessed be the name of the Lord. Thus said the old Jewish saint when suffering the greatest calamities that could befall man, and he erred not. Herein lies the whole secret of existence. Waves may roll over the surface and tempest rage, but deep down there is the stratum of infinite calmness, infinite peace, and infinite bliss. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. And why? Because it is during these moments of visitations when the heart is wrung by hands which never stop for the father's cries or the mother's wail, when under the load of sorrow, dejection, and despair, the world seems to be cut off from under our feet, and when the whole horizon seems to be nothing but an impenetrable sheet of misery and utter despair, that the internal eyes open, light flashes all of a sudden, the dream vanishes, and intuitively we come face to face with the grandest mystery in nature existence. Yes, then it is when the load would be sufficient to sink a lot of frail vessels that the man of genius, of strength, the hero, sees that infinite, absolute, ever blissful existence per se, that infinite being who is called and worshipped under different names in different climes. Then it is, the shackles that bind the soul down to this hole of misery break, as it were, for a time, and unfettered it rises and rises until it reaches the throne of the Lord, where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest. Cease not, brother, to send up petitions day and night, cease not to say day and night, thy will be done. Ours not to question why. Ours but to do and die. Blessed be thy name, O Lord. And thy will be done. Lord, we know that we are to submit, Lord, we know that it is the mother's hand that is striking, and the spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. There is, Father of love, an agony at the heart which is fighting against that calm resignation which thou teachest. Give us strength, O thou who sawest thy whole family destroyed before thine eyes, with thine hands crossed on thy breast. Come, Lord, thou great teacher, who has taught us that the soldier is only to obey and speak not. Come, Lord, come Arjuna's charioteer, and teach me as thou once taughtest him, that resignation in thyself is the highest end and aim of this life, so that with those great ones of old, I may also firmly and resignedly cry, Om Shri Krishnarpanamastu. May the Lord send you peace is the prayer day and night of Vivekananda. What we believe in. Written to Kitty on March 3, 1894, from Chicago. I agree with you so far that faith is a wonderful insight and that it alone can save, but there is the danger in it of breeding fanaticism and barring further progress. Jnana is all right, but there is the danger of its becoming dry intellectualism. Love is great and noble, but it may die away in meaningless sentimentalism. A harmony of all these is the thing required. Ramakrishna was such a harmony. Such beings are few and far between, but keeping him and his teachings as the ideal, we can move on. And if amongst us, each one may not individually attain to that perfection, still we may get it collectively by counteracting, equipoising, adjusting, and fulfilling one another. This would be harmony by a number of persons and a decided advance on all other forms and creeds. For a religion to be effective, enthusiasm is necessary. At the same time we must try to avoid the danger of multiplying creeds. We avoid that by being a non-sectarian sect, having all the advantages of a sect and the broadness of a universal religion. God, though everywhere, can be known to us in and through human character. No character was ever so perfect as Ramakrishna's, and that should be the center round which we ought to rally, at the same time allowing everybody to regard him in his own light, either as God, Savior, Teacher, Model, or Great Man, just as he pleases. We preach neither social equality nor inequality, but that every being has the same rights, and insist upon freedom of thought and action in every way. We reject none, neither theist, nor pantheist, monist, polytheist, agnostic, nor atheist. The only condition of being a disciple is modeling a character at once the broadest and the most intense. Nor do we insist upon particular codes of morality as to conduct, or character, or eating and drinking, except so far as it injures others. Whatever retards the onward progress or helps the downward fall is vice, whatever helps in coming up and becoming harmonist is virtue. We leave everybody free to know, select, and follow whatever suits and helps him. Thus, for example, eating meat may help one, eating fruit another. Each is welcome to his own peculiarity, but he has no right to criticize the conduct of others, because that would, if followed by him, injure him, much less to insist that others should follow his way. A wife may help some people in this progress, to others she may be a positive injury. But the unmarried man has no right to say that the married disciple is wrong, much less to force his own ideal of morality upon his brother. We believe that every being is divine, is God. Every soul is a sun covered over with clouds of ignorance. The difference between soul and soul is owing to the difference in density of these layers of clouds. We believe that this is the conscious or unconscious basis of all religions, and that this is the explanation of the whole history of human progress either in the material, intellectual, or spiritual plane. The same spirit is manifesting through different planes. We believe that this is the very essence of the Vedas. We believe that it is the duty of every soul to treat, think of, and behave to other souls as such, i.e. as gods, and not hate or despise, or vilify, or try to injure them by any manner or means. This is the duty not only of the sannyasin, but of all men and women. The soul has neither sex, nor caste, nor imperfection. We believe that nowhere throughout the Vedas, Darshanas, or Puranas, or tantras, is it ever said that the soul has any sex, creed, or caste. Therefore we agree with those who say, what has religion to do with social reforms? But they must also agree with us when we tell them that religion has no business to formulate social laws and insist on the difference between beings, because its aim and end is to obliterate all such fictions and monstrosities. If it be pleaded that through this difference we would reach the final equality and unity, we answer that the same religion has said over and over again that mud cannot be washed with mud. As if a man can be moral by being immoral. Social laws were created by economic conditions under the sanction of religion. The terrible mistake of religion was to interfere in social matters. But how hypocritically it says and thereby contradicts itself, social reform is not the business of religion. True, what we want is that religion should not be a social reformer, but we insist at the same time that society has no right to become a religious lawgiver. Hands off. Keep yourself to your own bounds and everything would come right. Education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man. Religion is the manifestation of the divinity already in man. Therefore the only duty of the teacher in both cases is to remove all obstructions from the way. Hands off. As I always say, and everything will be right. That is, our duty is to clear the way. The Lord does the rest. Especially, therefore, you must bear in mind that religion has to do only with the soul and has no business to interfere in social matters. You must also bear in mind that this applies completely to the mischief which has already been done. It is as if a man after forcibly taking possession of another's property cries through the nose when that man tries to regain it and preaches the doctrine of the sanctity of human right. What business had the priests to interfere, to the misery of millions of human beings, in every social matter? You speak of the meat-eating Kshatriya. Meat or no meat, it is they who are the fathers of all that is noble and beautiful in Hinduism. Who wrote the Upanishads? Who was Rama? Who was Krishna? Who was Buddha? Who were the Tirthankaras of the Jains? Whenever the Kshatriyas have preached religion, they have given it to everybody, and whenever the Brahmins wrote anything, they would deny all right to others. Read the Gita and the Sutras of Vyasa, or get someone to read them to you. In the Gita the way is laid open to all men and women, to all caste and color, but Vyasa tries to put meanings upon the Vedas to cheat the poor Shudras. Is God a nervous fool like you that the flow of his river of mercy would be dammed up by a piece of meat? If such be he, his value is not a pie. Hope nothing from me, but I am convinced as I have written to you, and spoken to you, that India is to be saved by the Indians themselves. So you, young men of the motherland, can dozens of you become almost fanatics over this new ideal? Take thought, collect materials, write a sketch of the life of Ramakrishna, studiously avoiding all miracles. The life should be written as an illustration of the doctrines he preached. Only his do not bring me or any living persons into that. The main aim should be to give to the world what he taught, and the life as illustrating that. I, unworthy though I am, had one commission to bring out the casket of jewels that was placed in my charge and make it over to you. Why to you? Because the hypocrites, the jealous, the slavish, and the cowardly, those who believe in matter only, can never do anything. Jealousy is the bane of our national character, natural to slaves. Even the Lord with all his power could do nothing on account of this jealousy. Think of me as one who has done all his duty and is now dead and gone. Think that the whole work is upon your shoulders. Think that you, young men of our motherland, are destined to do this. Put yourselves to the task. Lord bless you. Leave me, throw me quite out of sight. Preach the new ideal, the new doctrine, the new life. Preach against nobody, against no custom. Preach neither for nor against caste or any other social evil. Preach to let hands off, and everything will come right. My blessings on you all, my brave, steadfast, and loving souls. Our duty to the masses. Written from Chicago to H. the Maharaja of Mysore on June 23, 1894. Shri Narayana bless you and yours. Through your Highness' kind help it has been possible for me to come to this country. Since then I have become well known here, and the hospitable people of this country have supplied all my wants. It is a wonderful country, and this is a wonderful nation in many respects. No other nation applies so much machinery in their everyday work as do the people of this country. Everything is machine. Then again, they are only 1/20th of the whole population of the world. Yet they have fully 1/6 of all the wealth of the world. There is no limit to their wealth and luxuries. Yet everything here is so dear. The wages of labor are the highest in the world, yet the fight between labor and capital is constant. Nowhere on earth have women so many privileges as in America. They are slowly taking everything into their hands, and, strange to say, the number of cultured women is much greater than that of cultured men. Of course, the higher geniuses are mostly from the rank of males. With all the criticism of the Westerners against our caste, they have a worse one, that of money. The almighty dollar, as the Americans say, can do anything here. No country on earth has so many laws, and in no country are they so little regarded. On the whole, our poor Hindu people are infinitely more moral than any of the Westerners. In religion they practice here either hypocrisy or fanaticism. Sober-minded men have become disgusted with their superstitious religions and are looking forward to India for new light. Your Highness cannot realize without seeing how eagerly they take in any little bit of the grand thoughts of the holy Vedas, which resist and are unharmed by the terrible onslaughts of modern science. The theories of creation out of nothing, of a created soul, and of the big tyrant of a god sitting on a throne in a place called heaven, and of the eternal hell fires have disgusted all the educated, and the noble thoughts of the Vedas about the eternity of creation and of the soul, and about the God in our own soul, they are imbibing fast in one shape or other. Within 50 years the educated of the world will come to believe in the eternity of both soul and creation, and in God as our highest and perfect nature, as taught in our holy Vedas. Even now their learned priests are interpreting the Bible in that way. My conclusion is that they require more spiritual civilization, and we, more material. The one thing that is at the root of all evils in India is the condition of the poor. The poor in the West are devils, compared to them ours are angels, and it is therefore so much the easier to raise our poor. The only service to be done for our lower classes is to give them education, to develop their lost individuality. That is the great task between our people and princes. Up to now nothing has been done in that direction. Priest power and foreign conquest have trodden them down for centuries, and at last the poor of India have forgotten that they are human beings. They are to be given ideas, their eyes are to be opened to what is going on in the world around them, and then they will work out their own salvation. Every nation, every man, and every woman must work out their own salvation. Give them ideas, that is the only help they require, and then the rest must follow as the effect. Ours is to put the chemicals together, the crystallization comes in the law of nature. Our duty is to put ideas into their heads, they will do the rest. This is what is to be done in India. It is this idea that has been in my mind for a long time. I could not accomplish it in India, and that was the reason of my coming to this country. The great difficulty in the way of educating the poor is this. Supposing even your Highness opens a free school in every village, still it would do no good, for the poverty in India is such, that the poor boys would rather go to help their fathers in the fields, or otherwise try to make a living, than come to the school. Now if the mountain does not come to Mohammed, Mohammed must go to the mountain. If the poor boy cannot come to education, education must go to him. There are thousands of single-minded, self-sacrificing sannyasins in our own country, going from village to village, teaching religion. If some of them can be organized as teachers of secular things also, they will go from place to place, from door to door, not only preaching, but teaching also. Suppose 2 of these men go to a village in the evening with a camera, a globe, some maps, etc. They can teach a great deal of astronomy and geography to the ignorant. By telling stories about different nations, they can give the poor 100 times more information through the ear than they can get in a lifetime through books. This requires an organization, which again means money. Men enough there are in India to work out this plan, but alas, they have no money. It is very difficult to set a will in motion, but when once set, it goes on with increasing velocity. After seeking help in my own country and failing to get any sympathy from the rich, I came over to this country through your Highness' aid. The Americans do not care a bit whether the poor of India die or live. And why should they, when our own people never think of anything but their own selfish ends? My noble prince, this life is short, the vanities of the world are transient, but they alone live who live for others, the rest are more dead than alive. One such high, noble-minded, and royal son of India as your Highness can do much towards raising India on her feet again and thus leave a name to posterity which shall be worshipped. That the Lord may make your noble heart feel intensely for the suffering millions of India, sunk in ignorance, is the prayer of Vivekananda. Reply to the Calcutta address. Written from New York on November 18, 1894, to Raja Pyari Mohan Mukherjee, President of the public meeting held on September 5, 1894 at the Calcutta Town Hall in appreciation of Swami Vivekananda's work in the West. I am in receipt of the resolutions that were passed at the recent town hall meeting in Calcutta and the kind words my fellow citizens sent over to me. Accept, sir, my most heartfelt gratitude for your appreciation of my insignificant services. I am thoroughly convinced that no individual or nation can live by holding itself apart from the community of others, and whenever such an attempt has been made under false ideas of greatness, policy, or holiness, the result has always been disastrous to the secluding one. To my mind, the one great cause of the downfall and the degeneration of India was the building of a wall of custom whose foundation was hatred of others round the nation, and the real aim of which in ancient times was to prevent the Hindus from coming in contact with the surrounding Buddhistic nations. Whatever cloak ancient or modern sophistry may try to throw over it, the inevitable result, the vindication of the moral law, that none can hate others without degenerating himself, is that the race that was foremost amongst the ancient races is now a byword, and a scorn among nations. We are object lessons of the violation of that law which our ancestors were the first to discover and disseminate. Give and take is the law, and if India wants to raise herself once more, it is absolutely necessary that she brings out her treasures and throws them broadcast among the nations of the earth, and in return be ready to receive what others have to give her. Expansion is life, contraction is death. Love is life, and hatred is death. We commenced to die the day we began to hate other races, and nothing can prevent our death unless we come back to expansion, which is life. We must mix, therefore, with all the races of the earth. And every Hindu that goes out to travel in foreign parts renders more benefit to his country than hundreds of men who are bundles of superstitions and selfishness, and whose one aim in life seems to be like that of the dog in the manger. The wonderful structures of national life which the Western nations have raised, are supported by the strong pillars of character, and until we can produce members of such, it is useless to fret and fume against this or that power. Do any deserve liberty who are not ready to give it to others? Let us calmly and in a manly fashion go to work, instead of dissipating our energy in unnecessary frettings and fumings. I, for one, thoroughly believe that no power in the universe can withhold from anyone anything he really deserves. The past was great, no doubt, but I sincerely believe that the future will be more glorious still. May Shankara keep us steady in purity, patience, and perseverance. To my brave boys. Written to Alasinga Perumal from New York on November 19, 1894. Push on with the organization. Nothing else is necessary but these: love, sincerity, and patience. What is life but growth, i.e. expansion, i.e. love? Therefore all love is life, it is the only law of life. All selfishness is death, and this is true here or hereafter. It is life to do good, it is death not to do good to others. 90% of human brutes you see are dead, are ghosts, for none lives, my boys, but he who loves. Feel, my children, feel, feel for the poor, the ignorant, the downtrodden, feel till the heart stops and the brain reels and you think you will go mad, then pour the soul out at the feet of the Lord, and then will come power, help, and indomitable energy. Struggle, struggle, was my motto for the last 10 years. Struggle, still say I. When it was all dark, I used to say, struggle, when light is breaking in, I still say, struggle. Be not afraid, my children. Look not up in that attitude of fear towards that infinite starry vault as if it would crush you. Wait. In a few hours more, the whole of it will be under your feet. Wait, money does not pay, nor name, fame does not pay, nor learning. It is love that pays, it is character that cleaves its way through adamantine walls of difficulties. Now the question before us is this. There cannot be any growth without liberty. Our ancestors freed religious thought, and we have a wonderful religion. But they put a heavy chain on the feet of society, and our society is, in a word, horrid, diabolical. In the West, society always had freedom, and look at them. On the other hand, look at their religion. Liberty is the first condition of growth. Just as man must have liberty to think and speak, so he must have liberty in food, dress, and marriage, and in every other thing, so long as he does not injure others. We talk foolishly against material civilization. The grapes are sour. Even taking all that foolishness for granted, in all India there are, say, 100,000 really spiritual men and women. Now, for the spiritualization of these, must 300 millions be sunk in savagery and starvation? Why should any starve? How was it possible for the Hindus to have been conquered by the Mohammedans? It was due to the Hindus' ignorance of material civilization. Even the Mohammedans taught them to wear tailor-made clothes. Would the Hindus had learnt from the Mohammedans how to eat in a cleanly way without mixing their food with the dust of the streets? Material civilization, nay, even luxury, is necessary to create work for the poor. Bread. Bread. I do not believe in a God, who cannot give me bread here, giving me eternal bliss in heaven. Pooh. India is to be raised, the poor are to be fed, education is to be spread, and the evil of priestcraft is to be removed. No priestcraft, no social tyranny. More bread, more opportunity for everybody. Our young fools organize meetings to get more power from the English. They only laugh. None deserves liberty who is not ready to give liberty. Suppose the English give over to you all the power. Why, the powers that be then, will hold the people down, and let them not have it. Slaves want power to make slaves. Now, this is to be brought about slowly, and by only insisting on our religion and giving liberty to society. Root up priestcraft from the old religion, and you get the best religion in the world. Do you understand me? Can you make a European society with India's religion? I believe it is possible, and must be. The grand plan is to start a colony in central India, where you can follow your own ideas independently, and then a little leaven will leaven all. In the meanwhile form a central association and go on branching off all over India. Start only on religious grounds now, and do not preach any violent social reform at present, only do not countenance foolish superstitions. Try to revive society on the old grounds of universal salvation and equality as laid down by the old masters, such as Shankaracharya, Ramanuj, and Chaitanya. Have fire and spread all over. Work, work. Be the servant while leading. Be unselfish, and never listen to one friend in private accusing another. Have infinite patience, and success is yours. Now take care of this, do not try to boss others, as the Yankees say. Because I always direct my letters to you, you need not try to show your consequence over my other friends. I know you never can be such a fool, but still I think it my duty to warn you. This is what kills all organizations. Work, work, for, to work only for the good of others is life. I want that there should be no hypocrisy, no Jesuitism, no roguery. I have depended always on the Lord, always on truth brought as the light of day. Let me not die with stains on my conscience for having played Jesuitism to get up name or fame, or even to do good. There should not be a breath of immorality, nor a stain of policy which is bad. No shilly-sholly, no esoteric blackguardism, no secret humbug, nothing should be done in a corner. No special favoritism of the master, no master at that, even. Onward, my brave boys, money or no money, men or no men. Have you love? Have you God? Onward and forward to the breach, you are irresistible. How absurd! The Theosophical magazines saying that they, the Theosophists, prepared the way to my success. Indeed. Pure nonsense. Theosophists prepared the way. Take care. Beware of everything that is untrue, stick to truth and we shall succeed, maybe slowly, but surely. Work on as if I never existed. Work as if on each of you depended the whole work. 50 centuries are looking on you, the future of India depends on you. Work on. I do not know when I shall be able to come. This is a great field for work. They can at best praise in India, but they will not give a cent for anything, and where shall they get it, beggars themselves? Then, they have lost the faculty of doing public good for the last 2000 years or more. They are just learning the ideas of nation, public, etc. So I need not blame them. Blessings to you all. A Plan of Work for India. Written to Justice Sir Subramanya Iyer from Chicago, January 3, 1895. It is with a heart full of love, gratitude, and trust that I take up my pen to write to you. Let me tell you first, that you are one of the few men that I have met in my life who are thorough in their convictions. You have a whole-souled possession of a wonderful combination of feeling and knowledge, and withal a practical ability to bring ideas into realized forms. Above all, you are sincere, and as such I confide to you some of my ideas. The work has begun well in India, and it should not only be kept up, but pushed on with the greatest vigor. Now or never is the time. After taking a far and wide view of things, my mind has now been concentrated on the following plan. First, it would be well to open a theological college in Madras, and then gradually extend its scope, to give a thorough education to young men in the Vedas and the different bhashyas and philosophies, including a knowledge of the other religions of the world. At the same time a paper in English and the vernacular should be started as an organ of the college. This is the first step to be taken, and huge things grow out of small undertakings. Madras just now is following the golden mean by appreciating both the ancient and modern phases of life. I fully agree with the educated classes in India that a thorough overhauling of society is necessary. But how to do it? The destructive plans of reformers have failed. My plan is this. We have not done badly in the past, certainly not. Our society is not bad but good, only I want it to be better still. Not from error to truth, nor from bad to good, but from truth to higher truth, from good to better, best. I tell my countrymen that so far they have done well, now is the time to do better. Non, take the case of caste in Sanskrit, jati, i.e. species. Now, this is the first idea of creation. Variation, vishitrata, that is to say jati, means creation. I am one, I become many, various Vedas. Unity is before creation, diversity is creation. Now if this diversity stops, creation will be destroyed. So long as any species is vigorous and active, it must throw out varieties. When it ceases or is stopped from breeding varieties, it dies. Now the original idea of jati was this freedom of the individual to express his nature, his prakriti, his jati, his caste, and so it remained for thousands of years. Not even in the latest books is interdining prohibited, nor in any of the older books is intermarriage forbidden. Then what was the cause of India's downfall? The giving up of this idea of caste. As Gita says, with the extinction of caste the world will be destroyed. Now does it seem true that with the stoppage of these variations the world will be destroyed? The present caste is not the real jati, but a hindrance to its progress. It really has prevented the free action of jati, i.e. caste, or variation. Any crystallized custom or privilege or hereditary class in any shape really prevents caste, jati, from having its full sway, and whenever any nation ceases to produce this immense variety, it must die. Therefore what I have to tell you, my countrymen, is this, that India fell because you prevented and abolished caste. Every frozen aristocracy or privileged class is a blow to caste and is not caste. Let jati have its sway, break down every barrier in the way of caste, and we shall rise. Now look at Europe. When it succeeded in giving free scope to caste and took away most of the barriers that stood in the way of individuals, each developing his caste, Europe rose. In America, there is the best scope for caste, real jati, to develop, and so the people are great. Every Hindu knows that astrologers try to fix the caste of every boy or girl as soon as he or she is born. That is the real caste, the individuality, and Jyotisha, astrology, recognizes that. And we can only rise by giving it full sway again. This variety does not mean inequality, nor any special privilege. This is my method to show the Hindus that they have to give up nothing, but only to move on in the line laid down by the sages and shake off their inertia, the result of centuries of servitude. Of course, we had to stop advancing during the Mohammedan tyranny, for then it was not a question of progress but of life and death. Now that that pressure has gone, we must move forward, not on the lines of destruction directed by renegades and missionaries, but along our own line, our own road. Everything is hideous because the building is unfinished. We had to stop building during centuries of oppression. Now finish the building and everything will look beautiful in its own place. This is all my plan. I am thoroughly convinced of this. Each nation has a main current in life. In India it is religion. Make it strong and the waters on either side must move along with it. This is one phase of my line of thought. In time, I hope to bring them all out, but at present I find I have a mission in this country also. Moreover, I expect help in this country and from here alone. But up to date I could not do anything except spreading my ideas. Now I want that a similar attempt be made in India. I do not know when I shall go over to India. I obey the leading of the Lord. I am in His hands. In this world in search of wealth, Thou art, O Lord, the greatest jewel I have found. I sacrifice myself unto Thee. In search of someone to love, Thou art the one beloved I have found. I sacrifice myself unto Thee. Yajurveda Samhita. May the Lord bless you forever and ever. Fundamentals of Religion. This incomplete article was found in the papers of Miss S. E. Waldo. The heading is inserted by us publisher. My mind can best grasp the religions of the world, ancient or modern, dead or living, through this fourfold division. 1. Symbology, the employment of various external aids to preserve and develop the religious faculty of man. 2. History, the philosophy of each religion as illustrated in the lives of divine or human teachers acknowledged by each religion. This includes mythology, for what is mythology to one race, or period, is or was history to other races or periods. Even in cases of human teachers, much of their history is taken as mythology by successive generations. 3. Philosophy, the rationale of the whole scope of each religion. 4. Mysticism, the assertion of something superior to sense knowledge and reason which particular persons, or all persons under certain circumstances, possess, runs through the other divisions also. All the religions of the world, past or present, embrace one or more of these principles, the highly developed ones having all the four. Of these highly developed religions again, some had no sacred book or books and they have disappeared, but those which were based on sacred books are living to the present day. As such, all the great religions of the world today are founded on sacred books. The Vedic on the Vedas, misnamed the Hindu or Brahmanic. The Avestic on the Avesta. The Mosaic on the Old Testament. The Buddhistic on the Tripitaka. the Christian on the New Testament, the Mohammedan on the Quran. The Taoists and the Confucianists in China, having also books, are so inextricably mixed up with the Buddhistic form of religion as to be catalogued with Buddhism. Again, although strictly speaking there are no absolutely racial religions, yet it may be said that, of this group, the Vedic, the Mosaic, and the Avestic religions are confined to the races to which they originally belonged, while the Buddhistic, the Christian, and the Mohammedan religions have been from their very beginning spreading religions. The struggle will be between the Buddhists and Christians and Mohammedans to conquer the world, and the racial religions also will have unavoidably to join in the struggle. Each one of these religions, racial or spreading, has been already split into various branches and has undergone vast changes consciously or unconsciously to adapt itself to varying circumstances. This very fact shows that not one of them is fitted alone to be the religion of the entire human race. Each religion being the effect of certain peculiarities of the race it sprang from, and being in turn the cause of the intensification and preservation of those very peculiarities, not one of them can fit the universal human nature. Not only so, but there is a negative element in each. Each one helps the growth of a certain part of human nature, but represses everything else which the race from which it sprang had not. Thus one religion to become universal would be dangerous and degenerating to man. Now the history of the world shows that these two dreams, that of a universal political empire and that of a universal religious empire, have been long before mankind, but that again and again the plans of the greatest conquerors had been frustrated by the splitting up of his territories before he could conquer only a little part of the earth, and similarly every religion has been split into sects before it was fairly out of its cradle. Yet it seems to be true, that the solidarity of the human race, social as well as religious, with a scope for infinite variation, is the plan of nature, and if the line of least resistance is the true line of action, it seems to me that this splitting up of each religion into sects is the preservation of religion by frustrating the tendency to rigid sameness, as well as the dear indication to us of the line of procedure. The end seems, therefore, to be not destruction but a multiplication of sects until each individual is a sect unto himself. Again a background of unity will come by the fusion of all the existing religions into one grand philosophy. In the mythologies or the ceremonials there never will be unity, because we differ more in the concrete than in the abstract. Even while admitting the same principle, men will differ as to the greatness of each of his ideal teacher. So, by this fusion will be found out a union of philosophy as the basis of union, leaving each at liberty to choose his teacher or his form as illustrations of that unity. This fusion is what is naturally going on for thousands of years, only, by mutual antagonism, it has been woefully held back. Instead of antagonizing, therefore, we must help all such interchange of ideas between different races, by sending teachers to each other, so as to educate humanity in all the various religions of the world, but we must insist as the great Buddhist emperor of India, Asoka, did, in the 2nd century before Christ, not to abuse others, or to try to make a living out of others' faults, but to help, to sympathize, and to enlighten. There is a great outcry going over the world against metaphysical knowledge as opposed to what is styled physical knowledge. This crusade against the metaphysical and the beyond this life, to establish the present life and the present world on a firmer basis, is fast becoming a fashion to which even the preachers of religion one after the other are fast succumbing. Of course, the unthinking multitude are always following things which present to them a pleasing surface, but when those who ought to know better, follow unmeaning fashions, pseudo-philosophical though they profess to be, it becomes a mournful fact. Now, no one denies that our senses, as long as they are normal, are the most trustworthy guides we have, and the facts they gather in for us form the very foundation of the structure of human knowledge. But if they mean that all human knowledge is only sense perception and nothing but that, we deny it. If by physical sciences are meant systems of knowledge which are entirely based and built upon sense perception, and nothing but that, we contend that such a science never existed nor will ever exist. Nor will any system of knowledge, built upon sense perception alone, ever be a science. Senses no doubt cull the materials of knowledge and find similarities and dissimilarities, but there they have to stop. In the first place, the physical gatherings of facts are conditioned by certain metaphysical conceptions, such as space and time. Secondly, grouping facts, or generalization, is impossible without some abstract notion as the background. The higher the generalization, the more metaphysical is the abstract background upon which the detached facts are arranged. Now, such ideas as matter, force, mind, law, causation, time, and space are the results of very high abstractions, and nobody has ever sensed any one of them. In other words, they are entirely metaphysical. Yet without these metaphysical conceptions, no physical fact is possible to be understood. Thus a certain motion becomes understood when it is referred to a force, certain sensations, to matter, certain changes outside, to law, certain changes in thought, to mind, certain order singly, to causation and joined to time, to law. Yet nobody has seen or even imagined matter or force, law or causation, time or space. It may be urged that these, as abstracted concepts, do not exist, and that these abstractions are nothing separate or separable from the groups of which they are, so to say, only qualities. Apart from the question whether abstractions are possible or not, or whether there is something besides the generalized groups or not, it is plain that these notions of matter or force, time or space, causation, law, or mind, are held to be units abstracted and independent, by themselves, of the groups, and that it is only when they are thought of as such, they furnish themselves as explanations of the facts in sense perception. That is to say, apart from the validity of these notions, we see two facts about them. First, they are metaphysical; second, that only as metaphysical do they explain the physical and not otherwise. Whether the external conforms to the internal, or the internal to the external, whether matter conforms to mind, or mind to matter, whether the surroundings mold the mind, or the mind molds the circumstances, is old question, and is still today as new and vigorous as it ever was. Apart from the question of precedence or causation, without trying to solve the problem as to whether the mind is the cause of matter or matter the cause of mind, it is evident that whether the external was formed by the internal or not, it must conform itself to the internal for us to be able to know it. Supposing that the external world is the cause of the internal, yet we shall have to admit that the external world, as cause of ours mind, is unknown and unknowable, because the mind can only know that much or that view of the external or that view which conforms to or is a reflection of its own nature. That which is its own reflection could not have been its cause. Now that view of the whole mass of existence, which is cut off by mind and known, certainly cannot be the cause of mind, as its very existence is known in and through the mind. Thus it is impossible to deduce a mind from matter. Nay, it is absurd. Because on the very face of it that portion of existence which is bereft of the qualities of thought and life and endowed with the quality of externality is called matter, and that portion which is bereft of externality and endowed with the qualities of thought and life is called mind. Now to prove matter from mind, or mind from matter, is to deduce from each the very qualities we have taken away from each, and, therefore, all the fight about the causality of mind or matter is merely a word puzzle and nothing more. Again, throughout all these controversies runs, as a rule, the fallacy of imparting different meanings to the words mind and matter. If sometimes the word mind is used as something opposed and external to matter, at others as something which embraces both the mind and matter, i.e. of which both the external and internal are parts on the materialistic side, the word matter is sometimes used in the restricted sense of something external which we sense, and again it means something which is the cause of all the phenomena both external and internal. The materialist frightens the idealist by claiming to derive his mind from the elements of the laboratory, while all the time he is struggling to express something higher than all elements and atoms, something of which both the external and the internal phenomena are results, and which he terms matter. The idealist, on the other hand, wants to derive all the elements and atoms of the materialist from his own thought, even while catching glimpses of something which is the cause of both mind and matter, and which he oft times calls God. That is to say, One party wants to explain the whole universe by a portion of it which is external, the other by another portion which is internal. Both of these attempts are impossible. Mind and matter cannot explain each other. The only explanation is to be sought for in something which will embrace both matter and mind. It may be argued that thought cannot exist without mind, for supposing there was a time when there was no thought, matter, as we know it, certainly could not have existed. On the other hand, it may be said that knowledge being impossible without experience, and experience presupposing the external world, the existence of mind, as we know it, is impossible without the existence of matter. Nor is it possible that either of them had a beginning. Generalization is the essence of knowledge. Generalization is impossible without a storage of similarities. Even the fact of comparison is impossible without previous experience. Knowledge thus is impossible without previous knowledge, and knowledge necessitating the existence of both thought and matter, both of them are without beginning. Again, generalization, the essence of sense knowledge, is impossible without something upon which the detached facts of perception unite. The whole world of external perceptions requires something upon which to unite in order to form a concept of the world, as painting must have its canvas. If thought or mind be this canvas to the external world, it, in its turn, requires another. Mind, being a series of different feelings and willing and not a unit, requires something besides itself as its background of unity. Here all analysis is bound to stop, for a real unity has been found. The analysis of a compound cannot stop until an indivisible unit has been reached. The fact that presents us with such a unity for both thought and matter must necessarily be the last indivisible basis of every phenomenon, for we cannot conceive any further analysis, nor is any further analysis necessary, as this includes an analysis of all our external and internal perceptions. So far then, we see that a totality of mental and material phenomena, and something beyond, upon which they are both playing, are the results of our investigation. Now this something beyond is not in sense perception, it is a logical necessity, and a feeling of its indefinable presence runs through all our sense perceptions. We see also that to this something we are driven by the sheer necessity of being true to our reason and generalizing faculty. It may be urged that there is no necessity whatsoever of postulating any such substance or being beyond the mass of mental and material phenomena. The totality of phenomena is all that we know or can know, and it requires nothing beyond itself to explain itself. An analysis beyond the senses is impossible, and the feeling of a substance in which everything inheres is simply an illusion. We see, that from the most ancient times, there has been these two schools among thinkers. One party claims that the unavoidable necessity of the human mind to form concepts and abstractions is the natural guide to knowledge, and that it can stop nowhere until we have transcended all phenomena and formed a concept which is absolute in all directions, transcending time and space and causality. Now if this ultimate concept is arrived at by analyzing the whole phenomena of thought and matter, step by step, taking the cruder first and resolving it into a finer, and still finer, until we arrive at something which stands as the solution of everything else, it is obvious that everything else beyond this final result is a momentary modification of itself, and as such, this final result alone is real and everything else is but its shadow. The reality, therefore, is not in the senses but beyond them. On the other hand, the other party holds that the only reality in the universe is what our senses bring to us, and although a sense of something beyond hangs on to all our sense perceptions, that is only a trick of the mind, and therefore unreal. Now a changing something can never be understood, without the idea of something unchanging, and if it be said that that unchanging something, to which the changing is referred, is also a changing phenomenon only relatively unchanging, and is therefore to be referred to something else, and so on, we say that however infinitely long the series be, the very fact of our inability to understand a changeable without an unchangeable forces us to postulate one as the background of all the changeable. And no one has the right to take one part of a whole as right and reject the other at will. If one takes the obverse, he must take the reverse of the same coin also, however he may dislike it. Again, with every movement, man asserts his freedom. From the highest thinker to the most ignorant man, everyone knows that he is free. Now every man at the same time finds out with a little thinking that every action of his had motives and conditions, and given those motives and conditions his particular action can be as rigorously deduced as any other fact in causation. Here, again, the same difficulty occurs. Man's will is as rigorously bound by the law of causation as the growth of any little plant or the falling of a stone, and yet, through all this bondage runs the indestructible idea of freedom. Here also the totality side will declare that the idea of freedom is an illusion and man is wholly a creature of necessity. Now, on one hand, this denial of freedom as an illusion is no explanation. On the other hand, why not say that the idea of necessity or bondage or causation is an illusion of the ignorant? Any theory which can fit itself to facts which it wants to explain, by first cutting as many of them as prevents its fitting itself into them, is on the face of it wrong. Therefore the only way left to us is to admit first that the body is not free, neither is the will, but that there must be something beyond both the mind and body which is free and Kali the mother. The stars are blotted out. The clouds are covering clouds. It is darkness vibrant, sonant. In the roaring, whirling wind are the souls of a million lunatics, just loose from the prison house, wrenching trees by the roots, sweeping all from the path. The sea has joined the fray, and swirls up mountain waves, to reach the pitchy sky. The flash of lurid light reveals on every side 1,000 shades of death begrimed and black, scattering plagues and sorrows, dancing mad with joy. Come, mother, come. For terror is thy name. Death is in thy breath. And every shaking step destroys a world for thou time, the all-destroyer. Come, O mother, come. Who dares misery love, and hug the form of death? Dance in destruction's dance. To him the mother comes. Angels unawares. Written on September 1, 1898. One bending low with load of life. That meant no joy, but suffering harsh and hard. And wending on his way through dark and dismal paths, without a flash of light from brain or heart, to give a moment's cheer, till the line that marks out pain from pleasure, death from life, and good from what is evil was well nigh wiped from sight, saw, one blessed night, a faint but beautiful ray of light descend to him. He knew not what or where from, but called it God and worshipped. Hope, an utter stranger, came to him and spread through all his parts, and life to him meant more than he could ever dream, and covered all he knew. Nay, peeped beyond his world. The sages winked and smiled and called it superstition. But he did feel its power and peace, and gently answered back, "O blessed superstition! 2. One drunk with wine of wealth and power, and health to enjoy them both, whirled on his maddening course, till the earth, he thought, was made for him, his pleasure garden, and man, the crawling worm, was made to find him sport, till the thousand lights of joy, with pleasure fed, that flickered day and night before his eyes, with constant change of colors, began to blur his sight, and cloy his senses, till selfishness, like a horny growth, had spread all over his heart, and pleasure meant to him no more than pain, bereft of feeling, and life in the sense. So joyful, precious once, a rotting corpse between his arms, which he forsooth would shun, but more he tried, the more it clung to him, and wished, with frenzied brain, 1,000 forms of death, but quailed before the charm. Then sorrow came and wealth and power went, and made him kinship find with all the human race, in groans and tears, and though his friends would laugh, his lips would speak in grateful accents. O blessed misery! 3. One born with healthy frame but not of will, that can resist emotions deep and strong, nor impulse throw, surcharged with potent strength, and just the sort that pass as good and kind. Beheld that he was safe, whilst others long and vain did struggle gainst the surging waves, till, morbid grown, his mind could see, like flies, that seek the putrid part, but what was bad. Then fortune smiled on him, and his foot slipped, that oped his eyes for and made him find that stones and trees ne'er break the law, but stones and trees remain, that man alone is blessed with power to fight and conquer fate, transcending bounds and laws. From him his passive nature fell, and life appeared as broad and new, and broader, newer grew, till light ahead began to break, and glimpse of that where peace eternal dwells yet one can only reach by wading through the sea of struggles courage giving, came. Then looking back on all that made him kin to stocks and stones, and onto what the world had shunned him for, his fall, he blessed the fall, and with a joyful heart, declared it blessed sin. To the Awakened India. Written to Prabhupada Bharata or Awakened India, in August 1898, when the journal was transferred from Madras to Almora Himalayas, into the hands of the brotherhood founded by Swami Vivekananda. Once more awake. For sleep it was, not death, to bring thee life anew, and rest to lotus eyes for visions. Daring yet. The world in need awaits, O truth. No death for thee. Resume thy march. With gentle feet that would not break the peaceful rest even of the roadside dust that lies so low, yet strong and steady, blissful, bold, and free. Awakener, ever forward. Speak thy stirring words. Thy home is gone, where loving hearts had brought thee up and watched with joy thy growth. But fate is strong. This is the law, all things come back to the source. They sprung, their strength to renew. Then start afresh. From the land of thy birth, where vast cloud-belted snows do bless and put their strength in thee, for working wonders new. The heavenly river tune thy voice to her own immortal song. Deodar shades give thee eternal peace. And all above, Himala's daughter Uma, gentle, pure, the mother that resides in all as power and life, who works all works and makes of one the world, whose mercy opens the gate to truth and shows the one in all, give thee untiring strength, which is infinite love. They bless thee all. The seers great, whom age nor clime can claim their own, the fathers of the race, who felt the heart of truth the same, and bravely taught to man ill-voiced or well. Their servant, thou hast got the secret, 'tis but one. Then speak, O love. Before thy gentle voice serene, behold how visions melt and fold on fold of dreams departs to void, till truth and truth alone in all its glory shines. And tell the world, awake, arise, and dream no more. This is the land of dreams, where karma weaves unthreaded garlands with our thoughts of flowers sweet or noxious, and none has root or stem, being born in naught, which the softest breath of truth drives back to primal nothingness. Be bold, and face the truth. Be one with it. Let vision cease. Or, if you cannot, dream but truer dreams, which are eternal love and service free. Requiescat in pace. Written in memoriam to J. J. Goodwin, August, 1898. Speed forth, O soul, upon thy star-strewn path. Speed, blissful one, where thought is ever free, where time and space no longer miss the view. Eternal peace and blessings be with thee. Thy service true, complete thy sacrifice. Thy home the heart of love transcendent find. Remembrance sweet, that kills all space and time. Like altar roses fill thy place behind. Thy bonds are broke, thy quest in bliss is found. And one with that which comes as death and life. Thou helpful one. Unselfish eer on earth. Ahead. Still help with love this world of strife. Hold on yet a while, brave heart. Written to H.H. the Maharaja of Khetri, Rajputana. If the sun by the cloud is hidden a bit. If the welkin shows but gloom. Still hold on yet a while, brave heart. The victory is sure to come. No winter was but summer came behind. Each hollow crests the wave. They push each other in light and shade. Be steady then and brave. The duties of life are sore indeed. And its pleasures fleeting, vain. The goal so shadowy seems and dim. Yet plod on through the dark, brave heart. With all thy might and main. Not a work will be lost, no struggle vain. Though hopes be blighted, powers gone. Of thy loins shall come the heirs to all. Then hold on yet a while, brave soul. No good is undone. Though the good and the wise in life are few. Yet theirs are the reins to lead. The masses know but late the worth. Heed none and gently guide. With thee are those who see afar. With thee is the Lord of might. All blessings pour on thee, great soul. To thee may all come right. Nirvana Shakam, or 6 stanzas on Nirvana. Translation of a poem by Shankaracharya. I am neither the mind, nor the intellect, nor the ego, nor the mind stuff. I am neither the body, nor the changes of the body. I am neither the senses of hearing, taste, smell, or sight. Nor am I the ether, the earth, the fire, the air. I am existence absolute, knowledge absolute, bliss absolute. I am He, I am He. Shivoham, Shivoham. I am neither the prana, nor the 5 vital airs. I am neither the materials of the body, nor the 5 sheaths. Neither am I the organs of action, nor object of the senses. I am existence absolute, knowledge absolute, bliss absolute. I am He, I am He. Shivoham, Shivoham. I have neither aversion nor attachment, neither greed nor delusion. Neither egotism nor envy, neither dharma nor moksha. I am neither desire nor objects of desire. I am existence absolute, knowledge absolute, bliss absolute. I am He, I am He. Shivoham, Shivoham. I am neither sin nor virtue, neither pleasure nor pain. Nor temple nor worship, nor pilgrimage, nor scriptures. Neither the act of enjoying, the enjoyable nor the enjoyer. I am existence absolute, knowledge absolute, bliss absolute. I am He, I am He. Shivoham, Shivoham. I have neither death nor fear of death, nor caste. Nor was I ever born, nor had I parents, friends, and relations. I have neither guru, nor disciple. I am existence absolute, knowledge absolute, bliss absolute. I am He, I am He. Shivoham, Shivoham. I am untouched by the senses, I am neither mukti nor knowable. I am without form, without limit, beyond space, beyond time. I am in everything, I am the basis of the universe, everywhere am I. I am existence absolute, knowledge absolute, bliss absolute. I am He, I am He. Shivoham, Shivoham. The Song of the Sannyasin. Composed at the Thousand Island Park, New York, in July, 1895. Wake up the note. The song that had its birth far off, where worldly taint could never reach. In mountain caves and glades of forest deep. Whose calm no sigh for lust or wealth or fame could ever dare to break, where rolled the stream of knowledge, truth, and bliss that follows both. Sing high that note, Sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Strike off thy fetters. Bonds that bind thee down. Of shining gold, or darker, baser ore. Love, hate good, bad, and all the dual throng. No, slave is slave, caressed or whipped, not free. For fetters, though of gold, are not less strong to bind. Then off with them, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Let darkness go, the will-o'-the-wisp that leads with blinking light to pile more gloom on gloom. This thirst for life, forever quench, it drags. From birth to death, and death to birth, the soul. He conquers all who conquers self. Know this. And never yield, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Who sows must reap, they say, and cause must bring the sure effect, good, good, bad, bad, and none escape the law. But whoso wears a form must wear the chain. Too true, but far beyond. Both name and form is Atman, ever free. Know thou art that, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. They know not truth who dream such vacant dreams. As father, mother, children, wife, and friend. The sexless self. Whose father he? Whose child? Whose friend, whose foe is he who is but one? The self is all in all, none else exists. And thou art that, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. There is but one the free the knower self. Without a name, without a form or stain. In him is Maya dreaming all this dream. The witness, he appears as nature, soul. Know thou art that, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Where seekest thou that freedom, friend, this world? Nor that can give. In books and temples vain. Thy search. Thine only is the hand that holds the rope that drags thee on. Then cease lament. Let go thy hold, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Say, peace to all, from me no danger be. To aught that lives. In those that dwell on high. In those that lowly creep, I am the self in all. All life both here and there, do I renounce. All heavens and earths and hells, all hopes and fears. Thus cut thy bonds, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. He then no more how body lives or goes. Its task is done. Let karma float it down. Let one put garlands on, another kick. This frame, say naught. No praise or blame can be. Where praiser praised, and blamer blamed are one. Thus be thou calm, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Truth never comes where lust and fame and greed of gain reside. No man who thinks of woman as his wife can ever perfect be. Nor he who owns the least of things, nor he whom anger chains, can ever pass through Maya's gates. So, give these up, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Have thou no home? What home can hold thee, friend? The sky thy roof, the grass thy bed, and food. What chance may bring, well cooked or ill, judge not. No food or drink can taint that noble self, which knows itself. Like rolling river free. Thou ever be, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Few only know the truth. The rest will hate. And laugh at thee, great one, but pay no heed. Go thou, the free, from place to place, and help them out of darkness, Maya's veil. Without the fear of pain or search for pleasure, go beyond them both, sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Thus, day by day, till karma's powers spent, release the soul forever. No more is birth. Nor I, nor thou, nor God, nor man. The I has all become, the all is I and bliss. Know thou art that, Sannyasin bold. Say. Om Tat Sat, Om. Peace. Composed at Ridgely Manor, New York, 1899. Behold, it comes in might. The power that is not power. The light that is in darkness. The shade in dazzling light. It is joy that never spoke. And grief unfelt, profound. Immortal life unlived. Eternal death unmourned. It is not joy nor sorrow. But that which is between. It is not night nor morrow. But that which joins them in. It is sweet rest in music. And pause in sacred art. The silence between speaking. Between two fits of passion. It is the calm of heart. It is beauty never seen. And love that stands alone. It is song that lives unsung. And knowledge never known. It is death between two lives. And lull between two storms. The void whence rose creation. And that where it returns. To it the teardrop goes. To spread the smiling form. It is the goal of life. And peace its only home. The problem of modern India and its solution. The above is a translation of the first Bengali article written by Swami Vivekananda as an introduction to the Udbodhana, when it was started on the 14th of January, 1899, as the Bengali Fortnightly, afterwards Monthly, Journal of the Ramakrishna Order. The ancient history of India is full of descriptions of the gigantic energies and their multifarious workings, the boundless spirit, the combination of indomitable action and reaction of the various forces, and, above all, the profound thoughtfulness of a godly race. If the word history is understood to mean merely narratives of kings and emperors, and pictures of society tyrannized over from time to time by the evil passions, haughtiness, avarice, etc., of the rulers of the time, portraying the acts resulting from their good or evil propensities, and how these reacted upon the society of that time, such a history India perhaps does not possess. But every line of that mass of the religious literature of India, her ocean of poetry, her philosophies, and various scientific works reveal to us 1,000 times more clearly than the narratives of the life incidents and genealogies of particular kings and emperors can ever do the exact position and every step made in advance by that vast body of men who, even before the dawn of civilization, impelled by hunger and thirst, lust and greed, etc., attracted by the charm of beauty, endowed with a great and indomitable mental power, and moved by various sentiments, arrived through various ways and means at that stage of eminence. Although the heaps of those triumphal flags which they gathered in their innumerable victories over nature with which they had been waging war for ages, have, of late, been torn and tattered by the violent winds of adverse circumstances and become worn out through age, yet they still proclaim the glory of ancient India. Whether this race slowly proceeded from Central Asia, Northern Europe, or the Arctic regions, and gradually came down and sanctified India by settling there at last, or whether the Holy Land of India was their original native place, we have no proper means of knowing now. Or whether a vast race living in or outside India, being displaced from its original abode, in conformity with natural laws, came in the course of time to colonize and settle over Europe and other places, and whether these people were white or black, blue-eyed or dark-eyed, golden-haired or black-haired, all these matters there is no sufficient ground to prove now, with the one exception of the fact of the kinship of Sanskrit with a few European languages. Similarly, it is not easy to arrive at a final conclusion as to the modern Indians, whether they all are the pure descendants of that race, or how much of the blood of that race is flowing in their veins, or again, what races amongst them have any of that even in them. However, we do not, in fact, lose much by this uncertainty. But there is one fact to remember. Of that ancient Indian race, upon which the rays of civilization first dawned, where deep thoughtfulness first revealed itself in full glory, there are still found hundreds of thousands of its children, born of its mind, the inheritors of its thoughts and sentiments, ready to claim them. Crossing over mountains, rivers, arid oceans, setting at naught, as it were, the obstacles of the distance of space and time, the blood of Indian thought has flowed, and is still flowing into the veins of other nations of the globe, whether in a distinct or in some subtle unknown way. Perhaps to us belongs the major portion of the universal ancient inheritance. In a small country lying in the eastern corner of the Mediterranean Sea, beautiful and adorned by nature, and garlanded by well-formed and beautiful-looking islands, lived a race of men who were few in number, but of a very charming aspect, perfectly formed, and strong in muscles and sinews, light of body, yet possessing steadiness and perseverance, and who were unrivaled for the creation of all earthly beauties, as well as endowed with extraordinary practicality and intellect. The other ancient nations used to call them Yavnas, but they called themselves Greeks. This handful of a vigorous and wonderful race is a unique example in the annals of man. Wherever and in whatever nation there has been, or is, any advance made in earthly science up to the present day, such as social, martial, political, sculptural, etc., there the shadow of ancient Greece has fallen. Let us leave apart the consideration of ancient times, for even in this modern age, we, the Bengalis, think ourselves proud and enlightened simply by following the footmarks of these Yavna gurus for these last 50 years, illumining our homes with what light of theirs is reaching us through the European literature. The whole of Europe nowadays is, in every respect, the disciple of ancient Greece, and her proper inheritor, so much so that a wise man of England had said, "Whatever nature has not created, that is the creation of the Greek mind." These two gigantic rivers, Aryans and Yavnas, issuing from far away and different mountains, India and Greece, occasionally come in contact with each other, and whenever such confluence takes place, a tremendous intellectual or spiritual tide, rising in human societies, greatly expands the range of civilization and confirms the bond of universal brotherhood among men. Once in far remote antiquity, the Indian philosophy, coming in contact with Greek energy, led to the rise of the Persian, the Roman, and other great nations. After the invasion of Alexander the Great, these two great waterfalls colliding with each other, deluged nearly half of the globe with spiritual tides, such as Christianity. Again, a similar commingling, resulting in the improvement and prosperity of Arabia, laid the foundation of modern European civilization. And perhaps, in our own day, such a time for the conjunction of these two gigantic forces has presented itself again. This time their center is India. The air of India preeminently conduces to quietness, the nature of the Yavna is the constant expression of power, profound meditation characterizes the one, the indomitable spirit of dexterous activity, the other, one's motto is renunciation, the other's enjoyment. One's whole energy is directed inwards, the other's, outwards, one's whole learning consists in the knowledge of the self or the subject, the other's, in the knowledge of the not-self or the object, perishable creation, one loves moksha, spiritual freedom, the other loves political independence, one is unmindful of gaining prosperity in this world, the other sets his whole heart on making a heaven of this world, one, aspiring after eternal bliss, is indifferent to all the ephemeral pleasures of this life, and the other, doubting the existence of eternal bliss, or knowing it to be far away, directs his whole energy to the attainment of earthly pleasures as much as possible. In this age, both these types of mankind are extinct, only their physical and mental children, their works and thoughts are existing. Europe and America are the advanced children of the Yavnas, a glory to their forefathers, but the modern inhabitants of the land of Bharata are not the glory of the ancient Aryas. But, as fire remains intact under cover of ashes, so the ancestral fire still remains latent in these modern Indians. Through the grace of the Almighty Power, it is sure to manifest itself in time. What will accrue when that ancestral fire manifests itself? Would the sky of India again appear clouded over by waving masses of smoke springing from the Vedic sacrificial fire? Or is the glory of Rantideva again going to be revived in the blood of the sacrificed animals? Are the old customs of Gamdha, Ashvamdha, or perpetuating the lineage from a husband's brother, and other usages of a like nature to come back again? Or is the deluge of a Buddhistic propaganda again going to turn the whole of India into a big monastery? Are the laws of Manu going to be rehabilitated as of yore? Or is the discrimination of food, prescribed and forbidden, varying in accordance with geographical dimensions, as it is at the present day, alone going to have its all-powerful domination over the length and breadth of the country? Is the caste system to remain, and is it going to depend eternally upon the birthright of a man, or is it going to be determined by his qualification? And again, in that caste system, is the discrimination of food, its touchableness or untouchableness, dependent upon the purity or the impurity of the man who touches it, to be observed as it is in Bengal, or will it assume a form more strict as it does in Madras? Or, as in the Punjab, will all such restrictions be obliterated? Are the marriages of the different Varnas to take place from the upper to the lower Varna in the successive order, as in Manu's days, and as it is still in vogue in Nepal? Or, as in Bengal and other places, are they to be kept restricted to a very limited number of individuals constituting one of the several communities of a certain class of the Varna? To give a conclusive answer to all these questions is extremely difficult. They become the more difficult of solution, considering the difference in the customs prevailing in different parts of the country, nay, as we find even in the same part of the country such a wide divergence of customs among different castes and families. Then what is to be? What we should have is what we have not, perhaps what our forefathers even had not, that which the Yavnas had, that, impelled by the life vibration of which, is issuing forth in rapid succession from the great dynamo of Europe, the electric flow of that tremendous power vivifying the whole world. We want that. We want that energy, that love of independence, that spirit of self-reliance, that immovable fortitude, that dexterity in action, that bond of unity of purpose, that thirst for improvement. Checking a little the constant looking back to the past, we want that expansive vision infinitely projected forward, and we want that intense spirit of activity, rajas, which will flow through our every vein, from head to foot. What can be a greater giver of peace than renunciation? A little ephemeral worldly good is nothing in comparison with eternal good, no doubt of that. What can bring greater strength than sattva guna, absolute purity of mind? It is indeed true that all other kinds of knowledge are but non-knowledge in comparison with self-knowledge. But I ask, how many are there in the world fortunate enough to gain that sattva guna? How many in this land of Bharata? How many have that noble heroism which can renounce all, shaking off the idea of I and mine? How many are blessed enough to possess that far sight of wisdom which makes the earthly pleasures appear to be but vanity of vanities? Where is that broad-hearted man who is apt to forget even his own body in meditating over the beauty and glory of the divine? Those who are such are but a handful in comparison to the population of the whole of India, and in order that these men may attain to their salvation, will the millions and millions of men and women of India have to be crushed under the will of the present-day society and religion? And what good can come out of such a crushing? Do you not see, talking up this plea of sattva, the country has been slowly and slowly drowned in the ocean of tamas or dark ignorance? Where the most dull want to hide their stupidity by covering it with a false desire for the highest knowledge which is beyond all activities, either physical or mental, where one, born and bred in lifelong laziness, wants to throw the veil of renunciation over his own unfitness for work, where the most diabolical try to make their cruelty appear, under the cloak of austerity, as a part of religion, where no one has an eye upon his own incapacity, but everyone is ready to lay the whole blame on others, where knowledge consists only in getting some books by heart, genius consists in chewing the cud of others' thoughts, and the highest glory consists in taking the name of ancestors, do we require any other proof to show that that country is being day by day drowned in utter tamas? Therefore sattva or absolute purity is now far away from us. Those amongst us who are not yet fit, but who hope to be fit, to reach to that absolutely pure Paramahansa state, for them the acquirement of rajas or intense activity is what is most beneficial now. Unless a man passes through rajas, can he ever attain to that perfect sattvika state? How can one expect yoga or union with God, unless one has previously finished with his thirst for bhaga or enjoyment? How can renunciation come where there is no vairagya or dispassion for all the charms of enjoyment? On the other hand, the quality of rajas is apt to die down as soon as it comes up, like a fire of palm leaves. The presence of sattva and the nitya or eternal reality is almost in a state of juxtaposition. Sattva is nearly nitya. Whereas the nation in which the quality of rajas predominates is not so long-lived, but a nation with a preponderance of sattva is, as it were, immortal. History is a witness to this fact. In India, the quality of rajas is almost absent, the same is the case with sattva in the West. It is certain, therefore, that the real life of the Western world depends upon the influx, from India, of the current of sattva or transcendentalism, and it is also certain that unless we overpower and submerge our tamas by the opposite tide of rajas, we shall never gain any worldly good or welfare in this life, and it is also equally certain that we shall meet many formidable obstacles in the path of realization of those noble aspirations and ideals connected with our afterlife. The one end and aim of the Udbodhana is to help the union and intermingling of these two forces, as far as it lies in its power. True, in so doing there is a great danger lest by this huge wave of Western spirit are washed away all our most precious jewels, earned through ages of hard labor. True, there is fear lest falling into its strong whirlpool, even the land of Bharata forgets itself so far as to be turned into a battlefield in the struggle after earthly enjoyments. There is fear, too, lest going to imitate the impossible and impracticable foreign ways, rooting out as they do our national customs and ideals, we lose all that we hold dear in this life and be undone in the next. To avoid these calamities we must always keep the wealth of our own home before our eyes, so that everyone down to the masses may always know and see what his own ancestral property is. We must exert ourselves to do that, and side by side, we should be brave to open our doors to receive all available light from outside. Let rays of light come in sharp driving showers from the four quarters of the earth, let the intense flood of light flow in from the west. What of that? Whatever is weak and corrupt is liable to die. What are we to do with it? If it goes, let it go. What harm does it do to us? What is strong and invigorating is immortal. Who can destroy that? How many gushing springs and roaring cataracts, how many icy rivulets and ever-flowing streamlets, issuing from the eternal snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas, combine and flow together to form the gigantic river of the gods, the Ganga, and rush impetuously towards the ocean. So what a variety of thoughts and ideas, how many currents of forces, issuing from innumerable saintly hearts, and from brains of geniuses of various lands have already enveloped India, the land of karma, the arena for the display of higher human activities. Look how under the dominion of the English, in these days of electricity, railroad, and steamboat, various sentiments, manners, customs, and morals are spreading all over the land with lightning speed. Nectar is coming, and along with it, also poison. Good is coming, as well as evil. There has been enough of angry opposition and bloodshed. The power of stemming this tide is not in Hindu society. Everything, from water filtered by machinery and drawn from hydrants, down to sugar purified with bone ash, is being quietly and freely taken by almost everyone, in spite of much show of verbal protest. Slowly and slowly, by the strong dint of law, many of our most cherished customs are falling off day by day. We have no power to withstand that. And why is there no power? Is truth really powerless? Truth alone conquers and not falsehood. Is this divine Vedic saying false? Or who knows but that those very customs which are being swept away by the deluge of the power of Western sovereignty or of Western education were not real acharas, but were anacharas after all? This also is a matter for serious consideration. For the good of the many, as well as for the happiness of the many in an unselfish manner, with a heart filled with love and reverence, the Udbodhana invites all wise and large-hearted men who love their motherland to discuss these points and solve these problems, and, being devoid of the feeling of hatred or antagonism, as well as turning itself away from the infliction of abusive language directed towards any individual, or society, or any sect, it offers its whole self for the service of all classes. To work we have the right, the result is in the hands of the Lord. We only pray, O thou eternal Spirit, make us spiritual, O thou eternal strength, make us strong, O thou mighty one, make us mighty. Ramankrishna, His Life and Sayings. Translation of a review of Ramankrishna, His Life and Sayings by Professor Max Muller, contributed to the Udbodhana, March 14, 1899. Among the Sanskrit scholars of the West, Professor Max Muller takes the lead. The Rigveda Samhita, the whole of which no one could even get at before, is now very neatly printed and made accessible to the public, thanks to the munificent generosity of the East India Company and to the professor's prodigious labors extending over years. The alphabetical characters of most of the manuscripts, collected from different parts of India, are of various forms, and many words in them are inaccurate. We cannot easily comprehend how difficult it is for a foreigner, however learned he may be, to find out the accuracy or inaccuracy of these Sanskrit characters, and more especially to make out clearly the meaning of an extremely condensed and complicated commentary. In the life of Professor Max Muller, the publication of the Rigveda is a great event. Besides this, he has been dwelling, as it were, and spending his whole lifetime amidst ancient Sanskrit literature, but notwithstanding this, it does not imply that in the professor's imagination India is still echoing as of old with Vedic hymns, with her sky clouded with sacrificial smoke, with many of Vasishtha, Vishvamitra, Janaka, and Yajnavalkya, with her every home blooming with a Gargi or a Maitreyi and herself guided by the Vedic rules or canons of Grihaya Sutra. The professor, with ever watchful eyes, keeps himself well informed of what new events are occurring even in the out-of-the-way corners of modern India, half dead as she is, trodden down by the feet of the foreigner professing an alien religion, and all but bereft of her ancient manners, rites, and customs. As the professor's feet never touched these shores, many Anglo-Indians here show an unmixed contempt for his opinions on the customs, manners, and codes of morality of the Indian people. But they ought to know that, even after their lifelong stay, or even if they were born and brought up in this country, except any particular information they may obtain about that stratum of society with which they come in direct contact, the Anglo-Indian authorities have to remain quite ignorant in respect of other classes of people, and the more so, when, of this vast society divided into so many castes, it is very hard even among themselves for one caste to properly know the manners and peculiarities of another. Some time ago, in a book, named, Residence in India, written by a well-known Anglo-Indian officer, I came across such a chapter as Native Zenana Secrets. Perhaps because of that strong desire in every human heart for knowledge of secrets, I read the chapter, but only to find that this big Anglo-Indian author is fully bent upon satisfying the intense curiosity of his own countrymen regarding the mystery of a native's life by describing an affair d'amour, said to have transpired between his sweeper, the sweeper's wife, and her paramour. And from the cordial reception given to the book by the Anglo-Indian community, it seems the writer's object has been gained, and he feels himself quite satisfied with his work. Godspeed to you, dear friends. What else shall we say? Well has the Lord said in the Gita. Thinking of objects, attachment to them is formed in a man. From attachment longing, and from longing anger grows. Let such irrelevant things alone. To return to our subject, after all, one wonders at Professor Max Muller's knowledge of the social customs and codes of law, as well as the contemporaneous occurrences in the various provinces of present-day India. This is borne out by our own personal experiences. In particular, the professor observes with a keen eye what new waves of religion are rising in different parts of India, and spares no pains in letting the Western world not remain in the dark about them. The Brahmo Samaj guided by Debendranath Tagore and Keshav Chandra Sen, the Arya Samaj established by Swami Dayananda Sarasvati, and the Theosophical movement have all come under the praise or censure of his pen. Struck by the sayings and teachings of Sri Ramakrishna published in the two well-established journals, the Brahmavatan and the Prabuddha Bharata, and reading what the Brahmo preacher, Mr. Pratap Chandra Mazumdar, wrote about Sri Ramakrishna, Paramahansa Srimat Ramakrishna Theistic Quarterly Review, October, 1879, he was attracted by the sage's life. Some time ago, a short sketch of Sri Ramakrishna's life, a modern Hindu saint, January, 1896, also appeared in the well-known monthly journal of England, the Imperial and Asiatic Quarterly Review, contributed by Mr. C. H. Tawney, M.A., the distinguished librarian of the India House. Gathering a good deal of information from Madras and Calcutta, the professor discussed Sri Ramakrishna's life and his teachings in a short article, A Real Mahatman, in the foremost monthly English journal, the 19th Century. There he expressed himself to the effect that this new sage easily won his heart by the originality of his thoughts, couched in novel language and impregnate with fresh spiritual power which he infused into India when she was merely echoing the thoughts of her ancient sages for several centuries past, or, as in recent times, those of Western scholars. He, the professor, had read often India's religious literature and thereby well acquainted himself with the life stories of many of her ancient sages and saints, but is it possible to expect such lives again in this age, in this India of modern times? Ramakrishna's life was a reply in the affirmative to such a question. And it brought new life by sprinkling water, as it were, at the root of the creeper of hope regarding India's future greatness and progress, in the heart of this great-souled scholar whose whole life has been dedicated to her. There are certain great souls in the West who sincerely desire the good of India, but we are not aware whether Europe can point out another well-wisher of India who feels more for India's well-being than Professor Max Muller. Not only is Max Muller a well-wisher of India, but he has also a strong faith in Indian philosophy and Indian religion. That Advaitism is the highest discovery in the domain of religion, the professor has many times publicly admitted. That doctrine of reincarnation, which is a dread to the Christian who has identified the soul with the body, he firmly believes in because of his having found conclusive proof in his own personal experience. And what more, perhaps, his previous birth was in India, and lest by coming to India, the old frame may break down under the violent rush of a suddenly aroused mass of past recollections, is the fear in his mind that now stands foremost in the way of his visit to this country. Still, as a worldly man, whoever he may be, he has to look to all sides and conduct himself accordingly. When, after a complete surrender of all worldly interests, even the sannyasin, when performing any practices which he knows to be purest in themselves, is seen to shiver in fear of public opinion, simply because they are held with disapproval by the people among whom he lives, when the consideration of gaining name and fame and high position, and the fear of losing them regulate the actions of even the greatest ascetic, though he may verbally denounce such consideration as most filthy and detestable, what wonder then that the man of the world who is universally honored, and is ever anxious not to incur the displeasure of society, will have to be very cautious in ventilating the views which he personally cherishes. It is not a fact that the professor is an utter disbeliever in such subtle subjects as the mysterious psychic powers of the yogis. It is not many years since Professor Max Muller felt called upon to say a few words on certain religious movements, now going on in India, which has often and not unjustly, been called a country of philosophers, which seemed to him to have been very much misrepresented and misunderstood at home. In order to remove such misconceptions and to protest against the wild and overcharged accounts of saints and sages living and teaching at present in India, which had been published and scattered broadcast in Indian, American, and English papers, and to show at the same time that behind such strange names as Indian Theosophy, and esoteric Buddhism, and all the rest, there was something real, something worth knowing, or in other words, to point out to the thoughtful section of Europe that India was not a land inhabited only by quite a new race of human beings who had gone through a number of the most fearful ascetic exercises, to carry on a lucrative profession by thus acquiring the powers of working such very silly miracles as flying through the air like the feathered race, walking on or living fish-like under the water, healing all sorts of maladies by means of incantations, and, by the aid of occult arts, fabricating gold, silver, or diamond from baser materials. Or by the power of these bestowing sturdy sons to rich families, but that men, who had actually realized in their life great transcendental truths, who were real knowers of Brahman, true yogis, real devotees of God, were never found wanting in India, and, above all, to show that the whole Aryan population of India had not as yet come down so low as to be on the same plane as the brute creation, that, rejecting the latter, the living gods in human shape, they the high and the low were, day and night, busy licking the feet of the first mentioned performers of silly juggle rise. Professor Max Muller presented Sri Ramakrishna's life to the learned European public, in an article entitled The Real Mahatman, which appeared in the 19th Century in its August number, 1896. The learned people of Europe and America read the article with great interest, and many have been attracted towards its subject, Sri Ramakrishna Deva, with the result that the wrong ideas of the civilized West about India as a country full of naked, infanticidal, ignorant, cowardly race of men who were cannibals and little removed from beasts, who forcibly burnt their widows and were steeped in all sorts of sin and darkness, towards the formation of which ideas, the Christian missionaries and I am as much ashamed as pained to confess, some of my own countrymen also have been chiefly instrumental, began to be corrected. The veil of the gloom of ignorance, which was spread across the eyes of the Western people by the strenuous efforts of these two bodies of men, has been slowly rending asunder. Can the country that has produced a great world teacher like Sri Bhagwan Ramakrishna Deva be really full of such abominations as we have been asked to believe in, or have we been all along duped by interested organized bodies of mischief makers, and kept in utter obscurity and error about the real India? Such a question naturally arises in the Western mind. When Professor Max Muller, who occupies in the West the first rank in the field of Indian religion, philosophy, and literature, published with a devoted heart a short sketch of Sri Ramakrishna's life in the 19th century for the benefit of Europeans and Americans, it is needless to say that a bitter feeling of burning rancour made its appearance amongst those two classes of people referred to above. By improper representation of the Hindu gods and goddesses, the Christian missionaries were trying with all their heart and soul to prove that really religious men could never be produced from among their worshippers, but like a straw before a tidal wave, that attempt was swept away, while that class of our countrymen alluded to above, which set itself to devise means for quenching the great fire of the rapidly spreading power of Sri Ramakrishna, seeing all its efforts futile, has yielded to despair. What is human will in opposition to the divine? Of course, from both sides, unintermittent volleys of fierce attack were opened on the aged professor's devoted head. The old veteran, however, was not the one to turn his back. He had triumphed many times in similar contests. This time also he has passed the trial with equal ease. And to stop the empty shouts of his inferior opponents, he has published, by way of a warning to them, the book, Ramakrishna, His Life and Sayings, in which he has collected more complete information and given a fuller account of his life and utterances, so that the reading public may get a better knowledge of this great sage and his religious ideas, the sage who has lately obtained considerable celebrity both in India and America, where his disciples have been actively engaged in preaching his gospel and winning converts to his doctrines even among Christian audiences. The professor adds, this may seem very strange, nay, almost incredible to us. Yet every human heart has its religious yearnings, it has a hunger for religion, which sooner or later wants to be satisfied. Now the religion taught by the disciples of Ramakrishna comes to these hungry souls without any untoward authority, and is therefore welcomed as the free elixir of life. Hence, though there may be some exaggeration in the number of those who are stated to have become converted to the religion of Ramakrishna, there can be no doubt that a religion which can achieve such successes in our time, while it calls itself with perfect truth the oldest religion and philosophy of the world, viz. The Vedanta, the end or highest object of the Vedas, deserves our careful attention. After discussing, in the first part of the book, what is meant by the Mahatman, the 4 stages of life, ascetic exercises, or yoga, and after making some mention about Dayananda Sarasvati, Pavayari Baba, Debendranath Tagore, and Raishalagram Sahib Bahadur, the leader of the Radhaswami sect, the professor enters on Sri Ramakrishna's life. The professor greatly fears lest the dialogic process, the transformation produced in the description of the facts as they really happened by too much favorableness or unfavorableness of the narrator towards them, which is invariably at work in all history as a matter of inevitable course, also influences this present sketch of life. Hence his unusual carefulness about the collection of facts. The present writer is an insignificant servant of Sri Ramakrishna. Though the materials gathered by him for Ramakrishna's life have been well pounded in the mortar of the professor's logic and impartial judgment, still he, Max Muller, has not omitted to add that there may be possible traces of what I call the dialogic process and the irrepressible miraculousing tendencies of devoted disciples even in his unvarnished description of his master. And, no doubt, those few harsh sweet words which the professor has said in the course of his reply to what some people, with the Brahmo-Dharma preacher, the Rev. Pratapchandra Mazumdar, at their head, wrote to him in their anxiety to make out a not edifying side of Ramakrishna's character, demand thoughtful consideration from those amongst us of Bengal who, being full of jealousy, can with difficulty bear the sight of others' will. Sri Ramakrishna's life is presented in the book in very brief and simple language. In this life, every word of the wary historian is weighed, as it were, before being put on paper. Those sparks of fire, which are seen here and there to shoot forth in the article, "A Real Mahatman," are this time held in with the greatest care. The professor's boat is here plying between the Scylla of the Christian missionaries on the one hand, and the Charybdis of the tumultuous Brahmos on the other. The article, "A Real Mahatman," brought forth from both the parties many hard words and many carping remarks on the professor. It is a pleasure to observe that there is neither the attempt made here to retort on them, nor is there any display of meanness, as the refined writers of England are not in the habit of indulging in that kind of thing, but with a sober, dignified, not the least malignant, yet firm and thundering voice, worthy of the aged scholar, he has removed the charges that were levelled against some of the uncommon ideas of the great soured sage, swelling forth from a heart too deep for ordinary grasp. And the charges are, indeed, surprising to us. We have heard the great minister of the Brahmo Samaj, the late revered Acharya Sri Keshav Chandra Sen, speaking in his charming way that Sri Ramakrishna's simple, sweet, colloquial language breathed a superhuman purity, though in his speech could be noticed some such words as we term obscene, the use of those words, on account of his uncommon childlike innocence and of their being perfectly devoid of the least breath of sensualism, instead of being something reproachable, served rather the purpose of embellishment. Yet, this is one of the mighty charges. Another charge brought against him is that his treatment of his wife was barbarous because of his taking the vow of leading a sannyasin's life. To this the professor has replied that he took the vow of sannyasa with his wife's assent, and that during the years of his life on this earth, his wife, bearing a character worthy of her husband, heartily received him as her guru, spiritual guide, and, according to his instructions, passed her days in infinite bliss and peace, being engaged in the service of God as a lifelong brahmacharini. Besides, he asks, is love between husband and wife really impossible without the procreation of children? We must learn to believe in Hindu honesty in the matter that, without having any physical relationship, a brahmachari husband can live a life of crystal purity, thus making his brahmacharini wife a partner in the immortal bliss of the highest spiritual realization. Brahmananda, however incredulous we might justly be on such matters in our own country, may blessings shower on the professor for such worthy remarks. Even he, born of a foreign nationality and living in a foreign land, can understand the meaning of our brahmacharya as the only way to the attainment of spirituality, and belies that it is not even in these days rare in India, whilst the hypocritical heroes of our own household are unable to see anything else than carnal relationship in the matrimonial union. As a man thinketh in his mind, so he seeth outside. Again, another charge put forward is that he did not show sufficient moral abhorrence of prostitutes. To this the professor's rejoinder is very, very sweet indeed. He says that in this charge Ramakrishna does not stand quite alone among the founders of religion. Ah! How sweet are these words! They remind one of the prostitute Ambapali, the object of Lord Buddha's divine grace, and of the Samaritan woman who won the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ. Yet again, another charge is that he did not hate those who were intemperate in their habits. Heaven save the mark! One must not tread even on the shadow of a man, because he took a sip or two of drink. Is not that the meaning? A formidable accusation indeed. Why did not the Mahapurusha kick away and drive off in disgust the drunkards, the prostitutes, the thieves, and all the sinners of the world? And why did he not, with eyes closed, talk in a set drawl after the never-to-be-varied tone of the Indian flute player, or talk in conventional language concealing his thoughts? And above all, the crowning charge is, why did he not live Maritailment all his life? Unless life can be framed after the ideal of such strange purity and good manners as set forth by the accusers, India is doomed to go to ruin. Let her, if she has to rise by the help of such ethical rules. The greater portion of the book has been devoted to the collection of the sayings, rather than to the life itself. That those sayings have attracted the attention of many of the English-speaking readers throughout the world can be easily inferred from the rapid sale of the book. The sayings, falling direct from his holy lips, are impregnate with the strongest spiritual force and power, and therefore they will surely exert their divine influence in every part of the world. For the good of the many, for the happiness of the many, great-souled men take their birth, their lives and works are past the ordinary human run, and the method of their preaching is equally marvelous. And what are we doing? The son of a poor Brahmin, who has sanctified us by his birth, raised us by his work, and has turned the sympathy of the conquering race towards us by his immortal sayings, what are we doing for him? Truth is not always palatable, still there are times when it has to be told. Some of us do understand that his life and teachings are to our gain, but there the matter ends. It is beyond our power even to make an attempt to put those precepts into practice in our own lives, far less to consign our whole body and soul to the huge waves of harmony of Jnana and Bhakti that Sri Ramakrishna has raised. This play of the Lord, those who have understood or are trying to understand, to them we say, what will mere understanding do? The proof of understanding is in work. Will others believe you if it ends only in verbal expressions of assurance or is put forward as a matter of personal faith? Work argues what one feels. Work out what you feel and let the world see. All ideas and feelings coming out of the fullness of the heart are known by their fruits, practical works. Those who, knowing themselves very learned, think lightly of this unlettered, poor, ordinary temple priest, to them our submission is, the country of which one illiterate temple priest, by virtue of his own strength, has in so short a time caused the victory of the ancient Sanatana Dharma of your forefathers to resound even in lands far beyond the seas of that country. You are the heroes of heroes, the honored of all, mighty, well-bred, the learned of the learned. How much therefore must you be able to perform far more uncommon, heroic deeds for the welfare of your own land and nation, if you but will its arise. Therefore, come forward, display the play of your superior power within, manifest it, and we are standing with offerings of deepest veneration in hand ready to worship you. We are ignorant, poor, unknown, and insignificant beggars with only the beggar's garb as a means of livelihood, whereas you are supreme in riches and influence, of mighty power, born of noble descent, centers of all knowledge and learning. Why not rouse yourselves? Why not take the lead? Show the way, show us that example of perfect renunciation for the good of the world, and we will follow you like bond slaves. On the other hand, those who are showing unjustified signs of causeless, rancorous hostilities out of absolute malice and envy natural to a slavish race at the success and the celebrity of Sri Ramakrishna and his name, to them we say, dear friends, vain are these efforts of yours. If this infinite, unbounded, religious wave that has engulfed in its depths the very ends of space, on whose snow-white crest shineth this divine form in the august glow of a heavenly presence, if this be the effect brought about by our eager endeavors in pursuit of personal name, fame, or wealth, then, without your or any other's efforts, this wave shall, in obedience to the insuperable law of the universe, soon die in the infinite womb of time, never to rise again. But if, again, this tide, in accordance with the will and under the divine inspiration of the one universal Mother, has begun to deluge the world with the flood of the unselfish love of a great man's heart, then, O feeble man, what power cost thou possess that thou shouldst thwart the onward progress of the Almighty Mother's will? The Paris Congress of the History of Religions. Translated from Bengali from a Paris letter written to the Udbodhana. In the Paris exhibition, the Congress of the History of Religions recently sat for several days together. At the Congress, there was no room allowed for the discussions on the doctrines and spiritual views of any religion. Its purpose was only to inquire into the historic evolution of the different forms of established faiths, and along with it other accompanying facts that are incidental to it. Accordingly, the representation of the various missionary sects of different religions and their beliefs was entirely left out of account in this Congress. The Chicago Parliament of Religions was a grand affair, and the representatives of many religious sects from all parts of the world were present at it. This Congress, on the other hand, was attended only by such scholars as devote themselves to the study of the origin and the history of different religions. At the Chicago Parliament the influence of the Roman Catholics was great, and they organized it with great hopes for their sect. The Roman Catholics expected to establish their superiority over the Protestants without much opposition, by proclaiming their glory and strength and laying the bright side of their faith before the assembled Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, Mussulmans, and other representatives of the world religions, and publicly exposing their weakness, they hoped to make firm their own position. But the result proving otherwise, the Christian world has been deplorably hopeless of the reconciliation of the different religious systems, so the Roman Catholics are now particularly opposed to the repetition of any such gathering. France is a Roman Catholic country, hence in spite of the earnest wish of the authorities, no religious congress was convened on account of the vehement opposition on the part of the Roman Catholic world. The Congress of the History of Religions at Paris was like the Congress of Orientalists which is convened from time to time and at which European scholars, versed in Sanskrit, Pali, Arabic, and other Oriental languages, meet. Only the antiquarianism of Christianity was added to this Paris Congress. From Asia only 3 Japanese pundits were present at the Congress. From India there was the Swami Vivekananda. The conviction of many of the Sanskrit scholars of the West is that the Vedic religion is the outcome of the worship of the fire, the sun, and other awe-inspiring objects of natural phenomena. Swami Vivekananda was invited by the Paris Congress to contradict this conviction, and he promised to read a paper on the subject. But he could not keep his promise on account of ill health, and with difficulty was only able to be personally present at the Congress, where he was most warmly received by all the Western Sanskrit scholars, whose admiration for the Swami was all the greater as they had already gone through many of his lectures on the Vedanta. At the Congress, Mr. Gustav Oppert, a German pundit, read a paper on the origin of the Shailagrama Shila. He traced the origin of the Shailagrama worship to that of the emblem of the female generative principle. According to him, the Shivalinga is the phallic emblem of the male and the Shailagrama of the female generative principle. And thus he wanted to establish that the worship of the Shivalinga and that of the Shailagrama both are but the component parts of the worship of Linga and Yoni. The Swami repudiated the above 2 views and said that though he had heard of such ridiculous explanations about the Shivalinga, the other theory of the Shailagrama Shila was quite new and strange, and seemed groundless to him. The Swami said that the worship of the Shivalinga originated from the famous hymn in the THIRD-WORLDISM Samhita sung in praise of the Upastamha, the sacrificial post. In that hymn a description is found of the beginningless and endless stamha or skamha, and it is shown that the said skamha is put in place of the eternal Brahman. As afterwards the ajna, sacrificial, fire, its smoke, ashes, and flames, the soma plant, and the ox that used to carry on its back the wood for the Vedic sacrifice gave place to the conceptions of the brightness of Shiva's body, his tawny matted hair, his blue throat, and the riding on the bull of the Shiva, and so on. Just so, the Upaskamha gave place in time to the Shivalinga, and was deified to the high devahood of Sri Shankara. In the Atharvaveda Samhita, the sacrificial cakes are also extolled along with the attributes of the Brahman. In the Linga Purana, the same hymn is expanded in the shape of stories, meant to establish the glory of the great Stamha and the superiority of Mahadeva. Again, there is another fact to be considered. The Buddhists used to erect memorial tops consecrated to the memory of Buddha, and the very poor, who were unable to build big monuments, used to express their devotion to him by dedicating miniature substitutes for them. Similar instances are still seen in the case of Hindu temples in Varanasi and other sacred places of India, where those, who cannot afford to build temples, dedicate very small temple-like constructions instead. So it might be quite probable that during the period of Buddhistic ascendancy, the rich Hindus, in imitation of the Buddhists, used to erect something as a memorial resembling their skambha, and the poor in a similar manner copied them on a reduced scale, and afterwards the miniature memorials of the poor Hindus became a new addition to the skambha. One of the names of the Buddhist stupas, memorial tops, is Ditthagarbha, that is, metal wombed. Within the Ditthagarbha, in small cases made of stone, shaped like the present shalagrama, used to be preserved the ashes, bones, and other remains of the distinguished Buddhist bhikshus, along with gold, silver, and other metals. The shalagrama shilas are natural stones resembling in form these artificially cut stone cases of the Buddhist Ditthagarbha, and thus being first worshipped by the Buddhists, gradually got into Vaishnavism, like many other forms of Buddhistic worship that found their way into Hinduism. On the banks of the Narmada and in Nepal, the Buddhistic influence lasted longer than in other parts of India, and the remarkable coincidence that the Narmajvara Shivalinga, found on the banks of the Narmada and hence so called, and the Shalagrama Shilas of Nepal are given preference to by the Hindus to those found elsewhere in India is a fact that ought to be considered with respect to this point of contention. The explanation of the Shalagrama Shila as a phallic emblem was an imaginary invention and, from the very beginning, beside the mark. The explanation of the Shivalinga as a phallic emblem was brought forward by the most thoughtless, and was forthcoming in India in her most degraded times, those of the downfall of Buddhism. The filthiest tantrika literature of Buddhism of those times is yet largely found and practiced in Nepal and Tibet. The Swami gave another lecture in which he dwelt on the historic evolution of the religious ideas in India, and said that the Vedas are the common source of Hinduism in all its varied stages, as also of Buddhism and every other religious belief in India. The seeds of the multifarious growth of Indian thought on religion lie buried in the Vedas. Buddhism and the rest of India's religious thought are the outcome of the unfolding and expansion of those seeds, and modern Hinduism also is only their developed and matured form. With the expansion or the contraction of society, those seeds lie more or less expanded at one place or more or less contracted at another. He said a few words about the priority of Sri Krishna to Buddha. He also told the Western scholars that as the histories of the royal dynasties described in the Vishnu Purana were by degrees being admitted as proofs throwing light on the ways of research of the antiquarian, so, he said, the traditions of India were all true, and desired that Western Sanskrit scholars, instead of writing fanciful articles, should try to discover their hidden truths. Professor Max Muller says in one of his books that, whatever similarities there may be, unless it be demonstrated that someone Greek knew Sanskrit, it cannot be concluded that ancient India helped ancient Greece in any way. But it is curious to observe that some Western savants, finding several terms of Indian astronomy similar to those of Greek astronomy, and coming to know that the Greeks founded a small kingdom on the borders of India, can clearly read the help of Greece on everything Indian, on Indian literature, Indian astronomy, Indian arithmetic. Not only so, one has been bold enough to go so far as to declare that all Indian sciences as a rule are but echoes of the Greek. On a single Sanskrit shloka, the yavnas are mlechchas, in them this science is established, therefore, even they deserve worship like rishis. How much the Westerners have indulged their unrestrained imagination. But it remains to be shown how the above shloka goes to prove that the Aryas were taught by the mlechchas. The meaning may be that the learning of the mlechcha disciples of the Aryan teachers is praised here, only to encourage the mlechchas in their pursuit of the Aryan science. Secondly, when the germ of every Aryan science is found in the Vedas and every step of any of those sciences can be traced with exactness from the Vedic to the present day, what is the necessity for forcing the far-fetched suggestion of the Greek influence on them? What is the use of going to the hills in search of honey if it is available at home? As a Sanskrit proverb says. Again, every Greek-like word of Aryan astronomy can be easily derived from Sanskrit roots. The Swami could not understand what right the Western scholars had to trace those words to a Greek source, thus ignoring their direct etymology. In the same manner, if on finding mention of the word yavnika, curtain, in the dramas of Kalidasa and other Indian poets, the yavnika, Ionian or Greek, influence on the whole of the dramatic literature of the time is ascertained, then one should first stop to compare whether the Aryan dramas are at all like the Greek. Those who have studied the mode of action and style of the dramas of both the languages must have to admit that any such likeness, if found, is only a fancy of the obstinate dreamer, and has never any real existence as a matter of fact. Where is that Greek chorus? The Greek yavnika is on one side of the stage, the Aryan diametrically on the other. The characteristic manner of expression of the Greek drama is one thing, that of the Aryan quite another. There is not the least likeness between the Aryan and the Greek dramas, rather the dramas of Shakespeare resemble to a great extent the dramas of India. So the conclusion may also be drawn that Shakespeare is indebted to Kalidasa and other ancient Indian dramatists for all his writings, and that the whole Western literature is only an imitation of the Indian. Lastly, turning Professor Max Muller's own premises against him, it may be said as well that until it is demonstrated that some one Hindu knew Greek sometime, one ought not to talk even of Greek influence. Likewise, to see Greek influence in Indian sculpture is also entirely unfounded. The Swami also said that the worship of Sri Krishna is much older than that of Buddha, and if the Gita be not of the same date as the Mahabharata, it is surely much earlier and by no means later. The style of language of the Gita is the same as that of the Mahabharata. Most of the adjectives used in the Gita to explain matters spiritual are used in the Vana and other parvans of the Mahabharata, respecting matters temporal. Such coincidence is impossible without the most general and free use of those words at one and the same time. Again, the line of thought in the Gita is the same as in the Mahabharata, and when the Gitan notices the doctrines of all the religious sects of the time, why does it not ever mention the name of Buddhism? In spite of the most cautious efforts of the writers subsequent to Buddha, reference to Buddhism is not withheld and appears somewhere or other, in some shape or other, in histories, stories, essays, and every book of the post-Buddhistic literature. In covert or overt ways, some allusion is sure to be met with in reference to Buddha and Buddhism. Can anyone show any such reference in the Gita? Again, the Gita is an attempt at the reconciliation of all religious creeds, none of which is slighted in it. Why, it remains to be answered, is Buddhism alone denied the tender touch of the Gita writer? The Gita willfully scorns none. Fear. Of that there is a conspicuous absence in it. The Lord himself, being the interpreter and the establisher of the Vedas, never hesitates to even censure Vedic rash presumptuousness if required. Why then should he fear Buddhism? As Western scholars devote their whole life to one Greek work, let them likewise devote their whole life to one Sanskrit work, and much light will flow to the world thereby. The Mahabharata especially is the most invaluable work in Indian history, and it is not too much to say that this book has not as yet been even properly read by the Westerners. After the lecture, many present expressed their opinions for or against the subject, and declared that they agreed with most of what the Swami had said, and assured the Swami that the old days of Sanskrit antiquarianism were past and gone. The views of modern Sanskrit scholars were largely the same as those of the Swamis, they said. They believed also that there was much true history in the Puranas and the traditions of India. Lastly, the learned president, admitting all other points of the Swami's lecture, disagreed on one point only, namely, on the contemporaneousness of the Gita with the Mahabharata. But the only reason he adduced was that the Western scholars were mostly of the opinion that the Gita was not a part of the Mahabharata. The substance of the lecture will be printed in French in the General Report of the Congress. Knowledge, its source and acquirement. Translated from a Bengali contribution by Swami Vivekananda to the Udbodhana, February 12, 1899. Various have been the theories propounded as regards the primitive source of knowledge. We read in the Upanishads that Brahma, who was the first and the foremost among the Devas, held the key to all knowledge, which he revealed to his disciples and which, being handed down in succession, has been bequeathed as a legacy to the subsequent age. According to the Jains, during an indefinite period of cycle of time, which comprises between 1,000 and 2,000 billions of oceans of years, are born some extraordinary, great, perfected beings whom they call jinas, and through them the door to knowledge is now and shall open to human society. Likewise Buddhism believes in, and expects at regular intervals, the appearance of the Buddhas, that is, persons possessed of infinite universal wisdom. The same is the reason also of the introduction of incarnations of God by the Puranika Hindus, who ascribe to them, along with other missions, the special function of restoring the lost spiritual knowledge by its proper adjustment to the needs of the time. Outside India, we find the great-souled Zoroaster bringing down the light of knowledge from above to the mortal world. So also did Moses, Jesus, and Mohammed, who, possessed of heavenly authority, proclaimed to fallen humanity the tidings of divine wisdom in their own unique ways. Brahma is the name of a high position among the Devas, to which every man can aspire by virtue of meritorious deeds. Only a selected few can become jinas, while others can never attain to jinahood, but they can only go so far as to gain the state of mukti. The state of being a Buddha is open to one and all without distinction. Zoroaster, Moses, Jesus, and Mohammed are great personalities who incarnated themselves for the fulfillment of some special mission, so also did the incarnations of God mentioned by the Puranika sages. For others to look up to that seat of these divine personages with a longing eye is madness. Adam got his knowledge through the tasting of the forbidden fruit. Noah was taught social science by the grace of Jehovah. In India, the theory is that every science has its presiding deity. Their founders are either devas or perfected beings, from the most menial arts as that of a cobbler to the most dignified office of the spiritual guide. Everything depends on the kind intervention of the gods or supreme beings. No knowledge is possible without a teacher. There is no way to the attainment of knowledge unless it is transmitted through an apostolic succession from disciple to disciple, unless it comes through the mercy of the Guru and direct from his mouth. Then again, the Vedantic and other philosophers of the Indian schools hold that knowledge is not to be acquired from without. It is the innate nature of the human soul and the essential birthright of every man. The human soul is the repository of infinite wisdom. What external agency can illuminate it? According to some schools, this infinite wisdom remains always the same and is never lost, and man is not ordinarily conscious of this, because a veil, so to speak, has fallen over it on account of his evil deeds, but as soon as the veil is removed it reveals itself. Others say that this infinite wisdom, though potentially present in a human soul, has become contracted through evil deeds and it becomes expanded again by the mercy of God gained by good deeds. We also read in our scriptures various other methods of unfolding this inborn infinite power and knowledge, such as devotion to God, performance of work without attachment, practicing the eightfold accessories of the yoga system, or constant dwelling on this knowledge, and so on. The final conclusion, however, is this, that through the practice of one or more or all of these methods together man gradually becomes conscious of his inborn real nature, and the infinite power and wisdom within, latent or veiled, becomes at last fully manifest. On the other side, the modern philosophers have analyzed the human mind as the source of infinitely possible manifestations and have come to the conclusion that when the individual mind on the one hand, and favorable time, place, and causation on the other can act and react upon one another, then highly developed consciousness of knowledge is sure to follow. Nay, even the unfavorableness of time and place can be successfully surmounted by the vigor and firmness of the individual. The strong individual, even if he is thrown amidst the worst conditions of place or time, overcomes them and affirms his own strength. Not only so, all the heavy burdens heaped upon the individual, the acting agent, are being made lighter and lighter in the course of time, so that any individual, however weak he may be in the beginning, is sure to reach the goal at the end if he assiduously applies himself to gain it. Look at the uncivilized and ignorant barbarians of the other day. How through close and studious application they are making long strides into the domains of civilization, how even those of the lower strata are making their way and are occupying with an irresistible force the most exalted positions in it. The sons of cannibal parents are turning out elegant and educated citizens, the descendants of the uncivilized Santals, thanks to the English government, have been nowadays meeting in successful competition are Bengali students in the Indian universities. As such, the partiality of the scientific investigators of the present day to the doctrine of hereditary transmission of qualities is being gradually diminished. There is a certain class of men whose conviction is that from time eternal there is a treasure of knowledge which contains the wisdom of everything past, present, and future. These men hold that it was their own forefathers who had the sole privilege of having the custody of this treasure. The ancient sages, the first possessors of it, bequeathed in succession this treasure and its true import to their descendants only. They are, therefore, the only inheritors to it. As such, let the rest of the world worship them. May we ask these men what they think should be the condition of the other peoples who have not got such forefathers? Their condition is doomed, is the general answer. The more kind-hearted among them is perchance pleased to rejoin, well, let them come and serve us. As a reward for such service, they will be born in our caste in the next birth. That is the only hope we can hold out to them. Well, the moderns are making many new and original discoveries in the field of science and arts, which neither you dreamt of, nor is there any proof that your forefathers ever had knowledge of. What do you say to that? Why, certainly our forefathers knew all these things, the knowledge of which is now unfortunately lost to us. Do you want a proof? I can show you one. Look. Here is the Sanskrit verse. Needless to add that the modern party, who believes in direct evidence only, never attaches any seriousness to such replies and proofs. Generally, all knowledge is divided into two classes, the apara, secular, and the para, spiritual. One pertains to perishable things, and the other to the realm of the spirit. There is, no doubt, a great difference these two classes of knowledge, and the way to the attainment of the one may be entirely different from the way to the attainment of the other. Nor can it be denied that no one method can be pointed out as the sole and universal one which will serve as the key to all and every door in the domain of knowledge. But in reality all this difference is only one of degree and not of kind. It is not that secular and spiritual knowledge are two opposite and contradictory things, but they are the same thing, the same infinite knowledge which is everywhere fully present from the lowest atom to the highest Brahman. They are the same knowledge in its different stages of gradual development. This one infinite knowledge we call secular when it is in its lower process of manifestation, and spiritual when it reaches the corresponding higher phase. All knowledge is possessed exclusively by some extraordinary great men, and those special personages take birth by the command of God, or in conformity to a higher law of nature, or in some preordained order of karma. Except through the agency of these great ones, there is no other way of attaining knowledge. If such a view be correct and certain, there seems to be no necessity for any individual to strive hard to find any new and original truth. All originality is lost to society for want of exercise and encouragement, and the worst of all is that society tries to oppose and stop any attempt in the original direction, and thus the faculty of the initiative dies out. If it is finally settled that the path of human welfare is forever chalked out by these omniscient men, society naturally fears its own destruction if the least deviation be made from the boundary line of the path, and so it tries to compel all men through rigid laws and threats of punishment to follow that path with unconditional obedience. If society succeeds in imposing such obedience to itself by confining all men within the narrow groove of these paths, then the destiny of mankind becomes no better than that of a machine. If every act in a man's life has been all previously determined, then what need is there for the culture of the faculty of thought? Where is the field for the free play of independent thought and action? In course of time, for want of proper use, all activity is given up, all originality is lost, a sort of Tamasika dreamy lifelessness hovers over the whole nation, and headlong it goes down and down. The death of such a nation is not far to seek. On the other hand, if the other extreme were true, that society prospers the most which is not guided by the injunctions of such divinely inspired souls, then civilization, wisdom, and prosperity deserting the Chinese, Hindus, Egyptians, Babylonians, Iranians, Greeks, Romans, and other great nations of ancient and modern times, who have always followed the path laid down by their sages, would have embraced the Zulus, the Kafirs, the Hottentots, and the aboriginal tribes of the Andamans and the Australian islands, who have led a life of guideless independence. Considering all these points, it must be admitted that though the presence of knowledge everywhere in every individual is an eternal truism, yet the path pointed out by the great ones of the earth has the glory peculiar to it, and that there is a peculiar interest attached to the transmission of knowledge through the succession of teachers and their disciples. Each of them has its place in the development of the sum total of knowledge, and we must learn to estimate them according to their respective merits. But, perhaps, being carried away by their overzealous and blind devotion to their masters, the successors and followers of these great ones sacrifice truth before the altar of devotion and worship to them, and misrepresent the true meaning of the purpose of those great lives by insisting on personal worship, that is, they kill the principle for the person. This is also a fact of common experience, that when man himself has lost all his own strength, he naturally likes to pass his days in idle remembrance of his forefathers' greatness. The devoted heart gradually becomes the weakest in its constant attempt to resign itself in every respect to the feet of its ancestors, and at last a time comes when this weakness teaches the disabled yet proud heart to make the vainglory of its ancestors' greatness as the only support of its life. Even if it be true that your ancestors possessed all knowledge, which has in the efflux of time been lost to you, it follows that you, their descendants, must have been instrumental in this disappearance of knowledge, and now it is all the same to you whether you have it or not. To talk of having or losing this already lost knowledge serves no useful purpose at present. You will have to make new efforts, to undergo troubles over again, if you want to recover it. True, that spiritual illumination shines of itself in a pure heart, and, as such, it is not something acquired from without, but to attain this purity of heart means long struggle and constant practice. It has also been found, on careful inquiry in the sphere of material knowledge, that those higher truths which have now and then been discovered by great scientific men have flashed like sudden floods of light in their mental atmosphere, which they had only to catch and formulate. But such truths never appear in the mind of an uncultured and wild savage. All these go to prove that hard tapasya, or practice of austerities in the shape of devout contemplation and constant study of a subject, is at the root of all illumination in its respective spheres. What we call extraordinary, superconscious inspiration is only the result of a higher development of ordinary consciousness, gained by long and continued effort. The difference between the ordinary and the extraordinary is merely one of degree in manifestation. Conscious efforts lead the way to superconscious illumination. Infinite perfection is in every man, though unmanifested. Every man has in him the potentiality of attaining to perfect saintliness, rishihood, or to the most exalted position of an avatara, or to the greatness of a hero in material discoveries. It is only a question of time and adequate well-guided investigation, etc., to have this perfection manifested. In a society where once such great men were born, there the possibility of their reappearance is greater. There can be no doubt that a society with the help of such wise guides advances faster than the one without it. But it is equally certain that such guides will rise up in the societies that are now without them and will lead them to equally rapid progress in the future. Modern India. Translated from a Bengali contribution to the Udbodhana, March 1899. The Vedic priests base their superior strength on the knowledge of the sacrificial mantras. Vedic hymns uttered by the priests to invoke the devas at the time of sacrifice. By the power of these mantras, the devas are made to come down from their heavenly abodes, accept the drink and food offerings, and grant the prayers of the Yajamanas. The men who perform sacrifices, the kings as well as their subjects, are, therefore, looking up to these priests for their welfare during their earthly life. Rajasoma, the name of the soma plant as commonly found in the Vedas. The priests offered to the devas the juice of this plant at the time of sacrifice, is worshipped by the priest and is made to thrive by the power of his mantras. As such, the devas, whose favorite food is the juice of the soma plant offered in oblation by the priest, are always kind to him and bestow his desired boons. Thus strengthened by divine grace, he defies all human opposition, for what can the power of mortals do against that of the gods? Even the king, the center of all earthly power, is a supplicant at his door. A kind look from him is the greatest help, his mere blessing a tribute to the state, preeminent above everything else. Now commanding the king to be engaged in affairs fraught with death and ruin, now standing by him as his fastest friend with kind and wise counsels, now spreading the net of subtle, diplomatic statesmanship in which the king is easily caught, the priest is seen, oftentimes, to make the royal power totally subservient to him. Above all, the worst fear is in the knowledge that the name and fame of the royal forefathers and of himself and his family lie at the mercy of the priest's pen. He is the historian. The king might have paramount power, attaining a great glory in his reign, he might prove himself as the father and mother in one to his subjects, but if the priest is not appeased, his son of glory goes down with his last breath forever, all his worth and usefulness deserving of universal approbation are lost in the great womb of time, like unto the fall of gentle dew on the ocean. Others who inaugurated the huge sacrifices lasting over many years, the performers of the Ashvamedha and so on, those who showered, like incessant rain in the rainy season, countless wealth on the priests, their names, thanks to the grace of priests, are emblazoned in the pages of history. The name of Priyadarshi Dharmashoka, the name given to the great king, Asoka, after he embraced Buddhism, the beloved of the gods, is nothing but a name in the priestly world, while Janamejaya, the performer of the great snake sacrifice of Mahabharata, son of Parikshit, is a household word in every Hindu family. To protect the state, to meet the expenses of the personal comforts and luxuries of himself and his long retinue, and, above all, to fill to overflowing the coffers of the all-powerful priesthood for its propitiation, the king is continually draining the resources of his subjects, even as the sun sucks up moisture from the earth. His especial prey, his milch cows, are the Vaishyas. Neither under the Hindu kings, nor under the Buddhist rule, do we find the common subject people taking any part in expressing their voice in the affairs of the state. True, Yudhishthira visits the houses of Vaishyas and even Shudras when he is in Varanavada. True, the subjects are praying for the installation of Ramachandra to the regency of Ayodhya, nay, they are even criticizing the conduct of Sita and secretly making plans for the bringing about of her exile, but as a recognized rule of the state they have no direct voice in the supreme government. The power of the populace is struggling to express itself in indirect and disorderly ways without any method. The people have not as yet the conscious knowledge of the existence of this power. There is neither the attempt on their part to organize it into a united action, nor have they got the will to do so. There is also a complete absence of that capacity, that skill, by means of which small and incoherent centers of force are united together, creating insuperable strength as their resultant. Is this due to want of proper laws? No, that is not it. There are laws, there are methods, separately and distinctly assigned for the guidance of different departments of government. There are laws laid down in the minutest detail for everything, such as the collection of revenue, the management of the army, the administration of justice, punishments, and rewards. But at the root of all, is the injunction of the Rishi, the word of divine authority, the revelation of God coming through the inspired Rishi. The laws have, it can almost be said, no elasticity in them. Under the circumstances, it is never possible for the people to acquire any sort of education by which they can learn to combine among themselves and be united for the accomplishment of any object for the common good of the people, or by which they can have the concerted intellect to conceive the idea of popular right in the treasures collected by the king from his subjects, or even such education by which they can be fired with the aspiration to gain the right of representation in the control of state revenues and expenditure. Why should they do such things? Is not the inspiration of the Rishi responsible for their prosperity and progress? Again, all those laws are in books. Between laws as codified in books and their operation in practical life, there is a world of difference. One Ramachandra is born after thousands of Agnivarnas one pass away. Many kings show us the life of Shandas Hokatu, Dharmashikas are rare. The number of kings like Akbar, in whom the subjects find their life, is far less than that of kings like Aurangzeb who live on the blood of their people. Even if the kings be of as godlike nature as that of Yudhishthira, Ramachandra, Dharmashoka, or Akbar under whose benign rule the people enjoyed safety and prosperity, and were looked after with paternal care by their rulers, the hand of him who is always fed by another gradually loses the power of taking the food to his mouth. His power of self-preservation can never become fully manifest who is always protected in every respect by another. Even the strongest youth remains but a child if he is always looked after as a child by his parents. Being always governed by kings of godlike nature, to whom is left the whole duty of protecting and providing for the people, they can never get any occasion for understanding the principles of self-government. Such a nation, being entirely dependent on the king for everything and never caring to exert itself for the common good or for self-defense, becomes gradually destitute of inherent energy and strength. If this state of dependence and protection continues long, it becomes the cause of the destruction of the nation, and its ruin is not far to seek. Of course, it can be reasonably concluded that, when the government a country, is guided by codes of laws enjoined by Shastras which are the outcome of knowledge inspired by the divine genius of great sages, such a government must lead to the unbroken welfare of the rich and the poor, the wise and the ignorant, the king and the subjects alike. But we have seen already how far the operation of those laws was, or may be, possible in practical life. The voice of the ruled in the government of their land, which is the watchword of the modern Western world, and of which the last expression has been echoed with a thundering voice in the declaration of the American government, in the words, that the government of the people of this country must be by the people and for the good of the people, cannot however be said to have been totally unrecognized in ancient India. The Greek travelers and others saw many independent small states scattered all over this country, and references are also found to this effect in many places of the Buddhistic literature. And there cannot be the least doubt about it that the germ of self-government was at least present in the shape of the village panchayat, literally, government by five, in which the village men sit together and decide among themselves, all disputes, which is still to be found in existence in many places of India. But the germ remained forever the germ, the seed though put in the ground never grew into a tree. This idea of self-government never passed beyond the embryo state of the village panchayat system and never spread into society at large. In the religious communities, among sannyasins in the Buddhist monasteries, we have ample evidence to show that self-government was fully developed. Even now, one wonders to see how the power of the panchayat system of the principles of self-government, is working amongst the Naga sannyasins, what deep respect the government by the five commands from them, what effective individual rights each Naga can exercise within his own sect, what excellent working of the power of organization and concerted action they have among themselves. With the deluge which swept the land at the advent of Buddhism, the priestly power fell into decay and the royal power was in the ascendant. Buddhist priests are renouncers of the world, living in monasteries as homeless ascetics, unconcerned with secular affairs. They have neither the will nor the endeavor to bring and keep the royal power under their control through the threat of curses or magic arrows. Even if there were any remnant of such a will, its fulfillment has now become an impossibility. For Buddhism has shaken the thrones of all the oblation-eating gods and brought them down from their heavenly positions. The state of being a Buddha is superior to the heavenly positions of many a Brahma or an Indra, who vie with each other in offering their worship at the feet of the Buddha, the God-man. And to this Buddhahood, every man has the privilege to attain, it is open to all even in this life. From the descent of the gods, as a natural consequence, the superiority of the priests who were supported by them is gone. Accordingly, the reins of that mighty sacrificial horse, the royal power, are no longer held in the firm grasp of the Vedic priest, and being now free, it can roam anywhere by its unbridled will. The center of power in this period is neither with the priests chanting the Sama hymns and performing the yajanas according to the Yajurveda, nor is the power vested in the hands of Kshatriya kings separated from each other and ruling over small independent states. But the center of power in this age is in emperors whose unobstructed sway extend over vast areas bounded by the ocean, covering the whole of India from one end to the other. The leaders of this age are no longer Vishvamitra or Vasishtha, but emperors like Chandragupta, Dharmashoka, and others. There never were emperors who ascended the throne of India and led her to the pinnacle of her glory, such as those lords of the earth who ruled over her in paramount sway during the Buddhistic period. The end of this period is characterized by the appearance of Rajput power on the scene and the rise of modern Hinduism. With the rise of Rajput power, on the decline of Buddhism, the scepter of the Indian Empire, dislodged from its paramount power, was again broken into 1,000 pieces and wielded by small powerless hands. At this time, the Brahminical, priestly, power again succeeded in raising its head, not as an adversary as before, but this time as an auxiliary to the royal supremacy. During this revolution, that perpetual struggle for supremacy between the priestly and the royal classes, which began from the Vedic times and continued through ages till it reached its climax at the time of the Jain and Buddhist revolutions, has ceased forever. Now these two mighty powers are friendly to each other, but neither is there any more that glorious Kshatra, warlike, velour of the kings, nor that spiritual brilliance which characterized the Brahmins. Each has lost his former intrinsic strength. As might be expected, this new union of the two forces was soon engaged in the satisfaction of mutual self-interests, and became dissipated by spending its vitality on extirpating their common opponents, especially the Buddhists of the time, and on similar other deeds. Being steeped in all the vices consequent on such a union, example the sucking of the blood of the masses, taking revenge on the enemy, spoliation of others' property, etc., they in vain tried to imitate the Rajaswaya and other Vedic sacrifices of the ancient kings, and only made a ridiculous farce of them. The result was that they were bound hand and foot by a formidable train of sycophantic attendants and its obsequious flatteries, and being entangled in an interminable net of rites and ceremonies with flourishes of mantras and the like, they soon became a cheap and ready prey to the Mohammedan invaders from the west. That priestly power which began its strife for superiority with the royal power from the Vedic times and continued it down the ages, that hostility against the Kshatra power, Bhagwan Sri Krishna succeeded by his superhuman genius in putting a stop to, at least for the tired being, during his earthly existence. That Brahmanya power was almost effaced from its field of work in India during the Jain and Buddhist revolutions, or, perhaps, was holding its feeble stand by being subservient to the strong antagonistic religions. That Brahmanya power, since this appearance of Rajput power, which held sway over India under the Mehra dynasty and others, made its last effort to recover its lost greatness, and in its effort to establish that supremacy, it sold itself at the feet of the fierce hordes of barbarians newly come from Central Asia, and to win their pleasure introduced in the land their hateful manners and customs. Moreover, it, the Brahmanya power, solely devoting itself to the easy means to dupe ignorant barbarians, brought into vogue mysterious rites and ceremonies backed by its new mantras and the like, and in doing so, itself lost its former wisdom, its former vigor and vitality, and its own chaste habits of long acquirement. Thus it turned the whole Aryavarta into a deep and vast whirlpool of the most vicious, the most horrible, the most abominable, barbarous customs, and as the inevitable consequence of countenancing these detestable customs and superstitions, it soon lost all its own internal strength and stamina and became the weakest of the weak. What wonder that it should be broken into 1,000 pieces and fall at the mere touch of the storm of Musulman invasions from the west. That great Brahmanya power fell, who knows, if ever to rise again? The resuscitation of the priestly power under the Musulman rule was, on the other hand, an utter impossibility. The Prophet Muhammad himself was dead against the priestly class in any shape and tried his best for the total destruction of this power by formulating rules and injunctions to that effect. Under the Musulman rule, the king himself was the supreme priest, he was the chief guide in religious matters, and when he became the emperor, he cherished the hope of being the paramount leader in all matters over the whole Mussulman world. To the Mussulman, the Jews or the Christians are not objects of extreme detestation, they are, at the worst, men of little faith. But not so the Hindu. According to him, the Hindu is idolatrous, the hateful kafir, hence in this life he deserves to be butchered, and in the next, eternal hell is in store for him. The utmost the Mussulman kings could do as a favor to the priestly class, the spiritual guides of these kafirs, was to allow them somehow to pass their life silently and wait for the last moment. This was again sometimes considered too much kindness. If the religious ardor of any king was a little more uncommon, there would immediately follow arrangements for a great yajna by way of kafir slaughter. On one side, the royal power is now centered in kings professing a different religion and given to different customs. On the other, the priestly power has been entirely displaced from its influential position as the controller and lawgiver of the society. The Quran and its code of laws have taken the place of the Dharma Shastras of Manu and others. The Sanskrit language has made room for the Persian and the Arabic. The Sanskrit language has to remain confined only to the purely religious writings and religious matters of the conquered and detested Hindu, and, as such, has since been living a precarious life at the hands of the neglected priest. The priest himself, the relic of the Brahmanya power, fell back upon the last resource of conducting only the comparatively unimportant family ceremonies, such as the matrimonial etc., and that also only so long and as much as the mercy of the Mohammedan rulers permitted. In the Vedic and the adjoining periods, the royal power could not manifest itself on account of the grinding pressure of the priestly power. We have seen how, during the Buddhistic revolution, resulting in the fall of the Brahminical supremacy, the royal power in India reached its culminating point. In the interval between the fall of the Buddhistic and the establishment of the Mohammedan Empire, we have seen how the royal power was trying to raise its head through the Rajputs in India, and how it failed in its attempt. At the root of this failure, too, could be traced the same old endeavors of the Vedic priestly class to bring back and revive with a new life their original, ritualistic, days. Crushing the Brahminical supremacy under his feet, the Mussulman king was able to restore to a considerable extent the lost glories of such dynasties of emperors as the Maurya, the Gupta, the Andhra, and the Kshatrapa, the Persian governors of Aryavarta and Gujarat. Thus the priestly power which sages like Kumarila, Shankara, and Ramanuj tried to re-establish, which for some time was supported by the sword of the Rajput power, and which tried to rebuild its structure on the fall of its Jain and Buddhist adversaries, was under Mohammedan rule laid to sleep forever, knowing no awakening. In this period, the antagonism or warfare is not between kings and priests, but between kings and kings. At the end of this period, when Hindu power again raised its head, and, to some extent, was successful in regenerating Hinduism through the Marathas and the Sikhs, we do not find much play of the priestly power with these regenerations. On the contrary, when the Sikhs admitted any Brahmin into their sect, they, at first, compelled him publicly to give up his previous Brahminical signs and adopt the recognized signs of their own religion. In this manner, after an age-long play of action and reaction between these two forces, the final victory of the royal power was echoed on the soil of India for several centuries, in the name of foreign monarchs professing an entirely different religion from the faith of the land. But at the end of this Mohammedan period, another entirely new power made its appearance on the arena and slowly began to assert its prowess in the affairs of the Indian world. This power is so new, its nature and workings are so foreign to the Indian mind, its rise so inconceivable, and its vigor so insuperable that though it wields the suzerain power up till now, only a handful of Indians understand what this power is. We are talking of the occupation of India by England. From very ancient times, the fame of India's vast wealth and her rich granaries has enkindled in many powerful foreign nations the desire for conquering her. She has been, in fact, again and again conquered by foreign nations. Then why should we say that the occupation of India by England was something new and foreign to the Indian mind? From time immemorial Indians have seen the mightiest royal power tremble before the frown of the ascetic priest, devoid of worldly desire, armed with spiritual strength, the power of mantras, sacred formulas, and religious lore, and the weapon of curses. They have also seen the subject people silently obey the commands of their heroic all-powerful suzerains, backed by their arms and armies, like a flock of sheep before a lion. But that a handful of Vaishyas, traitors, who, despite their great wealth, have ever crouched awe-stricken not only before the king but also before any member of the royal family, would unite, cross for purposes of business rivers and seas, would, solely by virtue of their intelligence and wealth, by degrees make puppets of the long-established Hindu and Mohammedan dynasties, not only so, but that they would buy as well the services of the ruling powers of their own country and use their valor and learning as powerful instruments for the influx of their own riches. This is a spectacle entirely novel to the Indians, as also the spectacle that the descendants of the mighty nobility of a country, of which a proud lord, sketched by the extraordinary pen of its great poet, says to a common man, "Out, dunghill! Darest thou brave a nobleman?" would, in no distant future, consider it the zenith of human ambition to be sent to India as obedient servants of a body of merchants, called the East India Company. Such a sight was, indeed, a novelty unseen by India before. According to the prevalence, in greater or lesser degree, of the three qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas in man, the four castes, the Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, are everywhere present at all times, in all civilized societies. By the mighty hand of time, their number and power also vary at different times in regard to different countries. In some countries the numerical strength or influence of one of these castes may preponderate over another. At some period, one of the classes may be more powerful than the rest. But from a careful study of the history of the world, it appears that in conformity to the law of nature the four castes, the Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra do, in every society, one after another in succession, govern the world. Among the Chinese, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, the Aryas, the Iranians, the Jews, the Arabs, among all these ancient nations, the supreme power of guiding society is, in the first period of their history, in the hands of the Brahmin or the priest. In the second period, the ruling power is the Kshatriya, that is, either absolute monarchy or oligarchical government by a chosen body of men. Among the modern Western nations, with England at their head, this power of controlling society has been, for the first time, in the hands of the Vaishyas or mercantile communities, made rich through the carrying on of commerce. Though Troy and Carthage of ancient times and Venice and similar other small commercial states of comparatively modern times became highly powerful, yet, amongst them, there was not the real rising of the Vaishya power in the proper sense of the term. Correctly speaking, the descendants of the royal family had the sole monopoly of the commerce of those old days by employing the common people and their servants under them to carry on the trade, and they appropriated to themselves the profits accruing from it. Excepting these few men, no one was allowed to take any part or voice an opinion even in the government of the country and kindred affairs. In the oldest countries like Egypt, the priestly power enjoyed unmolested supremacy only for a short period, after which it became subjugated to the royal power and lived as an auxiliary to it. In China, the royal power, centralized by the genius of Confucius, has been controlling and guiding the priestly power, in accordance with its absolute will, for more than 25 centuries, and during the last 2 centuries, the all-absorbing lamas of Tibet, though they are the spiritual guides of the royal family, have been compelled to pass their days, being subject in every way to the Chinese emperor. In India, the royal power succeeded in conquering the priestly power and declaring its untrammeled authority long after the other ancient civilized nations had done so, and therefore the inauguration of the Indian Empire came about long after the Chinese, Egyptian, Babylonian, and other empires had risen. It was only with the Jewish people that the royal power, though it tried hard to establish its supremacy over the priestly, had to meet a complete defeat in the attempt. Not even the Vaishyas attained the ruling power with the Jews. On the other hand, the common subject people, trying to free themselves from the shackles of priestcraft, were crushed to death under the internal commotion of adverse religious movements like Christianity and the external pressure of the mighty Roman Empire. As in the ancient days, the priestly power, in spite of its long-continued struggle, was subdued by the more powerful royal power, so, in modern times, before the violent blow of the newly risen Vaishya power, many a kingly crown has to kiss the ground, many a scepter is forever broken to pieces. Only those few thrones which are allowed still to exercise some power in some of the civilized countries and make a display of their royal pomp and grandeur are all maintained solely by the vast hoards of wealth of these Vaishya communities, the dealers in salt, oil, sugar, and wine, and kept up as a magnificent and an imposing front, and as a means of glorification to the really governing body behind, the Vaishyas. That mighty newly risen Vaishya power at whose command, electricity carries messages in an instant from one pole to another, whose highway is the vast ocean, with its mountain-high waves, at whose instance, commodities are being carried with the greatest ease from one part of the globe to another, and at whose mandate, even the greatest monarchs tremble on the white foamy crest of that huge wave, the all-conquering Vaishya power, is installed the majestic throne of England in all its grandeur. Therefore the conquest of India by England is not a conquest by Jesus or the Bible as we are often asked to believe. Neither is it like the conquest of India by the Mughals and the Pathans. But behind the name of the Lord Jesus, the Bible, the magnificent palaces, the heavy tramp of the feet of armies consisting of elephants, chariots, cavalry, and infantry, shaking the earth, the sounds of war trumpets, bugles, and drums, and the splendid display of the royal throne, behind all these, there is always the virtual presence of England, that England whose war flag is the factory chimney, whose troops are the merchantmen, whose battlefields are the marketplaces of the world, and whose empress is the shining goddess of fortune herself. It is on this account I have said before that it is indeed an unseen novelty, this conquest of India by England. What new revolution will be effected in India by her clash with the new giant power, and as the result of that revolution what new transformation is in store for future India, cannot be inferred from her past history. I have stated previously that the four castes, Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra do, in succession, rule the world. During the period of supreme authority exercised by each of these castes, some acts are accomplished which conduce to the welfare of the people, while others are injurious to them. The foundation of the priestly power rests on intellectual strength, and not on the physical strength of arms. Therefore, with the supremacy of the priestly power, there is a great prevalence of intellectual and literary culture. Every human heart is always anxious for communication with, and help from, the supersensuous spiritual world. The entrance to that world is not possible for the generality of mankind. Only a few great souls who can acquire a perfect control over their sense organs and who are possessed with a nature preponderating with the essence of sattva guna are able to pierce the formidable wall of matter and come face to face, as it were, with the supersensuous. It is only they who know the workings of the kingdom that bring the messages from it and show the way to others. These great souls are the priests, the primitive guides, leaders, and movers of human societies. The priest knows the gods and communicates with them, he is therefore worshipped as a god. Leaving behind the thoughts of the world, he has no longer to devote himself to the earning of his bread by the sweat of his brow. The best and foremost parts of all food and drink are due as offerings to the gods, and of these gods, the visible proxies on earth are the priests. It is through their mouths that they partake of the offerings. Knowingly or unknowingly, society gives the priest abundant leisure, and he can therefore get the opportunity of being meditative and of thinking higher thoughts. Hence the development of wisdom and learning originates first with the supremacy of the priestly power. There stands the priest between the dreadful lion the king on the one hand, and the terrified flock of sheep the subject people on the other. The destructive leap of the lion is checked by the controlling rod of spiritual power in the hands of the priest. The flame of the despotic will of the king, maddened in the pride of his wealth and men, is able to burn into ashes everything that comes in his way, but it is only a word from the priest, who has neither wealth nor men behind him but whose sole strength is his spiritual power, that can quench the despotic royal will, as water the fire. With the ascendancy of the priestly supremacy are seen the first advent of civilization, the first victory of the divine nature over the animal, the first mastery of spirit over matter, and the first manifestation of the divine power which is potentially present in this very slave of nature, this lump of flesh, to wit, the human body. The priest is the first discriminator of spirit from matter, the first to help to bring this world in communion with the next, the first messenger from the gods to man, and the intervening bridge that connects the king with his subjects. The first offshoot of universal welfare and good is nursed by his spiritual power, by his devotion to learning and wisdom, by his renunciation, the watchword of his life, and watered even by the flow of his own life-blood. It is therefore that in every land it was he to whom the first and foremost worship was offered. It is therefore that even his memory is sacred to us. There are evils as well. With the growth of life is sown simultaneously the seed of death. Darkness and light always go together. Indeed, there are great evils which, if not checked in proper time, lead to the ruin of society. The play of power through gross matter is universally experienced, everyone sees, everyone understands, the mighty manifestation of gross material force as displayed in the play of battle axes and swords, or in the burning properties of fire and lightning. Nobody doubts these things, nor can there ever be any question about their genuineness. But where the repository of power and the center of its play are wholly mental, where the power is confined to certain special words, to certain special modes of uttering them, to the mental repetition of certain mysterious syllables, or to other similar processes and applications of the mind, there light is mixed with shade, there the ebb and flow naturally disturb the otherwise unshaken faith, and there even when things are actually seen or directly perceived, still sometimes doubts arise as to their real occurrence. Where distress, fear, anger, malice, spirit of retaliation, and the like passions of man, leaving the palpable force of arms, leaving the gross material methods to gain the end in view which every one can understand, substitute in their stead the mysterious mental processes like Stambhana, Uchkatana, Vashakarana, and Marana 3 for their fructification, there a cloud of smoky indistinctness, as it were, naturally envelopes the mental atmosphere of these men who often live and move in such hazy worlds of obscure mysticism. No straight line of action presents itself before such a mind, even if it does, the mind distorts it into crookedness. The final result of all this is insincerity, that very limited narrowness of the heart, and above all, the most fatal is the extreme intolerance born of malicious envy at the superior excellence of another. The priest naturally says to himself, why should I part with the power that has made the deva subservient to me, has given me mastery over physical and mental illnesses, and has gained for me the service of ghosts, demons, and other unseen spirits? I have dearly bought this power by the price of extreme renunciation. Why should I give to others that to get which I had to give up my wealth, name, fame, in short, all my earthly comforts and happiness? Again, that power is entirely mental. And how many opportunities are there of keeping it a perfect secret? Entangled in this will of circumstances, human nature becomes what it inevitably would. Being used to practice constant self-concealment, it becomes a victim of extreme selfishness and hypocrisy, and at last succumbs to the poisonous consequences which they bring in their train. In time, the reaction of this very desire to concealment rebounds upon oneself. All knowledge, all wisdom is almost lost for want of proper exercise and diffusion, and what little remains is thought to have been obtained from some supernatural source, and, therefore, far from making fresh efforts to go in for originality and gain knowledge of new sciences, it is considered useless and futile to attempt even to improve the remnants of the old by cleansing them of their corruptions. Thus lost to former wisdom, the former indomitable spirit of self-reliance, the priest, now glorifying himself merely in the name of his forefathers, vainly struggles to preserve untarnished for himself the same glory, the same privilege, the same veneration, and the same supremacy as was enjoyed by his great forefathers. Consequently, his violent collision with the other castes. According to the law of nature, wherever there is an awakening of a new and stronger life, there it tries to conquer and take the place of the old and the decaying. Nature favors the dying out of the unfit and the survival of the fittest. The final result of such conflict between the priestly and the other classes has been mentioned already. That renunciation, self-control, and asceticism of the priest which during the period of his ascendancy were devoted to the pursuance of earnest researches of truth are on the eve of his decline employed anew and spent solely in the accumulation of objects of self-gratification and in the extension of privileged superiority over others. That power, the centralization of which in himself gave him all honor and worship, has now been dragged down from its high heavenly position to the lowest abyss of hell. Having lost sight of the goal, drifting aimless, the priestly power is entangled, like the spider, in the web spun by itself. The chain that has been forged from generation to generation with the greatest care to be put on others' feet is now tightened round its own in 1,000 coils, and is thwarting its own movement in hundreds of ways. Caught in the endless thread of the net of infinite rites, ceremonies, and customs, which it spread on all sides as external means for purification of the body and the mind with a view to keeping society in the iron grasp of these innumerable bonds, the priestly power, thus hopelessly entangled from head to foot, is now asleep in despair. There is no escaping out of it now. Tear the net, and the priesthood of the priest is shaken to its foundation. There is implanted in every man, naturally, a strong desire for progress, and those who, finding that the fulfillment of this desire is an impossibility so long as one is trammeled in the shackles of priesthood, rend this net and take to the profession of other castes in order to earn money thereby them, the society immediately dispossesses of their priestly rights. Society has no faith in the Brahminhood of the so-called Brahmins who, instead of keeping the shikha, the sacred tuft or lock of hair left on the crown of the head at tonsure, part their hair, who, giving up their ancient habits and ancestral customs, clothe themselves in semi-European dress and adopt the newly introduced usages from the West in a hybrid fashion. Again, in those parts of India, wherever this newcomer, the English government, is introducing new modes of education and opening up new channels for the coming in of wealth, their hosts of Brahmin youths are giving up their hereditary priestly profession and trying to earn their livelihood and become rich by adopting the callings of other castes, with the result that the habits and customs of the priestly class, handed down from their distant forefathers, are scattered to the winds and are fast disappearing from the land. In Gujarat, each secondary sect of the Brahmins is divided into two subdivisions, one being those who still stick to the priestly profession, while the other lives by other professions. Only the first subdivisions, carrying on the priestly profession, are called Brahmanas, and though the other subdivisions are by lineage descendants from Brahmin fathers, yet the former do not link themselves in matrimonial relation with the latter. For example, by the name of Nagara Brahmana are meant only those Brahmins who are priests living on alms, and by the name Nagara only are meant those Brahmins who have accepted service under the government, or those who have been carrying on the Vaishya's profession. But it appears that such distinctions will not long continue in these days in Gujarat. Even the sons of the Nagara Brahmanas are nowadays getting English education, and entering into government service, or adopting some mercantile business. Even orthodox pundits of the old school, undergoing pecuniary difficulties, are sending their sons to the colleges of the English universities or making them choose the callings of Vaidyas, Kayasthas, and other non-Brahmin castes. If the current of affairs goes on running in this course, then it is a question of most serious reflection, no doubt, how long more will the priestly class continue on India's soil? Those who lay the fault of attempting to bring down the supremacy of the priestly class at the door of any particular person or body of persons other than themselves ought to know that, in obedience to the inevitable law of nature, the Brahmin caste is erecting with its own hands its own sepulchre, and this is what ought to be. It is good and appropriate that every caste of high birth and privileged nobility should make it its principal duty to raise its own funeral pyre with its own hands. Accumulation of power is as necessary as its diffusion, or rather more so. The accumulation of blood in the heart is an indispensable condition for life, its non-circulation throughout the body means death. For the welfare of society, it is absolutely necessary at certain times to have all knowledge and power concentrated in certain families or castes to the exclusion of others, but that concentrated power is focused for the time being, only to be scattered broadcast over the whole of society in future. If this diffusion be withheld, the destruction of that society is, without doubt, near at hand. On the other side, the king is like the lion, in him are present both the good and evil propensities of the lord of beasts. Never for a moment his fierce nails are held back from tearing to pieces the heart of innocent animals, living on herbs and grass, to allay his thirst for blood when occasion arises. Again, the poet says, though himself stricken with old age and dying with hunger, the lion never kills the weakest fox that throws itself in his arms for protection. If the subject classes, for a moment, stand as impediments in the way of the gratification of the senses of the royal lion, their death knell is inevitably tolled. If they humbly bow down to his commands, they are perfectly safe. Not only so. Not to speak of ancient days, even in modern times, no society can be found in any country where the effectiveness of individual self-sacrifice for the good of the many and of the oneness of purpose and endeavor actuating every member of the society for the common good of the whole have been fully realized. Hence the necessity of the kings who are the creations of the society itself. They are the centers where all the forces of society, otherwise loosely scattered about, are made to converge, and from which they start and course through the body politic and animate society. As during the Brahminical supremacy, at the first stage is the awakening of the first impulse for search after knowledge, and later the continual and careful fostering of the growth of that impulse still in its infancy, so, during the Kshatriya supremacy, a strong desire for pleasure pursuits has made its appearance at the first stage, and later have sprung up inventions and developments of arts and sciences as the means for its gratification. Can the king, in the height of his glory, hide his proud head within the lowly cottages of the poor? Or can the common good of his subjects ever minister to his royal appetite with satisfaction? He whose dignity bears no comparison with anyone else on earth, he who is divinity residing in the temple of the human body for the common man, to cast even a mere glance at his, the king's, objects of pleasure is a great sin, to think of ever possessing them is quite out of the question. The body of the king is not like the bodies of other people, it is too sacred to be polluted by any contamination. In certain countries it is even believed never to come under the sway of death. A halo of equal sacredness shines around the queen, so she is scrupulously guarded from the gaze of the common folk, not even the sun may cast a glance on her beauty. Hence the rising of magnificent palaces to take the place of thatched cottages. The sweet harmonious strain of artistic music, flowing as it were from heaven, silenced the disorderly jargon of the rabble. Delightful gardens, pleasant groves, beautiful galleries, charming paintings, exquisite sculptures, fine and costly apparel began to displace by gradual steps the natural beauties of rugged woods and the rough and coarse dress of the simple rustic. Thousands of intelligent men left the toilsome task of the ploughman and turned their attention to the new field of fine arts, where they could display the finer play of their intellect in less laborious and easier ways. Villages lost their importance, cities rose in their stead. It was in India, again, that the kings, after having enjoyed for some time earthly pleasures to their full satisfaction, were stricken at the latter part of their lives with heavy world weariness, as is sure to follow on extreme sense gratification, and thus being satiated with worldly pleasures, they retired at their old age into secluded forests, and there began to contemplate the deep problems of life. The results of such renunciation and deep meditation were marked by a strong dislike for cumbrous rites and ceremonials and an extreme devotion to the highest spiritual truths which we find embodied in the Upanishads, the Gita, and the Jain and the Buddhist scriptures. Here also was a great conflict between the priestly and the royal powers. Disappearance of the elaborate rites and ceremonials meant a death blow to the priest's profession. Therefore, naturally, at all times and in every country, the priests gird up their loins and try their best to preserve the ancient customs and usages, while on the other side stand in opposition kings like Janaka, backed by Kshatriya prowess as well as spiritual power. We have dealt at length already on this bitter antagonism between the two parties. As the priest is busy about centralizing all knowledge and learning at a common center, to wit, himself, so the king is ever up and doing in collecting all the earthly powers and focusing them in a central point, i.e. his own self. Of course, both are beneficial to society. At one time they are both needed for the common good of society, but that is only at its infant stage. But if attempts be made, when society has passed its infant stage and reached its vigorous youthful condition, to clothe it by force with the dress which suited it in its infancy and keep it bound within narrow limits, then either it bursts the bonds by virtue of its own strength and tries to advance, or where it fails to do so, it retraces its footsteps and by slow degrees returns to its primitive uncivilized condition. Kings are like parents to their subjects, and the subjects are the king's children. The subjects should, in every respect, look up to the king and stick to their king with unreserved obedience, and the king should rule them with impartial justice and look to their welfare and bear the same affection towards them as he would towards his own children. But what rule applies to individual homes applies to the whole society as well, for society is only the aggregate of individual homes. When the son attains the age of 16, the father ought to deal with him as his friend and equal, for if that is the rule, does not the infant society ever attain that age of 16? It is the evidence of history that at a certain time every society attains its manhood, when a strong conflict ensues between the ruling power and the common people. The life of the society, its expansion and civilization, depend on its victory or defeat in this conflict. Such changes, revolutionizing society, have been happening in India again and again. Only in this country they have been effected in the name of religion, for religion is the life of India, religion is the language of this country, the symbol of all its movements. The Charvaka, the Jain, the Buddhist, Shankara, Ramanuj, Kabir, Nanak, Chaitanya, the Brahmo Samaj, the Arya Samaj, of all these and similar other sects, the wave of religion, foaming, thundering, surging, breaks in the front, while in the rear follows the filling up of social wants. If all desires can be accomplished by the mere utterance of some meaningless syllables, then who will exert himself and go through difficulties to work out the fulfillment of his desires? If this malady enters into the entire body of any social system, then that society becomes slothful and indisposed to any exertion, and soon hastens to it, ruin. Hence the slashing sarcasm of the Charvakas, who believed only in the reality of sense perceptions and nothing beyond. What could have saved Indian society from the ponderous burden of omnifarious ritualistic ceremonialism, with its animal and other sacrifices, which all but crushed the very life out of it, except the Jain revolution, which took its strong stand exclusively on chaste morals and philosophical truth? Or without the Buddhist revolution, what would have delivered the suffering millions of the lower classes from the violent tyrannies of the influential higher castes? When, in course of time, Buddhism declined and its extremely pure and moral character gave place to equally bad, unclean, and immoral practices, when Indian society trembled under the infernal dance of the various races of barbarians who were allowed into the Buddhistic fold by virtue of its universal all-embracing spirit of equality, then Shankara, and later Ramanuj, appeared on the scene and tried their best to bring society back to its former days of glory and re-establish its lost status. Again, it is an undoubted fact that if there had not been the advent of Kabir, Nanak, and Chaitanya in the Mohammedan period, and the establishment of the Brahmo Samaj and the Arya Samaj in our own day, then, by this time, the Mohammedans and the Christians would have far outnumbered the Hindus of the present day in India. What better material is there than nourishing food to build up the body composed of various elements, and the mind which sends out infinite waves of thought? But if that food which goes to sustain the body and strengthen the mind is not properly assimilated, and the natural functions of the body do not work properly, then that very thing becomes the root of all evil. The individual's life is in the life of the whole, the individual's happiness is in the happiness of the whole. Apart from the whole, the individual's existence is inconceivable. This is an eternal truth and is the bedrock on which the universe is built. To move slowly towards the infinite whole, bearing a constant feeling of intense sympathy and sameness with it, being happy with its happiness and being distressed in its affliction, is the individual's sole duty. Not only is it his duty, but in its transgression is his death, while compliance with this great truth leads to life immortal. This is the law of nature, and who can throw dust into her ever watchful eyes? None can hoodwink society and deceive it for any length of time. However much there may have accumulated heaps of refuse and mud on the surface of society, still, at the bottom of those heaps the life breath of society is ever to be found, pulsating with the vibrations of universal love and self-denying compassion for all. Society is like the earth that patiently bears incessant molestations, but she wakes up one day, however long that may be in coming, and the force of the shaking tremors of that awakening hurls off to a distance the accumulated dirt of self-seeking meanness piled up during millions of patient and silent years. We ignore this sublime truth, and though we suffer 1,000 times for our folly, yet, in our absurd foolishness, impelled by the brute in us, we do not believe in it. We try to deceive, but 1,000 times we find we are deceived ourselves, and yet we do not desist. Mad that we are, we imagine we can impose on nature with our short-sighted vision. We think ministering to the self at any cost is the be-all and end-all of life. Wisdom, knowledge, wealth, men, strength, prowess, and whatever else nature gathers and provides us with, are all only for diffusion, when the moment of need is at hand. We often forget this fact, put the stamp of mine only upon the entrusted deposits, and pari passu, we sow the seed of our own ruin. The king, the center of the forces of the aggregate of his subjects, soon forgets that those forces are only stored with him so that he may increase and give them back 1,000-fold in their potency, so that they may spread over the whole community for its good. Attributing all godship to himself, in his pride, like the king Vina 5, he looks upon other people as wretched specimens of humanity who should grovel before him. Any opposition to his will, whether good or bad, is a great sin on the part of his subjects. Hence oppression steps into the place of protection, sucking their blood in place of preservation. If the society is weak and debilitated, it silently suffers all ill treatment at the hands of the king, and as the natural consequence, both the king and his people go down and fall into the most degraded state, and thus become an easy prey to any nation stronger than themselves. Where the society is healthy and strong, there soon follows a fierce contest between the king and his subjects, and, by its reaction and convulsion, are flung away the scepter and the crown, and the throne and the royal paraphernalia become like past curiosities preserved in the museum galleries. As the result of this contest, as its reaction, is the appearance of the mighty power of the Vaishya, before whose angry glance the crowned heads, the lords of heroes, tremble like an aspen leaf on their thrones, whom the poor as well as the prince humbly follow in vain expectation of the golden jar in his hands, that like Tantalus's fruit always recedes from the grasp. The Brahmin said, "Learning is the power of all powers, that learning is dependent upon me, I possess that learning, so the society must follow my bidding." For some days such was the case. The Kshatriya said, "But for the power of my sword, where would you be, O Brahmin, with all your power of lore? You would in no time be wiped off the face of the earth. It is I alone that am the superior." Out flew the flaming sword from the jingling scabbard. Society humbly recognized it with bended head. Even the worshipper of learning was the first to turn into the worshipper of the king. The Vaishya is saying, "You, madman, what you call the effulgent all-pervading deity is here, in my hand, the ever-shining gold, the almighty sovereign. Behold, through its grace, I am also equally all-powerful. O Brahmin! Even now, I shall buy through its grace all your wisdom, learning, prayers, and meditation. And, O great king! Your sword, arms, valor, and prowess will soon be employed, through the grace of this, my gold, in carrying out my desired objects. Do you see those lofty and extensive mills? Those are my hives. See, how, swarms of millions of bees, the Shudras, are incessantly gathering honey for those hives. Do you know for whom? For me, this me, who in due course of time will squeeze out every drop of it for my own use and profit. As during the supremacy of the Brahmin and the Kshatriya, there is a centralization of learning and advancement of civilization, so the result of the supremacy of the Vaishya is accumulation of wealth. The power of the Vaishya lies in the possession of that coin, the charm of whose clinking sound works with an irresistible fascination on the minds of the four castes. The Vaishya is always in fear lest the Brahmin swindles him out of this, his only possession, and lest the Kshatriya usurps it by virtue of his superior strength of arms. For self-preservation, the Vaishyas as a body are, therefore, of one mind. The Vaishya commands the money, the exorbitant interest that he can exact for its use by others, as with a lash in his hand, is his powerful weapon which strikes terror in the heart of all. By the power of his money, he is always busy curbing the royal power. That the royal power may not anyhow stand in the way of the inflow of his riches, the merchant is ever watchful. But, for all that, he has never the least wish that the power should pass on from the kingly to the Shudra class. To what country does not the merchant go? Though himself ignorant, he carries on his trade and transplants the learning, wisdom, art, and science of one country to another. The wisdom, civilization, and arts that accumulated in the heart of the social body during the Brahmin and the Kshatriya supremacies are being diffused in all directions by the arteries of commerce to the different marketplaces of the Vaishya. But for the rising of this Vaishya power, who would have carried today the culture, learning, acquirements, and articles of food and luxury of one end of the world to the other? And where are they through whose physical labor only are possible the influence of the Brahmin, the prowess of the Kshatriya, and the fortune of the Vaishya? What is their history, who, being the real body of society, are designated at all times in all countries as base-born? For whom kind India prescribed the mild punishments, cut out his tongue, chop off his flesh, and others of like nature, for such a grave offense as any attempt on their part to gain a share of the knowledge and wisdom monopolized by her higher classes, those moving corpses of India and the beasts of burden of other countries, the Shudras. What is their lot in life? What shall I say of India? Let alone her Shudra class, her Brahmins to whom belonged the acquisition of scriptural knowledge are now the foreign professors, her Kshatriyas the ruling Englishmen, and Vaishyas, too, the English in whose bone and marrow is the instinct of trade, so that, only the Shudraness, the beast of burdenness, is now left with the Indians themselves. A cloud of impenetrable darkness has at present equally enveloped us all. Now there is neither firmness of purpose nor boldness of enterprise, neither courage of heart nor strength of mind, neither aversion to maltreatments by others nor dislike for slavery, neither love in the heart nor hope nor manliness, but what we have in India are only deep-rooted envy and strong antipathy against one another, morbid desire to ruin by hook or by crook the weak, and to lick dog-like the feet of the strong. Now the highest satisfaction consists in the display of wealth and power, devotion in self-gratification, wisdom in the accumulation of transitory objects, yoga in hideous diabolical practices, work in the slavery of others, civilization in base imitation of foreign nations, eloquence in the use of abusive language, the merit of literature in extravagant flatteries of the rich or in the diffusion of ghastly obscenities. What to speak separately of the distinct Shudra class of such a land, where the whole population has virtually come down to the level of the Shudra? The Shudras of countries other than India have become, it seems, a little awake, but they are wanting in proper education and have only the mutual hatred of men of their own class, a trait common to Shudras. What avails it if they greatly outnumber the other classes? That unity, by which 10 men collect the strength of 1,000,000, is yet far away from the Shudra, hence, according to the law of nature, the Shudras invariably form the subject race. But there is hope. In the mighty course of time, the Brahmin and the other higher castes, too, are being brought down to the lower status of the Shudras, and the Shudras are being raised to higher ranks. Europe, once the land of Shudras enslaved by Rome, is now filled with Kshatriya valor. Even before our eyes, powerful China, with fast strides, is going down to Shudrahood, while insignificant Japan, rising with the sudden start of a rocket, is throwing off her Shudra nature and is invading by degrees the rights of the higher castes. The attaining of modern Greece and Italy to Kshatriyahood and the decline of Turkey, Spain, and other countries, also, deserve consideration here. Yet, a time will come when there will be the rising of the Shudra class, with their Shudrahood, that is to say, not like that as at present when the Shudras are becoming great by acquiring the characteristic qualities of the Vaishya or the Kshatriya, but a time will come when the Shudras of every country, with their inborn Shudra nature and habits not becoming in essence Vaishya or Kshatriya, but remaining as Shudras will gain absolute supremacy in every society. The first glow of the dawn of this new power has already begun to break slowly upon the Western world, and the thoughtful are at their wits' end to reflect upon the final issue of this fresh phenomenon. Socialism, anarchism, nihilism, and other like sects are the vanguard of the social revolution that is to follow. As the result of grinding pressure and tyranny, from time out of mind, the Shudras, as a rule, are either meanly senile, licking dog-like the feet of the higher class, or otherwise are as inhuman as brute beasts. Again, at all times their hopes and aspirations are baffled, hence a firmness of purpose and perseverance in action they have none. In spite of the spread of education in the West, there is a great hindrance in the way of the rising of the Shudra class, and that is the recognition of caste as determined by the inherence of more or less good or bad qualities. By this very qualitative caste system which obtained in India in ancient days, the Shudra class was kept down, bound hand and foot. In the first place, scarcely any opportunity was given to the Shudra for the accumulation of wealth or the earning of proper knowledge and education. To add to this disadvantage, if ever a man of extraordinary parts and genius were born of the Shudra class, the influential higher sections of the society forthwith showered titular honors on him and lifted him up to their own circle. His wealth and the power of his wisdom were employed for the benefit of an alien caste, and his own caste people reaped no benefits of his attainments, and not only so, the good-for-nothing people, the scum and refuse of the higher castes, were cast off and thrown into the Shudra class to swell their number. Vasishtha, Narada, Satyakama, Jabala, Vyasa, Kripa, Drona, Karna, and others of questionable parentage 7 were raised to the position of a Brahmin or a Kshatriya, in virtue of their superior learning or valor, but it remains to be seen how the prostitute, maidservant, fisherman, or the charioteer 8 class was benefited by these upliftings. Again, on the other hand, the fallen from the Brahmin, the Kshatriya, or the Vaishya class were always brought down to fill the ranks of the Shudras. In modern India, no one born of Shudra parents, be he a millionaire or a great pundit, has ever the right to leave his own society, with the result that the power of his wealth, intellect, or wisdom, remaining confined within his own caste limits, is being employed for the betterment of his own community. This hereditary caste system of India, being thus unable to overstep its own bounds, is slowly but surely conducing to the advancement of the people moving within the same circle. The improvement of the lower classes of India will go on, in this way, so long as India will be under a government dealing with its subjects irrespective of their caste and position. Whether the leadership of society be in the hands of those who monopolize learning or wield the power of riches or arms, the source of its power is always the subject masses. By so much as the class in power severs itself from this source, by so much is it sure to become weak. But such is the strange irony of fate, such is the queer working of Maya, that they from whom this power is directly or indirectly drawn, by fair means or foul, by deceit, stratagem, force, or by voluntary gift, they soon cease to be taken into account by the leading class. When in course of time, the priestly power totally estranged itself from the subject masses, the real dynamo of its power, it was overthrown by the then kingly power taking its stand on the strength of the subject people. Again, the kingly power, judging itself to be perfectly independent, created a gaping chasm between itself and the subject people, only to be itself destroyed or become a mere puppet in the hands of the Vaishyas, who now succeeded in securing a relatively greater cooperation of the mass of the people. The Vaishyas have now gained their end, so they no longer deign to count on help from the subject people and are trying their best to dissociate themselves from them. Consequently, here is being sown the seed of the destruction of this power as well. Though themselves the reservoir of all powers, the subject masses, creating an eternal distance between one another, have been deprived of all their legitimate rights, and they will remain so as long as this sort of relation continues. A common danger, or sometimes a common cause of hatred or love, is the bond that binds people together. By the same law that herds beasts of prey together, men also unite into a body and form a caste or a nation of their own. Zealous love for one's own people and country, showing itself in bitter hatred against another as of Greece against Persia, or Rome against Carthage, of the Arab against the Kafir, of Spain against the Moor, of France against Spain, of England and Germany against France, and of America against England is undoubtedly one of the main causes which lead to the advancement of one nation over another, by way of uniting itself in hostilities against another. Self-love is the first teacher of self-renunciation. For the preservation of the individual's interest only one looks first to the well-being of the whole. In the interest of one's own nation is one's own interest, in the well-being of one's own nation is one's own well-being. Without the cooperation of the many, most words can by no means go on. Even self-defense becomes an impossibility. The joining of friendly hands in mutual help for the protection of the self-interest is seen in every nation, and in every land. Of course, the circumference of the self-interest varies with different people. To multiply and to have the opportunity of somehow dragging on a precarious existence, and over and above this, the condition that the religious pursuits of the higher castes may not suffer in any way, is of the highest gain and interest for Indians. For modern India, there is no better hope conceivable. This is the last rung of the ladder of India's life. The present government of India has certain evils attendant on it, and there are some very great and good parts in it as well. Of highest good is this, that after the fall of the Pataliputra Empire till now, India was never under the guidance of such a powerful machinery of government as the British, wielding the scepter throughout the length and breadth of the land. And under this Vaishya supremacy, thanks to the strenuous enterprise natural to the Vaishya, as the objects of commerce are being brought from one end of the world to another, so at the same time, as its natural sequence, the ideas and thoughts of different countries are forcing their way into the very bone and marrow of India. Of these ideas and thoughts, some are really most beneficial to her, some are harmful, while others disclose the ignorance and inability of the foreigners to determine what is truly good for the inhabitants of this country. But piercing through the mass of whatever good or evil there may be is seen rising the sure emblem of India's future prosperity, that as the result of the action and reaction between her own old national ideals on the one hand, and the newly introduced strange ideals of foreign nations on the other, she is slowly and gently awakening from her long deep sleep. Mistakes she will make, let her, there is no harm in that. In all our actions, errors and mistakes are our only teachers. Who commits mistake in the path of truth is attainable by him only. Trees never make mistakes, nor do stones fall into error. Animals are hardly seen to transgress the fixed laws of nature, but man is prone to err, and it is man who becomes God on earth. If our every movement from the nursery to the deathbed, if our every thought from rising at daybreak till retirement at midnight, be prescribed and laid down for us in minutest detail by others, and if the thread of the king's sword be brought into requisition to keep us within the iron grasp of those prescribed rules, then, what remains for us to think independently for ourselves? What makes a man a genius, a sage? Isn't it because he thinks, reasons, wills? Without exercise, the power of deep thinking is lost. Thomas prevails, the mind gets dull and inert, the spirit is brought down to the level of matter. Yet, even now, every religious preacher, every social leader is anxious to frame new laws and regulations for the guidance of society. Does the country stand in want of rules? Has it not enough of them? Under the oppression of rules, the whole nation is verging on its ruin. Who stops to understand this? In the case of an absolute and arbitrary monarchy, the conquered race is not treated with so much contempt by the ruling power. Under such an absolute government, the rights of all subjects are equal. In other words, no one has any right to question or control the governing authority. So there remains very little room for special privileges of caste and the like. But where the monarchy is controlled by the voice of the ruling race, or a republican form of government rules the conquered race, there a wide distance is created between the ruling and the ruled, and the most part of that power, which, if employed solely for the well-being of the ruled classes, might have done immense good to them within a short time, is wasted by the government in its attempts and applications to keep the subject race under its entire control. Under the Roman emperorship, foreign subjects were, for this very reason, happier than under the Republic of Rome. For this very reason, St. Paul, the Christian apostle, though born of the conquered Jewish race, obtained permission to appeal to the Roman emperor, Caesar, to judge of the charges laid against him, the Acts, XXV. 11. Because some individual Englishmen may call us natives or riggers and hate us as uncivilized savages, we do not gain or lose by that. We, on account of caste distinctions, have among ourselves far stronger feelings of hatred and scorn against one another, and who can say that the Brahmins, if they get some foolish unenlightened Kshatriya king on their side, will not graciously try again to cut out the Shudras' tongues and chop off their limbs? That recently in eastern Aryavarta, the different caste people seem to develop a feeling of united sympathy amidst themselves with a view to ameliorating their present social condition, that in the Maratha country, the Brahmins have begun to sing paeans in praise of the Maratha race. These, the lower castes cannot yet believe to be the outcome of pure disinterestedness. But gradually the idea is being formed in the minds of the English public that the passing away of the Indian Empire from their sway will end in imminent peril to the English nation, and be their ruin. So, by any means whatsoever, the supremacy of England must be maintained in India. The way to effect this, they think, is by keeping uppermost in the heart of every Indian the mighty prestige and glory of the British nation. It gives rise to both laughter and tears simultaneously to observe how this ludicrous and pitiful sentiment is gaining ground among the English, and how they are steadily extending their modus operandi for the carrying out of this sentiment into practice. It seems as if the Englishmen resident in India are forgetting that so long as that fortitude, that perseverance, and that intense national unity of purpose, by which Englishmen have earned this Indian Empire, and that ever wide-awake commercial genius aided by science which has turned even India, the mother of all riches, into the principal mart of England, so long as these characteristics are not eliminated from their national life, their throne in India is unshakable. So long as these qualities are inherent in the British character, let thousands of such Indian empires be lost, thousands will be earned again. But if the flow of the stream of those qualifier be retarded, shall an empire be governed by the mere emblazoning of British prestige and glory? Therefore, when such remarkable traits of character are still predominant in the English as a nation, it is utterly useless to spend so much energy and power for the mere preservation of meaningless prestige. If that power were employed for the welfare of the subject people, that would certainly have been a great gain for both the ruling and the ruled races. It has been said before that India is slowly awakening through her friction with the outside nations, and as the result of this little awakening, is the appearance, to a certain extent, of free and independent thought in modern India. On one side is modern Western science, dazzling the eyes with the brilliancy of myriad suns and driving in the chariot of hard and fast facts collected by the application of tangible powers direct in their incision. On the other are the hopeful and strengthening traditions of her ancient forefathers, in the days when she was at the zenith of her glory, traditions that have been brought out of the pages of her history by the great sages of her own land and outside, that run for numberless years and centuries through her every vein with the quickening of life drawn from universal love, traditions that reveal unsurpassed valor, superhuman genius, and supreme spirituality, which are the envy of the gods. These inspire her with future hopes. On one side, rank materialism, plenitude of fortune, accumulation of gigantic power, and intense sense pursuits have, through foreign literature, caused a tremendous stir. On the other, through the confounding din of all these discordant sounds, she hears, in low yet unmistakable accents, the heart-rending cries of her ancient gods, cutting her to the quick. There lie before her various strange luxuries introduced from the West: celestial drinks, costly well-served food, splendid apparel, magnificent palaces, new modes of conveyance, new manners, new fashions dressed in which moves about the well-educated girl in shameless freedom. All these are arousing unfelt desires. Again, the scene changes, and in its place appear, with stern presence, Siddha, Savitri, austere religious vows, fastings, the forest retreat, the matted locks and orange garb of the semi-naked sannyasin, samadhi, and the search after the self. On one side is the independence of Western societies based on self-interest, on the other is the extreme self-sacrifice of the Aryan society. In this violent conflict, is it strange that Indian society should be tossed up and down? Of the West, the goal is individual independence, the language money-making education, the means politics. Of India, the goal is mukti, the language the Veda, the means renunciation. For a time, modern India thinks, as it were, I am ruining this worldly life of mine in vain expectation of uncertain spiritual welfare hereafter, which has spread its fascination over one, and again, lo! Spellbound she listens here, in this world of death and change, O man, where is thy happiness? On one side, New India is saying, we should have full freedom in the selection of husband and wife, because the marriage, in which are involved the happiness and misery of all our future life, we must have the right to determine according to our own free will. On the other, old India is dictating, marriage is not for sense enjoyment, but to perpetuate the race. This is the Indian conception of marriage. By the producing of children, you are contributing to, and are responsible for, the future good or evil of the society. Hence society has the right to dictate whom you shall marry and whom you shall not. That form of marriage obtains in society which is conducive most to its well-being. Do you give up your desire of individual pleasure for the good of the many? On one side, New India is saying, if we only adopt Western ideas, Western language, Western food, Western dress, and Western manners, we shall be as strong and powerful as the Western nations. On the other, old India is saying, fools! By imitation, others' ideas never become one's own, nothing, unless earned, is your own. Does the ass in the lion's skin become the lion? On one side, New India is saving, what the Western nations do is surely good, otherwise how did they become so great? On the other side, old India is saying, the flash of lightning is intensely bright, but only for a moment. Look out, boys, it is dazzling your eyes. Beware. Have we not then to learn anything from the West? Must we not needs try and exert ourselves for better things? Are we perfect? Is our society entirely spotless, without any flaw? There are many things to learn. He must struggle for new and higher things till we die. Struggle is the end of human life. Sri Ramakrishna used to say, as long as I live, so long do I learn. That man or that society which has nothing to learn is already in the jaws of death. Yes, learn we must many things from the West, but there are fears as well. A certain young man of little understanding used always to blame the Hindu Shastras before Sri Ramakrishna. One day he praised the Bhagavad Gita, on which Sri Ramakrishna said, methinks, some European pundit has praised the Gita, and so he has also followed suit. O India, this is your terrible danger. The spell of imitating the West is getting such a strong hold upon you that what is good or what is bad is no longer decided by reason, judgment, discrimination, or reference to the Shastras. Whatever ideas, whatever manners the white men praise or like are good, whatever things they dislike or censure are bad. Alas! What can be a more tangible proof of foolishness than this? The Western ladies move freely everywhere, therefore that is good. They choose for themselves their husbands, therefore that is the highest step of advancement. The Westerners disapprove of our dress, decorations, food, and ways of living, therefore they must be very bad. The Westerners condemn image worship as sinful, surely then, image worship is the greatest sin, there is no doubt of it. The Westerners say that worshipping a single deity is fruitful of the highest spiritual good, therefore let us throw our gods and goddesses into the river Ganga. The Westerners hold caste distinctions to be obnoxious, therefore let all the different castes be jumbled into one. The Westerners say that child marriage is the root of all evils, therefore that is also very bad, of a certainty it is. We are not discussing here whether these customs deserve continuance or rejection, but if the mere disapproval of the Westerners be the measure of the abominableness of our manners and customs, then it is our duty to raise our emphatic protest against it. The present writer has, to some extent, personal experience of Western society. His conviction resulting from such experience has been that there is such a wide divergence between the Western society and the Indian as regards the primal course and goal of each, that any sect in India, framed after the Western model, will miss the aim. We have not the least sympathy with those who, never leaving lived in Western society and, therefore, utterly ignorant of the rules and prohibitions regarding the association of men and women that obtained there, and which act as safeguards to preserve the purity of the Western women, allow a free rein to the unrestricted intermingling of men and women in our society. I have observed in the West also that the children of weaker nations, if born in England, give themselves out as Englishmen, instead of Greek, Portuguese, Spaniard, etc., as the case may be. All drift towards the strong. That the light of glory which shines in the glorious may anyhow fall and reflect on one's own body, i.e. to shine in the borrowed light of the great, is the one desire of the weak. When I see Indians dressed in European apparel and costumes, the thought comes to my mind, perhaps they feel ashamed to own their nationality and kinship with the ignorant, poor, illiterate, downtrodden people of India. Nourished by the blood of the Hindu for the last 14 centuries, the Parsi is no longer a native. Before the arrogance of the casteless, who pretend to be and glorify themselves in being Brahmins, the true nobility of the old, heroic, high-class Brahmin melts into nothingness. Again, the Westerners have now taught us that those stupid, ignorant, low-caste millions of India, clad only in loincloths, are non-Aryans. They are therefore no more our kith and kin. O India! With this mere echoing of others, with this base imitation of others, with this dependence on others, this slavish weakness, this vile detestable cruelty, wouldst thou, with these provisions only, scale the highest pinnacle of civilization and greatness? Wouldst thou attain, by means of thy disgraceful cowardice, that freedom deserved only by the brave and the heroic? O India! Forget not that the ideal of thy womanhood is Siddha, Savitri, Damayanti. Forget not that the god thou worshippest is the great ascetic of ascetics, the all-renouncing Shankara, the lord of Uma. Forget not that thy marriage, thy wealth, thy life are not for sense pleasure, are not for thy individual personal happiness. Forget not that thou art born as a sacrifice to the mother's altar. Forget not that thy social order is but the reflex of the infinite universal motherhood. Forget not that the lower classes, the ignorant, the poor, the illiterate, the cobbler, the sweeper, are thy flesh and blood, thy brothers. Thou brave one, be bold, take courage, be proud that thou art an Indian, and proudly proclaim, I am an Indian, every Indian is my brother. Say, the ignorant Indian, the poor and destitute Indian, the Brahmin Indian, the pariah Indian, is my brother. Thou, too, clad with but a rag round thy loins, proudly proclaim at the top of thy voice, the Indian is my brother, the Indian is my life. India's gods and goddesses are my God. India's society is the cradle of my infancy, the pleasure garden of my youth, the sacred heaven, the Varanasi of my old age. Say, brother, the soil of India is my highest heaven, the good of India is my good, and repeat and pray day and night, O thou Lord of Gauri, O thou Mother of the universe, vouchsafe manliness unto me. O thou Mother of strength, take away my weakness, take away my unmanliness, and make me a man. Addressee. The education that India needs. Written to Srimati Sarala Gosal, B.A., Editor, Bharti, from Darjeeling, April 24, 1897. Translated from Bengali. In reply to your questions about the methods of work, the most important thing I have to say is that the work should be started on a scale which would be commensurate with the results desired. I have heard much of your liberal mind, patriotism, and steady perseverance from my friend Miss Muller, and the proof of your erudition is evident. I look upon it as a great good fortune that you are desirous to know what little this insignificant life has been able to attempt. I shall state it to you here, as far as I can. But first I shall lay before you my mature convictions for your deliberation. We have been slaves forever, i.e. it has never been given to the masses of India to express the inner light which is their inheritance. The Occident has been rapidly advancing towards freedom for the last few centuries. In India, it was the king who used to prescribe everything from colonism down to what one should eat and what one should not. In Western countries, the people do everything themselves. The king now has nothing to say in any social matter. On the other hand, the Indian people have not yet even the least faith in themselves, what to say of self-reliance. The faith in one's own self, which is the basis of Vedanta, has not yet been even slightly carried into practice. It is for this reason that the Western method, i.e. first of all, discussion about the wished-for end, then the carrying it out by the combination of all the forces, is of no avail even now in this country. It is for this reason that we appear so greatly conservative under foreign rule. If this be true, then it is a vain attempt to do any great work by means of public discussion. There is no chance of a headache where there is no head. Where is the public? Besides, we are so devoid of strength that our whole energy is exhausted. If we undertake to discuss anything, none is left for work. It is for this reason, I suppose, we observe in Bengal almost always much cry but little wool. Secondly, as I have written before, I do not expect anything from the rich people of India. It is best to work among the youth in whom lies our hope, patiently, steadily, and without noise. Now about work. From the day when education and culture etc. began to spread gradually from patricians to plebeians, grew the distinction between the modern civilization as of Western countries, and the ancient civilization as of India, Egypt, Rome, etc. I see it before my eyes. A nation is advanced in proportion as education and intelligence spread among the masses. The chief cause of India's ruin has been the monopolising of the whole education and intelligence of the land, by dint of pride and royal authority, among a handful of men. If we are to rise again, we shall have to do it in the same way, i.e. by spreading education among the masses. A great fuss has been made for half a century about social reform. Traveling through various places of India these last 10 years, I observed the country full of social reform associations. But I did not find one association for them by sucking whose blood the people known as gentlemen have become and continue to be gentlemen. How many sepoys were brought by the Mussulmans? How many Englishmen are there? Where, except in India, can be had millions of men who will cut the throats of their own fathers and brothers for 6 rupees? 60 millions of Mussulmans in 700 years of Mohammedan rule, and 2 millions of Christians in 100 years of Christian rule. What makes it so? Why has originality entirely forsaken the country? Why are our deft-fingered artisans daily becoming extinct, unable to compete with the Europeans? By what power again has the German laborer succeeded in shaking the many-century grounded firm footing of the English laborer? Education, education, education alone. Traveling through many cities of Europe and observing in them the comforts and education of even the poor people, there was brought to my mind the state of our own poor people, and I used to shed tears. What made the difference? Education was the answer I got. Through education comes faith in one's own self, and through faith in one's own self the inherent Brahman is waking up in them, while the Brahman in us is gradually becoming dormant. In New York I used to observe the Irish colonists come downtrodden, haggard-looking, destitute of all possessions at home, penniless, and wooden-headed with their only belongings, a stick and a bundle of rags hanging at the end of it, fright in their steps, alarm in their eyes. A different spectacle in 6 months. The man walks upright, his attire is changed. In his eyes and steps there is no more sign of fright. What is the cause? Our Vedanta says that that Irishman was kept surrounded by contempt in his own country. The whole of nature was telling him with one voice, "Pat, you have no more hope, you are born a slave and will remain so." Having been thus told from his birth, Pat believed in it and hypnotized himself that he was very low, and the Brahmin in him shrank away. While no sooner had he landed in America than he heard the shout going up on all sides, "Pat, you are a man as we are. It is man who has done all, a man like you and me can do everything, have courage." Pat raised his head and saw that it was so. The Brahmin within woke up. Nature herself spoke, as it were, "Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached." Katha Upanishad, I2. 4. Likewise, the education that our boys receive is very negative. The schoolboy learns nothing, but has everything of his own. Broken down want of Shraddha is the result. The Shraddha which is the keynote of the Veda and the Vedanta, the Shraddha which emboldened Nachiketa to face Yama and question him, through which Shraddha this world moves, the annihilation of that Shraddha. The ignorant, the man devoid of Shraddha, the doubting self runs to ruin. Therefore are we so near destruction. The remedy now is the spread of education. First of all, self-knowledge. I do not mean thereby, matted hair, staff, kamandalu, and mountain caves which the word suggests. What do I mean then? Cannot the knowledge, by which is attained even freedom from the bondage of worldly existence, bring ordinary material prosperity? Certainly it can. Freedom, dispassion, renunciation, all these are the very highest ideals, but even a little of this dharma saves one from the great fear, of birth and death. Dualist, qualified monist, Shaiva, Vaishnava, Shakta, even the Buddhist and the Jain and others, whatever sects have arisen in India, are all at one in this respect, that infinite power is latent in this Jivatman, individualist soul. From the ant to the perfect man there is the same Atman in all, the difference being only in manifestation. As a farmer breaks the obstacles to the course of water, Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, Kaivalsapata, 3. That power manifests as soon as it gets the opportunity and the right place and time. From the highest god to the meanest grass, the same power is present in all, whether manifested or not. We shall have to call forth that power by going from door to door. Secondly, along with this, education has to be imparted. That is easy to say, but how to reduce it into practice? There are thousands of unselfish, kind-hearted men in our country who has renounced everything. In the same way as they travel about and give religious instructions without any remuneration, so at least half of them can be trained as teachers or bearers of such education as we need most. For that, we want first of all a center in the capital of each presidency, from whence to spread slowly throughout the whole of India. 2 centers have recently been started in Madras and Calcutta, there is hope of more soon. Then, the greater part of the education to the poor should be given orally. Time is not yet ripe for schools. Gradually in these main centers will be taught agriculture, industry, etc., and workshops will be established for the furtherance of arts. To sell the manufactures of those workshops in Europe and America, associations will be started like those already in existence. It will be necessary to start centers for women, exactly like those for men. But you are aware how difficult that is in this country. Again, the snake which bites must take out its own poison, and that this is going to be is my firm conviction. The money required for these works would have to come from the West. And for that reason, our religion should be preached in Europe and America. Modern science has undermined the basis of religions like Christianity. Over and above that, luxury is about to kill the religious instinct itself. Europe and America are now looking towards India with expectant views. This is the time for philanthropy, this is the time to occupy the hostile strongholds. In the West, women rule, all influence and power are theirs. If bold and talented women like yourself versed in Vedanta, go to England to preach, I am sure that every year hundreds of men and women will become blessed by adopting the religion of the land of Bharata. The only woman who went over from our country was Ramabat. Her knowledge of English, Western science, and art was limited, still she surprised all. If anyone like you goes, England will be stirred, what to speak of America? If an Indian woman in Indian dress preach there the religion which fell from the lips of the rishis of India, I see a prophetic vision, there will rise a great wave which will inundate the whole Western world. Will there be no women in the land of Maitreyi, Kina, Lilavati, Savitri, and Abhayabharati, who will venture to do this? The Lord knows. England we shall conquer, England we shall possess, through the power of spirituality. There is no other way of salvation. Can salvation ever come by getting up meetings and societies? Our conquerors must be made devas by the power of our spirituality. I am a humble mendicant, an itinerant monk, I am helpless and alone. What can I do? You have the power of wealth, intellect, and education, will you forego this opportunity? Conquest of England, Europe, and America. This should be our one supreme mantra at present, in it lies the well-being of the country. Expansion is the sign of life, and we must spread over the world with our spiritual ideals. Alas! This frame is poor, moreover, the physique of a Bengali, even under this labor a fatal disease has attacked it, but there is the hope. A kindred spirit is or will be born out of the limitless time and populous earth to accomplish the work, Bubbuti. About vegetarian diet I have to say this first, my master was a vegetarian, but if he was given meat offered to the goddess, he used to hold it up to his head. The taking of life is undoubtedly sinful, but so long as vegetable food is not made suitable to the human system through progress in chemistry, there is no other alternative but meat eating. So long as man shall have to live a rajasika, active, life under circumstances like the present, there is no other way except through meat eating. It is true that the Emperor Asoka saved the lives of millions of animals by the threat of the sword, but is not the slavery of 1,000 years more dreadful than that? Taking the life of a few goats as against the inability to protect the honor of one's own wife and daughter, and to save the morsels for one's children from robbing hands, which of these is more sinful? Rather let those belonging to the upper 10, who do not earn their livelihood by manual labor, not take meat, but the forcing of vegetarianism upon those who have to earn their bread by laboring day and night is one of the causes of the loss of our national freedom. Japan is an example of what good and nourishing food can do. May the all-powerful Vishveshvari inspire your heart. Our present social problems. Translated from a Bengali letter written to Srimati Mrinalini Bose from Deoghar, Vadyanath, on December 23, 1898. The Lord, whose nature is unspeakable love. That this characteristic of God mentioned by Narada is manifest and admitted on all hands is the firm conviction of my life. The aggregate of many individuals is called samashti, the whole, and each individual is called vyashti, a part. You and I each is vyashti, society is samashti. You, I, an animal, a bird, a worm, an insect, a tree, a creeper, the earth, a planet, a star, each is vyashti, while this universe is samashti, which is called Virat, Hiranyagarbha or Ishvara in Vedanta, and Brahma, Vishnu, Devi, etc., in the Puranas. Whether or not vyashti has individual freedom, and if it has, what should be its measure, whether or not vyashti should completely sacrifice its own will, its own happiness for samashti are the perennial problems before every society. Society everywhere is busy finding the solution of these problems. These, like big waves, are agitating modern Western society. The doctrine which demands the sacrifice of individual freedom to social supremacy is called socialism, while that which advocates the cause of the individual is called individualism. Our motherland is a glowing example of the results and consequence of the eternal subjection of the individual to society and forced self-sacrifice by dint of institution and discipline. In this country men are born according to Shastric injunctions, they eat and drink by prescribed rules throughout life, they go through marriage and kindred functions in the same way, in short, they even die according to Shastric injunctions. The hard discipline, with the exception of one great good point, is fraught with evil. The good point is that men can do one or two things well with very little effort, having practiced them every day through generations. The delicious rice and curry which a cook of this country prepares with the aid of 3 lumps of earth and a few sticks can be had nowhere else. With the simple mechanism of an antediluvian loom, worth 1 rupee, and the feed put in a pit, it is possible to make kinkobs worth 20 rupees a yard, in this country alone. A torn mat, an earthen lamp, and that fed by castor oil with the aid of materials such as these, wonderful savants are produced in this country alone. An all-forbearing attachment to an ugly and deformed wife, and a lifelong devotion to a worthless and villainous husband are possible in this country alone. Thus far the bright side. But all these things are done by people guided like lifeless machines. There is no mental activity, no unfoldment of the heart, no vibration of life, no flux of hope, there is no strong stimulation of the will, no experience of keen pleasure, nor the contact of intense sorrow, there is no stir of inventive genius, no desire for novelty, no appreciation of new things. Clouds never pass away from this mind, the radiant picture of the morning sun never charms this heart. It never even occurs to this mind if there is any better state than this, where it does, it cannot convince, in the event of conviction, effort is lacking, and even where there is effort, lack of enthusiasm kills it out. If living by rule alone ensures excellence, if it be virtue to follow strictly the rules and customs handed down through generations, say then, who is more virtuous than a tree, who is a greater devotee, a holier saint, than a railway train? Who has ever seen a piece of stone transgress a natural law? Who has ever known cattle to commit sin? The huge steamer, the mighty railway engine, they are non-intelligent, they move, turn, and run, but they are without intelligence. And yonder tiny worm which moved away from the railway line to save its life, why is it intelligent? There is no manifestation of will in the machine never wishes to transgress law, the worm wants to oppose law, rises against law whether it succeeds or not, therefore it is intelligent. Greater is the happiness, higher is the jiva, in proportion as this will is more successfully manifest. The will of God is perfectly fruitful, therefore he is the highest. What is education? Is it book learning? No. Is it diverse knowledge? Not even that. The training by which the current and expression of will are brought under control and become fruitful is called education. Now consider, is that education as a result of which the will, being continuously choked by force through generations, is well nigh killed out, is that education under whose sway even the old ideas, let alone the new ones, are disappearing one by one, is that education which is slowly making man a machine? It is more blessed, in my opinion, even to go wrong, impelled by one's free will and intelligence than to be good as an automaton. Again, can that be called society which is formed by an aggregate of men who are like lumps of clay, like lifeless machines, like heaped up pebbles? How can such society fare well? Were good possible, then instead of being slaves for hundreds of years, we would have been the greatest nation on earth, and this soil of India, instead of being a mine of stupidity, would have been the eternal fountainhead of learning. Is not self-sacrifice, then, a virtue? Is it not the most virtuous deed to sacrifice the happiness of one, the welfare of one, for the sake of the many? Exactly, but as the Bengali adage goes, can beauty be manufactured by rubbing and scrubbing? Can love be generated by effort and compulsion? What glory is there in the renunciation of an eternal beggar? What virtue is there in the sense control of one devoid of sense power? What again is the self-sacrifice of one devoid of idea, devoid of heart, devoid of high ambition, and devoid of the conception of what constitutes society? What expression of devotedness to a husband is there by forcing a widow to commit sati? Why make people do virtuous deeds by teaching superstitions? I say, liberate, undo the shackles of people as much as you can. Can dirt be washed by dirt? Can bondage be removed by bondage? Where is the instance? When you would be able to sacrifice all desire for happiness for the sake of society, then you would be the Buddha, then you would be free, that is far off. Again, do you think the way to do it lies through oppression? Oh, what examples or self-denial are our widows! Oh, how sweet is child marriage! Is another such custom possible? Can there be anything but love between husband and wife in such a marriage? Such is the wine going round nowadays. But as to the men, the masters of the situation, there is no need of self-denial for them. Is there a virtue higher than serving others? But the same does not apply to Brahmins. You others do it. The truth is that in this country parents and relatives can ruthlessly sacrifice the best interests of their children and others for their own selfish ends to save themselves by compromise to society, and the teaching of generations rendering the mind callous has made it perfectly easy. He, the brave alone, can deny self. The coward, afraid of the lash, with one hand wipes his eyes and gives with the other. Of what avail are such gifts? It is a far cry to love universal. The young plant should be hedged in and taken care of. One can hope gradually to attain to universal love if one can learn to love one object unselfishly. If devotion to one particular Ishtadeva is attained, devotion to the universal Virat is gradually possible. Therefore, when one has been able to deny self for an individual, one should talk of self-sacrifice for the sake of society, not before. It is action with desire that leads to action without desire. Is the renunciation of desire possible if desire did not exist in the beginning? And what could it mean? Can light have any meaning if there is no darkness? Worship with desire, with attachment, comes first. Commence with the worship of the little, then the greater will come of itself. Mother, be not anxious. It is against the big tree that the great wind strikes. Poking a fire makes it burn better, a snake struck on the head raises its hood, and so on. When there comes affliction in the heart, when the storm of sorrow blows all around, and it seems light will be seen no more, when hope and courage are almost gone, it is then, in the midst of this great spiritual tempest, that the light of Brahman within gleams. Brought up in the lap of luxury, lying on a bed of roses and never shedding a tear, who has ever become great, who has ever unfolded the Brahman within? Why do you fear to weep? Weep. Weeping clears the eyes and brings about intuition. Then the vision of diversity, man, animal, tree slowly melting away, makes room for the infinite realization of Brahman everywhere and in everything. Then, verily, seeing the same God equally existent everywhere, he does not injure the self by the self, and so goes to the supreme goal. Gita, 13:28. To a friend. Rendered from a Bengali poem composed by Swami Vivekananda. Where darkness is interpreted as light. Where misery passes for happiness. Where disease is pretended to be health. Where the newborn's cry but shows 'tis alive. Dost thou, O wise, expect happiness here? Where war and competition ceaseless run. Even the father turns against the son. Where self, this always the only note. Dost thou, O wise, seek for peace supreme here? A glaring mixture of heaven and hell. Who can fly from this samsara, the world, of Maya? Fastened in the neck with karma's fetters. Say, where can the slave escape for safety? The paths of yoga and of sense enjoyment. The life of the householder and sannyas. Devotion, worship, and earning riches. Vows, tyaga, and austerities severe. I have seen through them all. What have I known? Have known there's not a jot of happiness. Life is only a cup of Tantalus. The nobler is your heart, know for certain. The more must be your share of misery. Thou large-hearted lover unselfish, no. There's no room in this sordid world for thee. Can a marble figure brook the blow that an iron mass can afford to bear? Couldst thou be as one inert and abject, honey-mouthed, but with poison in thy heart, destitute of truth and worshipping self? Then thou wouldst have a place in this samsar, pledging even life for gaining knowledge. I have devoted half my days on earth for the sake of love, even as one insane. I have often clutched at shadows lifeless. For religion, many creeds have I sought. Lived in mountain caves, on cremation grounds, by the Ganga and other sacred streams. And how many days have I passed on alms, friendless, clad in rags, with no possession, feeding from door to door on what chance would bring. the frame broken under tapasyas, of austerities, wait. What riches, ask thou, have I earned in life? Listen, friend, I will speak my heart to thee. I have found in my life this truth supreme. Buffeted by waves, in this whirl of life, there's one ferry that takes across the sea of samsara. Formulas of worship, control of breath, science, philosophy, systems varied, relinquishment, possession, and the like. All these are but delusions of the mind. Love, that's the one thing, the sole treasure. In Jiva and Brahman, in man and God. In ghosts and wraiths and spirits, and so forth. In devas, beasts, birds, insects, and in worms. This prema, love, dwells in the heart of them all. Say, who else is the highest God of gods? Say, who else moves all the universe? The mother dies for her young, robber robs. Both are but the impulse of the same love. Beyond the ken of human speech and mind. It dwells in will and woe, 'tis that which comes. As the all-powerful, all-destroyer. Kali, and as the kindliest mother. Disease, bereavement, pinch of poverty. Dharma, virtue, and its opposite adharma, vice. Are but its worship in manifold modes. Say, what does by himself a jiva do? Deluded is he who happiness seeks. Lunatic he who misery wishes. Insane he too who fondly longs for death. Immortality vain aspiration. For, far, however far you may travel, mounted on the brilliant mental car, 'tis the same ocean of the samsar. Happiness and misery whirling on. Listen, O Vihangam, bird, here addressed to the bound soul, bereft of wings. 'Tis not the way to make good your escape. Time and again you get blows, and collapse. Why then attempt what is impossible? Let go your vain reliance on knowledge. Let go your prayers, offerings, and strength. For love selfless is the only resource. Lo, the insects teach, embracing the flame. The base insects blind, by beauty charmed. Thy soul is drunken with the wine of love. O thou lover true, cast into the fire all thy dross of self, thy mean selfishness. Say, comes happiness to a beggar? What good being object of charity? Give away, ne'er turn to ask in return. Should there be the wealth treasured in thy heart? I, born heir to the infinite thou art. Within the heart is the ocean of love. Give away, whoever asks return. His ocean dwindles down to a mere drop. From highest Brahman to the yonder worm. And to the very minutest atom. Everywhere is the same God, the all-love. Friend, offer mind, soul, body, at their feet. These are his manifold forms before thee. Rejecting them, where seekest thou for God? Who loves all beings without distinction. He indeed is worshipping best his God. The Hymn of Creation. Rendered from Bengali. One mass, devoid of form, name, and color. Timeless, devoid of time past and future. Spaceless, voiceless, boundless, devoid of all. Where rests hushed even speech of negation. 1. From thence, down floweth the river causal. Wearing the form of desire radiant. Its heaving waters angrily roaring. The constant roar, I am, I am. In that ocean of desire limitless. Appear shining waves, countless, infinite. Oh, of what power manifold they are. Of what forms myriad, of what repose. Of what movements varied, who can reckon? Millions of moons, millions of suns. Taking their birth in that very ocean. Rushing headlong with din tumultuous. Overspread the whole firmament, drowning. The points of heaven in light effulgent. In it arise and reside what beings? Quick with life, dull, and lifeless unnumbered. And pleasure and pain, disease, birth, and death. Verily, the sun is he, is the ray. Nay, the sun is he, and he is the ray. The hymn of Samadhi. Rendered from Bengali. Lo! The sun is not, nor the comely moon. All light extinct, in the great void of space. Floats shadow like the image universe. In the void of mind involute, there floats. The fleeting universe rises and floats. Sinks again, ceaseless, in the current eye. Slowly, slowly, the shadow multitude entered the primal womb, and flowed ceaseless. The only current, the I am, I am. Lo! 'Tis stopped, and that current flows no more. Void merged into void beyond speech and mind. Whose heart understands, he verily does. A hymn to the Divine Mother. O thou most beautiful! Whose holy hands hold pleasure and hold pain. Doer of good. Who art thou? The water of existence. By thee is whirled and tossed in mighty waves. Is it, O Mother, to restore again this universe's broken harmony? That thou, without cessation, art at work? Oh! May the Mother of the universe, in whose activity no respite rests, incessantly distributing the fruits of action done, guiding unceasingly all action yet to come, bestow her boon of blessing on me, her child, for evermore. I realize, I know, that it is thou who holdest in thy hands dread karma's rope. Is it inherent nature? Something uncreate? Or destiny? Some unforeseen result? Who lacking nothing, is accountable? Whose chain of will, untrammelled, grasps the laws? May she, the primal guide, my shelter be. Manifestations of her glory show. In power of immeasurable might. Throughout the universe, powers that swell. The sea of birth and death, forces that change. And break up the unchanged and changed again. Lo! Where shall we seek refuge, save in her? To friend and foe thy lotus eyes are even. Ever thine animating touch brings fruit. To fortunate and unfortunate alike. The shade of death and immortality. Both these, O Mother, are thy grace supreme. Mother supreme. Oh, may thy gracious face never be turned away from me, thy child. What thou art, the Mother. The All. How praise! My understanding is so little worth. 'Twere like desire to seize with hands of mine the sole supporter of the universe. So, at thy blessed feet contemplated, by the goddess of fortune herself the abode of fearlessness, worshipped by service true. There, at those blessed feet, I take refuge. She who, since birth, has ever led me on through paths of trouble to perfection's goal. Motherwise, in her own sweet playful ways. She, who has always through my life inspired my understanding, she, my mother, she. The All, is my resort, whether my work o'erflow with full fruition or with none. A hymn to Shiva. Salutation to Shiva, whose glory is immeasurable, who resembles sky in clearness, to whom are attributed the phenomena of all creation, the preservation and dissolution of the universe. May the devotion, the burning devotion of this my life, attach itself to him, to Shiva, who, while being Lord of all, transcends himself, in whom lordship is ever established, who causes annihilation of delusion, whose most surpassing love, made manifest, has crowned him with a name above all names, the name of Mahadeva, the great God, whose warm embrace, of love personified, displays, within man's heart, that all power is but a semblance and a passing show, in which the tempest of the whole past blows. Past samskaras, the accumulated effects of past desires and actions, stirring the energies with violence, like water lashed to waves, in which the dual consciousness of I and thou plays on, I salute that mind unstable, centered in Shiva, the abode of calm, where the ideas of parent and produced, purified thoughts and endless varied forms, merge in the real one, where the existence ends, of such conceptions as within, without, the wind of modification being stilled. That Hara I worship, the suppression of movements of the mind. Shiva I hail, from whom all gloom and darkness have dispersed. That radiant light, white, beautiful, as bloom of lotus white is beautiful, whose laughter loud sheds knowledge luminous, who, by undivided meditation, is realized in the self-controlled heart. May that lordly swan of the limpid lake of my mind guard me, prostrate before him. Him, the master remover of evil, who wipes the dark stain of this iron age, whom Daksha's daughter gave her coveted hand, who, like the charming water lily white, is beautiful, who is ready ever to part with life for others' good, whose gaze is on the humble fixed, whose neck is blue, Nilkantha, a name of Shiva, with the poison, the all-destructive evil, swallowed. Him, we salute. A hymn to the divinity of Sri Ramakrishna. Rendered from Bengali. We salute thee, Lord, adored of the world, samsara's bondage breaker, taintless thou, embodiment of blessed qualities. Thou transcendest all gunas, human form. Thus bearest. Thee we salute and adore. Refuge of mind and speech, thou art beyond the reach of either. Radiance art thou. In all radiance that is. The heart's cave is by thy visit ance resplendent made. Verily thou art that which dispelleth the densest darkness of tamas in man. Lo! In variety of melody, forth breaking in fine harmony most sweet, hymns of thy devotees, accompanied by mridanga, a kind of drum, playing with music's grace, fill the air, in evening worship to thee. One glancing vision at thine eyes divine, cleared by the collyrium of Jnana, defies delusion. O thou blotter out of all the taints of sin, intelligence pure, unmingled is thy form of the world. Thou art embellisher, self-luminous art thou, O ocean of feeling sublime, and of love divine, O God-maddened one. Devotees win thy blessed feet and cross safely the swelling sea of samsara. O Lord of the world, though thy yoga power, thou shinest as the incarnation clear of this our time. O thou of strict restraint, only through thine unstinted grace we see the mind in samadhi completely merged. Mercy incarnate, austere are thy deeds. Thou dealest to the evil of misery, destruction, kalis, of the iron age, binding cords, are cut by thee asunder. Thine own life thou gavest freely, O sweet sacrifice. O best of men, O Saviour of the world, devoid wert thou of the idea of sex. Thought of possession charmed thee not. To thee obnoxious was all pleasure. Give to us, O greatest among Tyagis, renouncers, love intense. Unto thy sacred feet, give, we implore. Fearless art thou, and past all gloom of doubt. Thy mind is wrapped in its own firm resolve. Thy lovers, whose devotion mounts above the realm of reason, who renounce the pride of caste and parentage, of name and fame. Their safe refuge art thou alone, O Lord. My one true treasure is thy blessed feet, reaching which the whole universe itself seems like a puddle in the hollow made by hoof of passing cow. O offering to love, O seer of equality in all, O verily, in thee the pain and evil of this mortal world escapes and vanishes, O cherished one. And let Shyama dance there. Rendered from Bengali. Beaut us blossoms ravishing with perfume. Swarms of maddened bees buzzing all around. The silver moon a shower of sweet smile, which all the dwellers of heaven above shed lavishly upon the homes of earth. The soft Malaya one breeze, whose magic touch opens to view distant memories folds. Murmuring rivers and brooks, rippling lakes, with restless bitrumuras two-wheeling over. Gently waving lotuses unnumbered. Foaming flow cascades a streaming music, to which echo mountain caves in return. Warblers, full of sweet flowing melody, hidden in leaves, pour hearts out love discourse. The rising orb of day, the painter divine, with his golden brush but lightly touches the canvas earth, and a wealth of colors floods at once o'er the bosom of nature. Truly a museum of lovely hues, waking up a whole sea of sentiments. The roll of thunder, the crashing of clouds, war of elements spreading earth and sky, darkness vomiting forth blinding darkness. The pralaya three-wind angrily roaring, in quick bursts of dazzling splendor flashes. Blood-red terrific lightning, dealing death. Monster waves roaring like thunder, foaming. Rush impetuous to leap mountain peaks. The earth booms furious, reels and totters. Sinks down to its ruin, hurled from its place. Piercing the ground, stream forth tremendous flames. Mighty ranges blow up into atoms. A lovely villa, on a lake of blue, festooned with dusters of water lilies. The heart blood of ripe grapes capped with white foam, whispering softly tells tale of passion. The melody of the harp floods the airs, and by its air, time, and harmony rich, enhances desire in the breast of man. What stirring of emotions! How many hot sighs of love, and warm tears coursing down the bimber-red forelips of the youthful fair. The two blue eyes, two oceans of feelings. The two hands eager to advance love's cage, in which the heart, like a bird, lies captive. The martial music bursts, the trumpets blow. The ground shakes under the warrior's tread. The roar of cannon, the rattle of guns. Volumes of smoke, the gruesome battlefield. The thundering artillery vomits fire. In thousand directions, shells burst and strike. Vital parts of the body, elephants and horses mounted, are blown up in space. The earth trembles under this infernal dance. A million heroes mounted on steeds charge and capture the enemy's ordnance, piercing through the smoke and shower of shells and rain of bullets. Forward goes the flag, the emblem of victory, of heroism, with the blood, yet hot, streaming down the staff, followed by the rifles, drunk with war spirit. Lo! The ensign falls, but the flag proceeds onwards on the shoulder of another. Under his feet swell heaps of warriors, perished in battle, but he falters not. The flesh hankers for contacts of pleasure, the senses for enchanting strains of song. The mind hungers for peals of laughter sweet. The heart pants to reach realms beyond sorrow. Say, who cares exchange the soothing moonlight for the burning rays of the noontide sun? The wretch whose heart is like the scorching sun, even he fondly loves the balmy moon. Indeed, all thirst for joy breathes there the wretch who hugs pain and sorrow to his bosom, misery in his cup of happiness, deadly venom in his drink of nectar, poison in his throat, yet he clings to hope. Lo! How all are scared by the terrific. None seek Alakshi 5, whose form is death, the deadly frightful sword, reeking with blood. They take from her hand, and put a lute instead. Thou dreaded Kali, the all-destroyer, thou alone art true, thy shadow's shadow is indeed the pleasant Vanmali.6. O terrible mother, cut quick the core. Illusion dispel the dream of happiness. Rend asunder the fondness for the flesh. True, they garland thee with skulls, but shrink back in fright and call thee, O all-merciful, at thy thunder peal of awful laughter. At thy nudeness for space is thy garment. Their hearts sink down with terror, but they say, it is the demons that the mother kills. They only pretend they wish to see thee. But when the time comes, at thy sight they flee. Thou art death to each and all in the world. Thou distributest the plague and disease. Vessels of venom filled by thine own hands. O thou insane! Thou but cheatest thyself. Thou cost not turn thy head lest thou behold I, the form terrible of the mother. Thou courtest hardship hoping happiness. Thou wearest cloak of bhakti and worship. With mind full of achieving selfish ends. The blood from the severed head of a kid fills thee with fear, thy heart throbs at the sight. Verily a coward. Compassionate, 7. Bless my soul. A strange state of things indeed. To whom shall I tell the truth? Who will see? Free thyself from the mighty attraction. The maddening wine of love, the charm of sex. Break the harp. Forward, with the ocean's cry. Drink tears, pledge even life, let the body fall. Awake, O hero. Shake off thy vain dreams. Death stands at thy head, does fear become thee? A load of misery, true though it is. This becoming 8, know this to be thy God. His temple the Shmashan 9 among corpses. And funeral pyres, unending battle. That verily is his sacred worship. Constant defeat, let that not unnerve thee. Shattered be little self, hope, name, and fame. Set up a pyre of them and make thy heart a burning ground. And let Shyama 10 dance there. A song I sing to thee. Rendered from Bengali. A song I sing. A song I sing to thee. Nor care I for men's comments, good or bad. Censure or praise I hold of no account. Servant am I, true servant of thee both, Purusha and Prakriti together. Low at thy feet, with Shakti, I salute. Thou standest steadfast, ever at my back. Hence when I turn me round, I see thy face. Thy smiling face. Therefore I sing again. And yet again. Therefore I fear no fear. For birth and death lie prostrate at my feet. Thy servant am I through birth after birth. Sea of mercy, inscrutable thy ways. So is my destiny inscrutable. It is unknown, nor would I wish to know. Bhakti, mukti, japa, tapas, all these. Enjoyment, worship, and devotion too. These things and all things similar to these. I have expelled at thy supreme command. But only one desire is left in me. An intimacy with thee, mutual. Take me, O Lord, across to thee. Let no desire's dividing line prevent. The eye looks out upon the universe. Nor does it seek to look upon itself. Why should it? It sees itself in others. Thou art my eyes. Thou and thou alone. For every living temple shrines thy face. Like to the playing of a little child. Is every attitude of mine toward thee. Even, at times, I dare be angered with thee. Even, at times, I'd wander far away. Yet there, in greyest gloom of darkest night. Yet there, with speechless mouth and tearful eyes. Thou standest fronting me, and thy sweet face stoops down with loving look on face of mine. Then, instantly, I turn me back to thee. And at thy feet I fall on bended knees. I crave no pardon at thy gentle hands. For thou art never angry with thy son. Who else with all my foolish freaks would bear? Thou art my master. Thou my soul's real mate. Many a time I see thee, I am thee. I am thee, and thou, my Lord, art me. Thou art within my speech. Within my throat. Art thou, as Vinapani, goddess of learning, learned, wise. On the flow of thy current and its force. Humanity is carried as thou wilt. The thunder of thy voice is borne upon the boom of crashing waves, of overleaping seas. The sun and moon give utterance to thy voice. Thy conversation, in the gentle breeze. Makes itself heard in truth, in very truth. True. True. And yet, the while, these gross precepts give not the message of the higher truth, known to the knower. Lo! The sun, the moon, the moving planets and the shining stars, spheres of abode by myriads in the skies, the comet swift, the glimmering lightning flash, the firmament, expanded, infinite. These all, observant watchful eyes behold. Anger, desire, greed, moha, delusion, and the rest, such as pride and malice, the sixfold evil. Whence issues forth the waving of the play of this existence, the home wherein dwells knowledge, and non-knowledge whose center is the feeling of small self, the aham. Aham. Full of the dual sense of pleasure and of pain. Teeming with birth and life, decay and death. Whose arms are the external and the internal. All things that are, down to the ocean's depths. Up to sun, moon, and stars in spanless space. The mind, the buddhi, chit, ahamkar. The deva, yaksha, man, and demon, all. The quadruped, the bird, the worm, all insect life. The atom and its compound, all that is. Animate and inanimate, all. The internal and the external dwell in that one common plane of existence. This outward presentation is of order gross. As hair on human brow, very gross. On the spurs of the massive Mount Meru one. The everlasting snowy ranges lie. Extending miles and miles beyond more miles. Piercing through clouds into the sky above. Its peaks thrust up in hundreds, glorious. Brilliantly glistening, countless, snowy white. Flash upon flash of vivid lightning fleet. The sun, high in his northern solstice hung. With force of thousand rays concentrating. Pours down upon the mountain floods of heat. Furious as a billion thunderbolts. From peak to peak. Behold! The radiant sun. Swoons, as it were, in each. Then melts. The massive mountain with its crested peaks. Down, it falls, with a horrific crash. Water with water lies commingled now. And all has passed like to a passing dream. When all the many movements of the mind are, by thy grace, made one, and unified. The light of that unfoldment is so great, that, in its splendor, it surpasses far the brilliance of 10,000 rising suns. Then, sooth, the sun of Chit, knowledge, reveals itself. And melt away the sun and moon and stars. High heaven above, the nether worlds, and all. This universe seems but a tiny pool. Held in a hollow caused by some cow's hoof. This is the reaching of the region which, beyond the plane of the external lies. Calmed are the clamours of the urgent flesh. The tumult of the boastful mind is hushed. Cords of the heart are loosened and set free. Unfastened are the bondages that bind. Attachment and delusion are no more. There sounds sonorous the sound. Void of vibration. Verily. Thy voice. Hearing that voice, thy servant, reverently, stands ever ready to fulfill thy work. I exist. When, at pralaya time, this wondrous universe is swallowed up. Knowledge, the knower, and the known, dissolved. The world no more distinguishable, now. No more conceivable, when sun and moon, and all the outspent stars, remain no more. Then is the state of Mahanirvana. When action, act, and actor, are no more. When instrumentality is no more. Great darkness veils the bosom of the dark. There I am present. I am present. At pralaya time. When this vast universe is swallowed up. Knowledge, and knower, and the known, merged into one. The universe no more can be distinguished or can be conceived. by intellect. The sun and moon and stars are not. Over the bosom of the darkness, darkness moves. Intense devoid of all the threefold bonds. Remains the universe. Gunas are calmed. Of all distinctions. Everything deluged. In one homogeneous mass, subtle. Pure, of atom form, indivisible. There I am present. Once again, I unfold myself that I. Of my Shakti the first great change is Om. The primal voice rings through the void. Infinite space hears that great vibrant sound. The group of primal causes shakes off sleep. New life revives atoms interminable. Cosmic existence heaves and whirls and sways. Dances and gyrates, moves towards the core. From distances immeasurably far. The animate wind arouses rings of waves. Over the ocean of great elements. Stirring, falling, surging, that vast range of waves. Rushes with lightning fury. Fragments thrown. By force of royal resistance through the path. Of space, rush, endless, in the form of spheres. Celestial, numberless. Planets and stars. Speed swift, and man's abode, the earth revolves. At the beginning, I the omniscient one. I am. The moving and the unmoving. All this creation comes into being. By the unfoldment of my power supreme. I play with my own Maya, my power divine. The one, I become the many, to behold. My own form. At the beginning, I, the omniscient one. I am. The moving and the unmoving. All this creation comes into being. By the unfoldment of my power supreme. Perforce of my command, the wild storm blows. On the face of the earth, clouds clash and roar. The flash of lightning startles and rebounds. Softly and gently the Malaya breeze flows in and out like calm, unruffled breath. The moon's rays pour their cooling current forth. The earth's bare body in fair garb is clothed. Of trees and creepers multitudinous. And the flower abloom lifts her happy face. Washed with drops of dew, towards the sun.